Chapter 166. Lin Xian brought Lu Yang back to Wei Wei's side, and then he looked at the battlefield in the distance. Two of the battles were between martial artists at the 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm, and he could not get close to them. The other one was where the elder in red was fighting. He was fighting against 3 martial artists at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm, and the battle was extremely intense. Some of the snow wolves were fighting against the 2 bloody dragon horses, while the rest of the bandits were rushing towards Lin Xian and the others. Save the bloody dragon horses first, then help the elder in red. Lin Xian made up his mind. Holding the autumn scar sword, he turned into a flash of lightning and rushed up. At the same time, at the border of the snow province, a blue-haired man appeared out of nowhere. He slightly closed his eyes, as if he was sensing something. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. His body shook, and the blue-haired man disappeared from where he was standing. On the snowy land, the cold wind was blowing. Lin Xian's body was like a ghost as he shuttled between the snow wolves and the bandits. The long sword in his hand was stabbing out at an even faster speed. Pooh! Pooh! Blood splashed everywhere, and bodies fell down one after another. The bandits backed off in fear. That seemingly random sword would take away a life every time. This was no longer a battle, but a harvest. Yes, a harvest. Lin Xian was like a harvester, harvesting their lives mercilessly. These people all had the urge to curse in their minds. They were the bandits, okay? But now, their identities seemed to have been switched. The prey had become the killer, and they could only run. Wind-splitting movement. The sword light shone, and the air seemed to have been torn apart. The dozens of people in front of him were torn apart by this power, turning into minced meat. Lin Xian came to the bloody dragon horse and killed the snow wolves around it. The 2 bloody dragon horses were covered in blood, with horrifying wounds on their bodies. One of them could not hold on any longer and was about to die. Lin Xian sighed and threw all the demon crystals in the snow wolves' bodies to them. Then, his body shook, and he ran towards the elder in red. You are looking for death. The 3 men besieging the red-robed old man had already noticed Lin Xian's existence, but in their opinion, killing the red-robed old man was more important. And now, Lin Xian was actually rushing towards them. How could these people not be angry? Die, ant. A one-eyed man wielding a long spear turned around and thrust his spear at Lin Xian. The void trembled, and a millstone-thick spear light trembled, thrusting towards Lin Xian. This one-eyed man's strength had reached the peak of the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, which was similar to the young man of Swordmark. If it were a few days ago, Lin Xian might not even have been able to break through the defense. But now, he was confident that he could kill this person. The spiritual energy in his body surged, and Lin Xian's speed suddenly exploded as he flew to the side. Boom! The thick spear light pierced through the ground, forming a terrifying black hole in the ice. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as his purple spirit eyes continued to observe. At the same time, his sword will gushed out, raising his combat strength to the maximum. Sword will. The one-eyed man was shocked. No wonder you could kill so many people. You're a genius who comprehended sword will. Then all the more I can't let you live in this world. The one-eyed man gave up on the red-robed old man and rushed towards Lin Xian. After knowing Lin Xian's strength, the red-robed old man wasn't too worried. He attacked the 2 people in front of him with all his strength. But when Vivian and Lu Yang saw this scene, their little hearts trembled. That was a martial artist close to the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Could Lin Xian really deal with him? The 2 couldn't help, so they could only watch nervously from afar. Sweep the world. The one-eyed man wielded his spear with one hand and swept it out. The blue spear light flickered, forming a violent storm. Whoosh! Whoosh! Wherever it passed, a thick layer of frost formed, emitting a terrifying chill. Ice attribute. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he kept retreating. In this world of ice and snow, ice attribute martial artists could definitely explode with super powerful battle power. No wonder this person is only at the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier and can participate in the attack on the red-robed old man. Lin Xian's face was serious. The red-robed old man was at the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Kid, in this place, my attack power is equivalent to a martial artist at the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. You can die in peace. Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. This one-eyed man's strength was beyond his expectations. Ice attribute martial artists had the ability to slow down and cause frostbite. If he was hit, it would only get worse. Thinking of this, his whole body released golden lightning, as if he was the god of thunder. It's useless. The one-eyed man sneered as the long spear in his hand kept stabbing. Wong, wong, wong. Every spear was filled with the power of ice, resonating with the surrounding heaven and earth. The cold air in the surroundings quickly condensed and gathered on the spear light, forming a huge ice pillar. Boom! Lin Xian flicked his sword upwards. The autumn scar sword was like a golden lightning, cutting the huge ice pillar in half. As expected of the sword intent, it is indeed sharp. The one-eyed man sneered as his left hand grasped in the air. Piercing ice spear. The cold air on the ground surged and formed a blue ice spear under Lin Xian's feet, stabbing out abruptly. Lin Xian's body flashed, leaving behind a shadow while his real body escaped into the distance. Shoo! 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 After the ice spear pierced through Lin Xian's shadow, it didn't stop there. Instead, it shot out like an arrow. At the same time, the one-eyed man stomped his feet, causing the whole ice surface to shake. Welcome to the ice prison. Boom, boom. The ice surface shattered as two huge hands, formed by ice, grabbed onto Lin Xian's feet. The horrifying cold air rushed into his body. Cut! Hundreds of sword chi shot out from Lin Xian's body, tearing the ice apart. He stabbed out with his sword, clashing right onto the tip of the ice spear. With a twist of his wrist, the autumn scar sword formed a whirlpool, shattering the ice spear. Kid, you're pretty good. Why don't you join our ice snow group? The one-eyed man yelled. Sorry, I'm not interested. Lin Xian's pupils turned purple. This was the sign of his purple spirit eyes being pushed to the extreme. What last words do you have? Say them all. What? The one-eyed man froze for a moment before laughing out loud. Kid, is your brain frozen? You can't even get close to me in this world of ice and snow, not to mention killing me. The one-eyed man's face was full of disdain. Is that so? Lin Xian's lips curled up, piercing ice spear. You think you can just shout and it will appear? This is the martial skill of an ice elemental warrior. The one-eyed man was even more disdainful. He even thought that Lin Xian was an idiot. However, in the next moment, his face changed drastically. A dangerous aura came from under his feet, as if it was going to tear the ground apart. Impossible! The one-eyed man almost roared out. Although he didn't believe it, he still retreated quickly. In the distance, Vivian and Lu Yong were stunned. Could it be that Lin Xian really knew ice elemental martial arts? But he was obviously a thunder elemental warrior. The two of them were very confused, but they could only watch more carefully. Seeing the one-eyed man retreat, Lin Xian smiled. Welcome to the ice snow prison. These words were exactly the same as what the one-eyed man said. Even the tone was the same. Kid, you're looking for death. Do you believe that I won't tear you apart? The one-eyed man was very angry. He thought that Lin Xian was playing with him. However, he soon realized that he was wrong. Chapter 167. Two large golden hands reached out from the ice and firmly grabbed the one-eyed man's feet. This scene was very familiar. Not long ago, the one-eyed man had used the same martial art on Lin Xian. But now, Lin Xian had returned it to him, untouched. Impossible. This is impossible. How can you know an ice element martial art? The one-eyed man yelled crazily with a trace of madness in his eyes. Ice element martial art? In the distance, Lu Yong and Wei Wei both had strange expressions. Junior brother Lin is using thunder. Why did that man say it was an ice element martial art? Could it be that the man was scared? The two were confused. Lu Yong looked at the one-eyed man carefully, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Look at his eyes. Lu Yong whispered to Wei Wei. Wei Wei looked up and also yelled out. The one-eyed man's undamaged eye was now purple, as if it was a dream or an illusion. Is this a mental illusion? Liu Yang took a deep breath. How powerful is junior brother Lin's soul power? In the distance, on the battlefield, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He had indeed used lightning to simulate what had just happened. However, he secretly used his purple spirit eyes to hypnotize the one-eyed man with illusions. In the one-eyed man's eyes, the ice spear was blue, and the spiritual hands that trapped him were also ice element martial arts. He was completely lost in the illusion. Boom! Lin Xian stomped his foot on the ground and dashed forward. In a flash, he arrived in front of the one-eyed man and pulled out the autumn scar sword. One-eyed. A loud yell came from behind. It was like thunder exploding in the air. The one-eyed man's body shook, and he recovered from the illusion. At this moment, a sword light flashed and enveloped him. As an ice element martial artist, the one-eyed man exploded with a powerful force at the end. A huge ice wall rose from the ground and blocked in front of him. At the same time, rows of ice spikes shot towards Lin Xian. Chi! The sword light flashed and cut everything in half. The one-eyed man retreated as fast as he could, but he was still one step too slow. His left arm was cut off by the sword Chi, and blood flowed out. Golden electric arcs exploded at the wound, producing a terrifying destructive power. Freeze! The one-eyed man crazily circulated his spirit energy and sealed half of his body. A layer of blue ice continued to spread and froze the wound. It continued to extend and form an ice soul left hand. Brat, I'm going to tear you to shreds. No one can save you. The one-eyed man's voice was cold, and his eyes were like a demon's. The ice around him shattered, turning into pieces of icicles that floated around him. He was infuriated to the extreme. The one-eyed man had never suffered such a loss before, and his opponent was actually only a brat at the second layer of the spiritual ocean realm. You think you still have a chance to live? Lin Xian sneered, the purple light in his eyes flashing again. An invisible soul power rushed out and directly attacked the one-eyed man's soul. For a moment, the one-eyed man held his head and screamed. Whoosh! The autumn scar sword slashed out once again. The air was sliced open as the sword Chi of wind and thunder turned into a long dragon, piercing towards the one-eyed man's heart. Puff! The sharp edge of the sword sliced through the spirit energy armor, sliced open the inner armor, and pierced into his heart. Plop! The cold body fell down. Lin Xian waved his hand and took away the one-eyed man's storage ring. In the distance, Liu Yang and Wei Wei were shocked. The two bandits that were attacking the red-robed elder roared in anger. Even the martial artists at the seventh layer of the spiritual ocean realm in the distance noticed the situation here. Boom! One of the bandits at the seventh layer of the spiritual ocean realm threw out a blade light at Lin Xian. The blade Chi swept across the sky. The 10-meter-long blade Chi was like a long rainbow as it slashed down. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he quickly ran away. Rumble. As the blade Chi fell, a horrifying crack appeared on the ground, spreading into the distance. Lin Xian's face was a bit pale. Although he didn't touch the blade Chi, the wind brought about by it still made his chest feel stuffy. This was the power of the seventh layer of the spiritual ocean realm. It was far from what a fourth or fifth layer martial artist could compare to. Fortunately, the bandit leader only slashed out once before he was entangled by the middle-aged man from the Thousand Treasures Tower, unable to attack again. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. He still couldn't resist a martial artist at the seventh layer of the spiritual ocean realm. However, before he could relax, a strong sense of danger surged in his heart again. It was as if a cold and greedy gaze appeared behind him. Lin Xian's scalp went numb, and all the muscles in his body tightened. He spread out his soul power and looked around cautiously. Needless to say, the one who could give him this feeling was definitely the mysterious green-haired man. As expected, in the distant horizon, a figure quickly flew over. The snow on the ground quickly scattered to the sides, and a deep trench appeared on the ice, spreading towards Lin Xian. Who? In a moment, the green-haired man arrived nearby. A cold and dark aura quickly spread out in all directions, making people tremble uncontrollably. Pung pung pung. The two sides who were fighting stopped and looked at the green-haired man warily. Lin Xin's body stiffened. He secretly circulated his spirit power to the extreme, and at the same time, prepared the bronze gauntlet and the yellowed talisman treasure. As long as the situation was not right, he would immediately attack with all his strength. The feeling the green-haired man gave him was even more terrifying than a martial artist at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. This was not the suppression of spirit power, but the throbbing of the soul. The green-haired man took a deep look at Lin Xian, and his green eyes emitted light. He didn't attack immediately, but picked up the one-eyed man's corpse on the ground. Gotcha! It was about to take a bite out of the one-eyed man's corpse, sucking it nonstop. In the blink of an eye, the blood essence in the one-eyed man's body was quickly drained, and he finally became a dry corpse. Plop! The green-haired man threw the one-eyed man aside, and then looked for the corpse on the ground again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The three experts from the Thousand Treasures Tower came to Lin Xian's side and protected him. Lu Yong and Wei Wei also ran over, looking at the green-haired man with fear. Who? The green-haired man's hair shook, and his 3,000 strands of hair quickly became thick and long, spreading out in all directions. The tail end of the hair transformed into green snakes, which were ferocious and terrifying, and pounced on the corpse on the ground. Puff, puff. The sky full of green hair fluttered, and all of them pierced into the surrounding corpses and began to crazily absorb the blood essence. How dare you touch the corpse of my ice wolf pack? You're courting death. The two wolf bandit leaders at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean realm were furious and attacked one after another. A saber light that was dozens of meters long quickly slashed out, cutting the air into two halves. The other person waved his spirit whip, which turned into a dragon in the air, and pounced over with bared fangs and brandished claws. The green-haired man smiled cruelly and reached out with both hands. Two green lights flickered, condensing into a bronze coffin in the air, suppressing the surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. The three energies collided, and a shocking destructive aura erupted. A green-black mushroom cloud rose, followed by a terrifying energy ripple that spread out in all directions. Retreat. The middle-aged man and the white-robed elder took Lin Xian and the others, turned into a bolt of lightning, and quickly retreated. Whoosh! Chapter 168. The sky full of black strands rushed towards Lin Xian, piercing through the air. The middle-aged man and the white-robed old man attacked together, releasing a vast amount of energy to block the black strands. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Like a piece of cloth being torn apart, the protective light screen was penetrated. The 3,000 strands of black strands turned into sharp swords, piercing straight towards them. Seniors, I need to borrow your power. At the critical moment, Lin Xian shouted. The ancient armor on his body shone brightly, and an illusory shadow appeared with complicated inscriptions on it. The middle-aged man and the white-robed old man looked at Lin Xian in surprise, then sent their spirit power into the shadow of the armor. Wang. Receiving the power of two martial artists in the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean realm, the ancient armor shone brightly. The materialized shadow spread out continuously, finally forming a bell-shaped defense, enveloping everyone. Clang, clang, clang. The black strands of black swords clashed against the bell-shaped protective shadow, letting out a clang. Although they didn't penetrate the bell-shaped defense, the huge impact still sent everyone flying far away. We're saved. The few of them landed on the ground, feeling as if they had just survived a disaster. Lin Xian frowned deeply. The blue-haired man's power was beyond his imagination. If he acted alone this time, it would be dangerous. However, before Lin Xian and the others could relax, the 3,000 strands of black strands turned into spirit snakes again. Up in the sky, down on the ground, from all directions, they pounced towards Lin Xian and the others. They had no choice but to work together and form the bell-shaped defense again. Suddenly, Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He sensed that the mysterious green egg in his storage ring was shaking more and more violently. Is it going to crack open? Lin Xian was puzzled. Little Xian, I have a way to suppress that person, but it's too dangerous, Wine Lord transmitted. No matter what, we have to try. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He didn't want to live in danger all the time. With a decision made, Lin Xian prepared to act. Seniors, you all go first. Lin Xian instructed, then rushed forward. His speed reached extreme speed, leaving a trail of light in the air. Quickly taking out the green egg, Lin Xian held it in his arms. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3,000 strands of black strands felt the aura of the green egg and turned into a square midway, abandoning Thousand Treasure Tower and the others, all rushing towards Lin Xian. The expressions of the white-robed elder and company changed. They saw that Lin Xian was about to be pierced, but there was nothing they could do. Phantom Thunder Step? Lin Xian shouted in a low voice as his body turned into hundreds of light shadows and scattered in all directions. For a moment, the sky and the ground were filled with Lin Xian's illusions. Pu. Of the black strands of the black strands of the three of God Lin Xian's true body quickly approached the azure-haired man. He wanted to use Lord Alcohol's strength to seal the azure-haired man. 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. Lin Xian's figure continued to sway, and finally came to a place only 10 meters away from the green-haired man. A black vortex appeared out of thin air in front of him, spinning rapidly, emitting a devouring force. At this time, the green egg in Lin Xian's arms made a cracking sound. The eggshell cracked open, and a furry little thing came out. It was only the size of a palm, covered in snow-white fur, and curled up. A cold wind blew, and the little thing opened its eyes in a daze. Its big black eyes were like black gemstones, shining brightly. Wuji! Wuji! The little thing called out to the two of them in a daze, then grabbed Lin Xian's clothes and crawled. Lin Xian was stunned, and so was the green-haired man. Inside the mysterious small sword, Wine Lord exclaimed softly and stopped moving. The black vortex in front of him became smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared in the air. Lin Xian stared blankly at the palm-sized monkey in his arms, and his brain short-circuited. A monkey can appear from the green egg? Lin Xian realized that his outlook on life had collapsed. The snow-white monkey stuck closely to Lin Xian, and it made woogie-woogie sounds. It was very cute. Looking at the snow-white monkey, Lin Xian thought of the few monkeys that had given him the green egg. These monkeys looked similar, but Lin Xian's was smaller. Rubbing his head, Lin Xian looked cautiously at the green-haired man in front of him. The green-haired man looked at the snow-white monkey with a trace of doubt on his face, but more than that, there was fear. He's afraid of this monkey? Lin Xian was very surprised. The snow-white monkey seemed to feel the green-haired man's gaze, and it slowly turned its head. One of its claws grabbed Lin Xian's clothes, and the other grabbed its eyelids, and made a face at the green-haired man. Whoosh! A green light flashed, bringing with it a gust of wind. The green-haired man in front of him seemed to have seen something terrifying, and immediately ran away. That kind of speed made one stunned. Lin Xian took a deep breath and stared blankly at the little thing in his arms. All along, he thought that the green-haired man saw the green egg as life essence and wanted to seize it. But today's situation made him change his mind. The green-haired man was scared away. This kind of thing was too inconceivable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures quickly rushed over from afar. Lin Xian put away the broken eggshell and then let out a sigh of relief. Are you all right? The red-robed old man and the others asked with concern. Lin Xian shook his head. Thank you, seniors, for your concern. I'm fine. Where's that person? Lu Yang asked with lingering fear. Gone. Lin Xian let out a breath and said fiercely. Hearing this, they all let out a sigh of relief. Among them, the middle-aged man and the white-robed old man looked to the side. There, two wolf bandit leaders in the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier stood in a sorry state, with wounds of various sizes on their bodies. Around them, there were countless corpses, some of which had already dried up. The two wolf bandits glared at Lin Xian and the others, and then quickly left. The cold wind whistled, and snow fell. The surroundings became silent again. There was a faint smell of blood in the air, reminding everyone of what had just happened. Wuji, Wuji. The snow-white little monkey hung on Lin Xian's body, crying out pitifully. What a cute little monkey. Vivian saw it, and the fear in her heart was forgotten. Can I hug it? Vivian's eyes shone with stars. Lin Xian was stunned and nodded numbly. Vivian picked up the little monkey, and a smile appeared on her face. Old Bai, what should we do now? Lu Yang asked. They couldn't do it here. The smell of blood would attract some demonic beasts in the ice field. Everyone came to the front of the chariot and found that the injured bloody dragon horse was already dead. The other one was kneeling on the ground, whining. Without the bloody dragon horse, our speed will be much slower, the red-robed old man said with a frown. If you want to find someone to pull the chariot, I might have a way. Lin Xian touched his chin and said. Everyone looked at him. Now, no one could ignore Lin Xian's opinion. His previous performance was too amazing, and everyone was stunned. I might be able to tame a few snow wolves and let them replace the bloody dragon horse. The red-robed old man and the middle-aged man looked at Lin Xian in surprise, not believing him. Although inscription masters had strong soul power, they were not beast tamers. Without special techniques, they couldn't tame demonic beasts. Chapter 169. The red-robed elder and the other two were suspicious, but Lu Yang and Wei Wei exclaimed. Yes, junior brother Lin knows illusions. He can definitely tame the snow wolves. Lu Yang shouted. Lu Yang then told them about the battle between Lin Xian and the one-eyed man. If that's the case, we can give it a try, the white-robed elder said. After that, Lin Xian and the others caught a few snow wolves and let Lin Xian try taming them. Purple light flickered in his eyes, and an invisible soul spirit seeped into the snow wolves' minds. When the purple spirit eyes reached the third level, it was possible to use a secret technique that could control souls. With the help of the great dragon sword seal, Lin Xian quickly placed a slave seal in the snow wolves' minds. The snow wolves were tamed by Lin Xian, and they surrounded Lin Xian, wagging their tails. They were amazed, and their understanding of Lin Xian increased again. With the snow wolves, the carriage's speed increased, and it only took them 5 days to reach Ice Snow City. Lin Xian sat in the carriage, closing his eyes to recover, and the little white monkey was lying on his shoulder. Lu Yang and Wei Wei were slightly injured, and they were also recovering quietly. Lin Xian was the first to wake up. He spread his soul power into the storage ring and began to tidy up the spoils of war. Most of the storage rings were filled with spirit stones, elixirs, and some weapons and martial arts, but Lin Xian didn't care about them. After a quick calculation, there were about 200,000 low-grade spirit stones and some recovery elixirs. After putting away the storage rings, Lin Xian took out a blue ring, which was the one-eyed man's storage ring. I wonder if there are any ice martial arts? Lin Xian was looking forward to it. Using his soul power, Lin Xian sensed an independent space the size of a room. There were 5 big boxes, and all of them were filled with low-grade spirit stones. Lin Xian sensed that there were about 100,000 spirit stones in each box, and there were a total of 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Xian sighed. The one-eyed man's identity must be extraordinary. In addition to the low-grade spirit stones, there was also a box of middle-grade spirit stones, which contained about 10,000 pieces. Lin Xian swallowed his saliva and felt a burst of excitement in his heart. Mid-grade spirit stones were much more precious than low-grade spirit stones. 1 mid-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 low-grade spirit stones. However, under normal circumstances, no martial artist would exchange mid-grade spirit stones for low-grade spirit stones. Because the spirit chi contained in the middle-grade spirit stones was relatively pure, not only could Spirit Sea Realm martial artists absorb it, even martial artists of the 3 spirit realms could absorb it. Although it still needed to be refined, it was much better than low-grade spirit stones. Therefore, the value of this chest of mid-grade spirit stones far exceeded the value of the 5 chests of low-grade spirit stones. These bandits must have killed a lot of people after robbing so much wealth. I'm doing the people a favor. Lin Xian shook his head and sighed. Plundering was indeed the fastest way to gather wealth. In addition to the spirit stones, there were other things inside. Lin Xian directly skipped over some of the weapons and pills as he shifted his gaze onto the cultivation method. Found it. Lin Xian's eyes lit up as he stared at a book. Ice Snow Mystic Art. It's actually a low-grade spirit tier cultivation method. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect the one-eyed man's cultivation method to be so advanced. Luckily, I have purple spirit pupil and can use illusions. Otherwise, it would definitely be a fierce battle. Lin Xian was right. Although the one-eyed man's cultivation was at the peak of the 4th layer of the Spirit Sea Realm, he wasn't weak at all compared to martial artists at the 5th layer of the Spirit Sea Realm. Especially in this world of ice and snow, normal martial artists at the 5th layer of the Spirit Sea Realm wouldn't dare to provoke him. This was a martial art for cultivating spirit chi. Although Lin Xian couldn't cultivate it, he could get inspiration from it. He had the Great Dragon Sword Seal and could completely evolve it. Moreover, the art of longevity he cultivated was even more extraordinary and could transform into any attribute. Memorizing the Ice Snow Mystic Art, Lin Xian followed the instructions and circulated his spirit chi. A wisp of icy air overflowed from his palm. He placed his hand on the chair he was sitting on, and instantly, a layer of frost spread at a speed visible to the naked eye. The snow-white little monkey shook its body and curled up into a ball, lying on Lin Xian's shoulder. Lu Yong and Wei Wei were also awakened by the cold air and looked around in bewilderment. Finally, Lu Yong pulled the curtains tight to prevent the wind and snow from coming in, and then closed his eyes to adjust his breathing again. Lin Xian didn't say anything, but continued to comprehend the Great Dragon Sword Seal while speeding up his familiarity with the Ice Attribute martial art. With the Ice Attribute martial art, his battle prowess could be improved again. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. During this time, Lin Xian's cultivation broke through again, reaching the 3rd layer of the Spirit Sea Realm. Compared to Lin Xian's terrifying attacks, his cultivation didn't attract the attention of others. However, if they knew that Lin Xian only used a month's time to go from the 2nd layer of the Spirit Sea Realm to the 3rd layer of the Spirit Sea Realm, their hearts would probably jump out. As everyone knew, the higher one's cultivation was, the harder it was to improve. A normal martial artist would need about a year's time to go from the 2nd layer of the Spirit Sea Realm to the 3rd layer of the Spirit Sea Realm. Of course, if one's cultivation method was of a high level or had the help of medicinal pills, this time could be halved. However, Lin Xian only used a month's time. Seeing that they were about to arrive at Ice Snow City, Lin Xian didn't comprehend other martial arts, but worked hard to consolidate his own realm, allowing his body to quickly adapt to the cultivation. After a day, he opened his eyes. Outside the carriage, the snow wolves slowed down. Lin Xian opened the window and looked ahead. A huge black shadow appeared in front of him, like a huge mountain, occupying the land of ice and snow. That's Ice Snow City, the largest city in the Snow Province, and also the city closest to the snow-seeking sect, Wei Wei said, looking into the distance. The 2 carriages moved slowly and gradually arrived at the city gate. 2 black iron gates that were more than 10 meters tall were emitting a cold light. 2 rows of guards stood on both sides of the gate. Their auras were powerful, and there was a faint murderous aura. Lin Xian was surprised. The cultivation of these guards were all above the Spirit Sea Realm, which was far from what the cities in the Cloud Province could compare to. After paying the spirit stones, Lin Xian and the others entered the city. The streets in the city were very wide, more than 10 meters wide, and there were countless shops on both sides. Although the weather was cold, the city was full of life. Hawkers could be heard everywhere, and most of them were selling delicious food. As pedestrians walked by, the tempting aroma hit their noses. Lin Xian and the others' carriages moved slowly on the street. 6 snow wolves led the way, looking mighty and extraordinary. Which force is this? They can actually tame snow wolves. A martial artist was surprised. All the martial artists in the Snow Province knew that snow wolves were demonic beasts that were very difficult to tame. Apart from the Ice Wolves bandits, very few people could tame them. And now, someone was using snow wolves to pull a carriage. Under everyone's envious gazes, the 2 carriages moved into the distance. Someone went to the battle stage. Just as everyone was envious of the snow wolves pulling the carriage, a martial artist shouted from afar. Immediately, the surrounding martial artists all moved and rushed inside. Lin Xian and the others were curious, so they got off the carriage and asked, "Brother, what happened?" Wei Wei asked. When the martial artist saw that it was a beauty, he laughed and said, "You just entered the city, right? A large number of martial artists have entered the city these few days, and there are often competitions. This time, it's said that the geniuses on the hidden dragon list are going to fight." The martial artist said and left in a hurry. Chapter 170. Lin Xian and the other young people were quite excited about the hidden dragon roll competition. They came to the 1,000 Treasure Tower stronghold in Ice Snow City. Lin Xian and the other two went to the battle stage in the city. They didn't need to ask anyone. They just had to follow the crowd. Ice Snow City was huge. They walked for a long time before arriving. There was an arena that was dozens of meters long in front of them. It was crowded with people, and there were cheers from time to time. Lin Xian and the other two were in the crowd and looked at the arena. There were two martial artists fighting fiercely on the arena. The vast spiritual power was shocking. Both of them were experts on the hidden dragon roll. They had all kinds of unique skills. It was a fierce battle. Until the end of the battle, the crowd still wanted to continue. Lin Xian had also gained something, and he had a new understanding of some martial arts. After the two of them left the arena, another person quickly went up. It was a skinny young man. His eyes were as sharp as a knife. "Songbao, it's Songbao!" Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and looked at the skinny young man. He knew this person. He was a disciple of the Song family in Guangning City. He was Song Lei's brother and the top expert in Guangning City. Whoosh! Another figure went up the arena. It was a young man with a pale face. "Let me see how strong you are," the young man said. "Tong Chun, you're no match for me." Song Bao's voice was cold with a hint of contempt. "We'll know after we fight." Tong Chin's eyes shone brightly. "Tong Chun, it's him? His injuries are healed." Some of the surrounding martial artists exclaimed in surprise. Many martial artists knew the geniuses on the hidden dragon roll very well. Those who didn't know quickly found out about the feud between the two after asking around. Suddenly, many people were very excited. This was a fated battle. "Imph, a sick person dares to fight with my brother? He's courting death." In the crowd, Song Lei sneered. The disciples of the Song family behind him also booed and hooted. On the other side, the disciples of the Tong family didn't dare to show any weakness and started to fight back. "Fight! Fight! Fight!" The surrounding cultivators shouted one after another. Their voices were like a tide, causing the void to tremble. In a pavilion far away, some of the older generation members of some forces were also paying attention. The elders of the Tsang family looked at the battle stage with proud smiles on their faces. Bao Er's cultivation has improved again, and he has reached the 5th level of the 7-layered Thunderblade. He already has the power to be in the top 40 of the Hidden Dragon rank. Tong Chun can't compete with him. It would be best if we could heavily injure that brat from the Tong clan and break the Tong clan's hopes. A bearded elder snorted. In another direction, the elders of the Tong clan were also watching. Chun Er's body has just recovered. I'm afraid it will be a little difficult for him to make a move now. Many elders were worried. The head of the Tong family sighed. Chun Er has been bedridden for half a year and has long been dissatisfied. How could he let go of this opportunity? I hope Chun Er can win. The elder of the Tong family prayed in his heart. On the battle stage, Song Bao sneered. We're no longer on the same level. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. After saying that, he stomped his feet and a powerful force burst out from his body. Blue lightning flashed, and spiritual power swept out in all directions like lightning. Song Bao's presence was much stronger than Song Lei's, and he was in the late stage of the 4th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Another thunder element martial artist. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he used the purple spirit pupil and looked at the stage. Take my blade. Song Bao shouted as the long blade in his hand slashed out like lightning. Like thousands of lightning bolts, the 10-meter-long blade light turned into blue lightning and struck down. Star Scar Sword Art. Tong Chin's pale hand moved quickly, and the long sword formed a starry curtain in the air, which was extremely bright. Rumble! The The blade chi slashed on the starry curtain and made a rumbling sound. Ripples appeared on the colorful starry curtain, as if it would break at any time. Luckily, the starry curtain successfully blocked the blade light. Since the first attack failed, Songbao attacked again, and Tong Chun also fought back fiercely. The blade light was like lightning, and the sword chi was like stars. The spiritual power in the air vibrated, and the rumbling sound did not stop. The two's speed was extremely fast, leaving behind afterimages on the stage. Some of the weaker martial artists could not even see their movements, and only a few could keep up with them. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with purple light as he saw their movements clearly. He sighed slightly. Tong Chun is going to lose. Lu Yong and Wei Wei's soul power were not ordinary, so they could see the situation clearly. Wei Wei was confused, but I think they are evenly matched. Yeah, at least Tong Chun is not losing at all. Lu Yong was also confused. Some of the nearby martial artists heard Lin Xian's words and turned around. When they saw Lin Xian's third sky of spiritual ocean realm cultivation, they all shook their heads and sneered. How could a third sky of spiritual ocean realm martial artist understand the situation on the stage? He probably could not even see the movements of the two on the stage. Kid, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Can you see the situation on the stage clearly? Yeah, even we can't see it. What can you see? The martial artists all laughed. Humph. Lu Yong snorted and looked at the crowd with an unfriendly expression. He slowly spread out his soul power. A faint pressure appeared in the air, and the crowd trembled, feeling an indescribable pressure. Forget it. Lin Xian waved his hand. Lu Yong glanced at the crowd again, and then withdrew his soul power. So scary. What just happened? Why do I feel my body trembling? Some of the martial artists looked at Lu Yong in fear. They had never cultivated their soul power, so they were naturally no match for Lu Yong. However, what made them even more terrified was that this person who made their hearts palpitate actually listened to a third sky of spiritual ocean realm martial artist. And this martial artist, they just laughed at. Who is this kid? The crowd looked at Lin Xian and felt a chill down their spines. Lin Xian ignored the crowd and said indifferently, one is attacking and the other is retreating. Tong Chen's aura is weaker than his. Plus, he has been suppressed for a long time, so I'm afraid it will make him feel defeated. Secondly, their strength was on par half a year ago, but Tong Chun was sick for half a year, while Tsang Bao was improving every day. The gap between the two is bigger than expected. Thirdly, Tong Chen's star defense consumed too much spiritual power. I'm afraid it can't be maintained for a long time. And Tsang Bao's saber technique is like thunder in the clouds. The further it goes, the more powerful it is. Lu Yong and Wei Wei suddenly realized that they only saw the surface and didn't see much. On the other hand, not only had Lin Xian grasped the two's martial techniques and cultivation, he had even taken into account their emotions. What kind of terrifying eyesight was this? The surrounding martial artists couldn't help but nod. They were even more curious about Lin Xian's identity. Sure enough, a moment later, there was a shocking change on the stage. The five-colored star finally couldn't withstand it and was cut in half by the saber. Tong Chun flew out with blood at the corner of his mouth. Haha, Brother Bao is mighty. The disciples of the Tsang family shouted and cheered. On the other hand, the Tong family was silent, and their faces were filled with unwillingness. Tsang Bao's attack succeeded, but he didn't stop. Blue lightning flashed and turned into a dazzling saber light, slashing at Tong Chun, who was on the ground. No. Chapter 171. The change in the arena caused an uproar among the martial artists. The disciples of the Tong family shouted angrily, but there was nothing they could do. Tsang Bao was too powerful. He was so powerful that they could not resist. In the pavilion far away, the elders of the Tong family were shocked. The master of the Tong family leaped up, and his aura exploded like a flood. However, Tsang Bao's blade was too fast. They were too far away and could not do anything in time. They could only watch. The blade radiance was like lightning as it slashed down mercilessly. Lin Xian remained calm. He flicked his finger, and a wisp of cold air with a trace of sword essence shot out. At the same time, a white feather flew out from another direction toward the arena. Boom, boom, boom. Frost's sword finger collided with the blade radiance and quickly froze. The sword essence destroyed the blade radiance. Swoosh. The white feather was like a sharp arrow. It collided with the lightning blade radiance and created a shockwave. A ball of energy exploded, and a strong wind swept in all directions. Everyone retreated, afraid that they would be affected. Lin Xian's eyes flickered with purple light. He saw someone running up the arena, and he knew that person. He immediately calmed down. The light dissipated, and everyone looked over eagerly. On the stage, a young man dressed in white had appeared out of nowhere, looking very elegant. Tong Chin's face was pale, and he was in low spirits. The opponent that he had originally suppressed had now completely surpassed him. This change was something that he could not accept for a moment. In the pavilion far away, the elders of the Tsang family snorted when they saw this. The disciples of the White Feather sect are really meddlesome. The Tong family's kid is lucky to have escaped this calamity. A few elders sneered. Song Bao's strength has improved greatly. I wonder if he can defeat this opponent? The eyes of the Tsang family's grand elder flickered, and he was looking forward to it. However, I seem to have sensed another person's attack. On the other side, the elders of the Tong family heaved a sigh of relief, and their hearts were at ease. It's fine as long as Tong Chun is fine. Xiu will catch up sooner or later. The master of the Tong family looked at the battle arena with a trace of doubt in his heart. Just now, I clearly felt an icy intent. Could it be that someone is secretly making a move? As a harmonious spirit realm warrior, his perception was far superior to a sea of soul realm warrior. Just now, he clearly felt two different forces colliding with the Thunderblade, but he couldn't find the source of that force. Suddenly, he saw Lin Xian in the crowd. Could it be him? The head of the Tong family was shocked. Other than the White Feather sect of the Qing province, only Lin Xian could stand up for the Tong family. The head of the Tong family took a deep look at Lin Xian before slowly sitting down. On the battle stage, the white-clothed young man stood in front of Tong Chun and said in a deep voice, "Aren't you a little too ruthless? When sparring, it's inevitable to make mistakes. Isn't it normal to get injured?" Song Bao sneered. Anyway, he has been lying in bed for half a year. Even if he lies in bed for a few more days, there's nothing wrong with that. You? Tong Chun was so angry that his body was trembling. He clenched his fists so tightly that his fingernails dug into his flesh. Blood flowed down his palms. The disciples of the Tong family were furious. They cursed and scolded, but no one could defeat Song Bao. This made them feel very aggrieved. This guy is really arrogant. In the crowd, Vivian said angrily. Lu Yang was puzzled. Just now, he felt Lin Xian's attack. That she made his heart tremble. Could it be that the Tong family is related to him? Do you want me to help? Lu Yang probed. No need. Just watch. Lin Xian shook his head. The people of the White Feather sect should be able to deal with it. Just as Lin Xian and the others were talking, the battle stage changed again. Tong Chun walked down the stage with a lonely face. The white-clothed young man wanted to compete with Song Bao. Haha, Wensu, your ranking is mine. Song Bao laughed wildly. Wensu, he is the White Feather Flying Wensu. He is an expert ranked 47th on the Hidden Dragon roll. The surrounding martial artists were excited. Song Bao had threatened to kill Wensu. How arrogant was that? One had to know that although Song Bao's strength had increased greatly, his ranking was still in the 60s. Now, he was going to challenge Wensu, who was more than 10 ranks higher. This was definitely going to be an earth-shattering battle. As you wish. Wensu was dressed in white. He was handsome and had a white feather in his hand. The chi on his body had also become ethereal. Haha, 7-layered thunderblade. Song Bao roared. Thunder and lightning surrounded his body. The surrounding air was filled with countless thunder and lightning, which fell continuously. Thunder and lightning rumbled in the sky. The air was filled with a dangerous aura. Lin Xian was surprised. He carefully felt the thunder and lightning in the air. There was a trace of surprise on his face. What a pure power of thunder and lightning! Lin Xian praised in his heart. This is nothing. I will teach you a Thunder Dao martial technique. I guarantee that you will leave him in the dust. Wine Lord said disdainfully. Really? Lin Xian was delighted. He had asked Wine Lord for martial techniques more than once. However, he had been rejected because his cultivation was too low. Now, Wine Lord had taken the initiative to teach him. Humph, you have the Wind Emperor's sword. If you don't have the corresponding Thunder Dao martial technique, your Wind and Thunder Dao martial technique will be incomplete. Wine Lord revealed the truth. I see. Lin Xian came to a realization. Then, he calmed down and accepted Wine Lord's guidance. Just as Lin Xian was learning martial techniques, the two people in the arena had already exchanged dozens of blows. Song Bao's saber technique was thunderous. Every attack was like a lightning dragon. The air was exploding. On the other hand, Wen Su was like a small boat in a sea of thunder. He kept swaying as if the boat would capsize. However, he managed to dodge every single one of them without any mishaps. Whoosh! The white feather in his hand flew out. It pierced through the void and attacked Song Bao's glabella. The air was torn apart like a piece of cloth. Song Bao slashed a few times, forming a dazzling saber radiance that bombarded the white feather. Ka, ka, ka. The white feather looked weak. However, it was like a divine arrow, shattering the lightning saber radiance. Lightning Sky Strike. Song Bao slashed out again. Blue light shone in all directions. A large blue bird formed by lightning flew out from the saber. It flapped its wings and released countless lightning bolts. With a long cry, the thunderbird flew towards Wen Su while Song Bao shot out like a bolt of lightning. Bang! The white feather pierced through Song Bao's afterimage and hit the ground. A black hole the size of a thumb appeared. It was completely intact and bottomless. In another direction, the thunderbird pounced towards Wen Su. It was as if a lightning mountain was pressing down on him. Pooh! Pooh! Wen Su's spiritual power vibrated and formed a pair of white wings behind him. He flapped his wings and flew out. Whoosh! Is this the White Feather Sect's secret technique? White feather spreading wings? Everyone exclaimed. Lu Yang and Wei Wei also sighed. With such a secret technique, one could almost fly for a short period of time. This was something that all Sea of Spirit Realm martial artists dreamed of. Flying was a skill that only martial artists above the Spirit Realm could possess. No matter who it was in the Sea of Spirit Realm, having the ability to fly was no different from having an additional layer of protection. Lu Yang looked towards Lin Xian. However, he found that the latter's eyes were slightly closed as if he was asleep. He didn't pay attention to the situation on the arena at all. At this moment, Wen Su's voice sounded on the arena. Chapter 172. The white feather behind Wen Su vibrated and floated in the air. He took out a feather fan, and an invisible aura rose from his body. White feather kill. Wen Su fanned the feather fan in his hand, and a blinding light lit up. The surrounding clouds tumbled and shot into the sky. The shadow of a giant bird emerged from the sea of clouds. It flapped its wings and swooped down. 7-layered thunder blade, 5 blades in one. Song Bao also used his strongest attack. The thunder and lightning blade cut through the void and split everything. It carried an endless murderous aura as it slashed forward. The 5 dazzling blade lights merged, and the entire void trembled. It was as if the sky had split open, and it made people's hearts tremble. Rumble, a loud sound spread across half of Ice Snow City. The weaker martial artists nearby were all pushed back by the force, and some even suffered internal injuries. Lu Yang and Vivian conjured up a light barrier that enveloped Lin Xian as well. In the distance, the elders of the Tsang family all stood up and looked at the arena nervously. The group of martial artists also steadied themselves and craned their necks to look. Song Bao's face was a little pale, and his chest was heaving up and down. Obviously, this move had consumed a lot of his energy. On the other side, Wen Su landed on the ground with a complicated expression. Who won? Everyone was curious. Vivian looked at Lin Xian and sighed. If Lin Xian was watching the battle, he would definitely be able to tell. However, he closed his eyes and remained silent. A piece of sleeve fell from the sky like a large snowflake, pure white and flawless. That seems to be Wensu's sleeve. Finally, someone said with a trembling voice. What? Everyone was shocked and looked carefully. Sure enough, they found that Wensu's right sleeve was missing a piece. You won. Wensu sighed and turned to walk down the battle arena. Brother Bao is mighty. Brother Bao is mighty. The disciples of the Tsang family all shouted loudly, and their faces were full of pride. Everyone was shocked, and they were even more afraid of Tsang Bao. If there were no accidents, Tsang Bao's ranking would definitely be in the top 50, or even top 40. The elders of the Tsang family heaved a sigh of relief, and their eyes flickered. If everything goes smoothly, our Tsang family will soon become the #1 family in the Azure province. The few elders were excited. Tsang Bao walked off the stage and did not continue the competition. He needed a good rest. However, the Tsang family didn't stop there. Tsang Lei's face was full of arrogance. He jumped directly into the ring and shouted, "Last time I beat up a few people from Yunzhou, but they were not convinced. Now, I'll give you a chance. I'll stand here and wait for you Cloud State warriors." Tsang Lei's words were insolent and arrogant. Everyone was silent. Tsang Bao's performance just now made them not dare to offend the Tsang family's disciples. The surrounding martial artists had strange expressions on their faces. Many of the newcomers did not know what was going on. I don't know why the Tsang family is targeting the warriors of the Cloud Prefecture. In the past few days, many warriors of the Cloud Prefecture have been injured by the Tsang family. So that's how it is. After understanding the situation, many people had sympathetic looks on their faces. The disciples of the Tong family all had gloomy expressions. They knew that the reason the Tsang family did this was because of Lin Xian. If Big Brother Lin was here, they wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Tong Yu's face was full of anger. The disciples of the Cloud State in the crowd had bitter expressions. They did not understand why the Tsang family would target them. In the pavilion far away, the elders of the Tong family also sighed and shook their heads. The Tsang family's power has been established. I'm afraid we're in danger. Not necessarily. The head of the Tong family said in a low voice, Lin Xian is already here. What? Lin Xian, that kid is here. The elders' faces were full of joy. They did not forget the situation that day. Lin Xian used the cultivation of the second sky of the spiritual sea realm to shake Tsang Lei, who was at the peak of the third sky of the spiritual sea realm. He even faintly suppressed the opponent. If Lin Xian is here, he can definitely defeat Tsang Lei. Some elders were excited. So what? The Tsang family still has Tsang Bao with abnormal strength. I'm afraid that those who are ranked 45th on the Hidden Dragon list and below can't defeat him. The elders had different opinions. Some were happy and some were worried. No matter what, at least we can suppress the Tsang family's arrogance. This was the last hope of the Tong family. In another pavilion, the elders of the 3 sects of the Cloud Prefecture were all here. These people's faces were very ugly. Their disciples were all injured, and some were still lying on the bed. They've gone too far. Let's go find the Tsang family and ask for an explanation. An elder of the Lotus Glory sect suddenly stood up. Forget it. Wouldn't people like us be laughing at our Cloud Prefecture when juniors fight? An elder of the Purple Cloud sect said in a low voice. On the battle martial stage, Tsang Lei had a smug expression. With a command, he shocked everyone to the point that they did not dare to go on stage. This feeling was too good. Martial artists of the Cloud Prefecture, listen well. If you meet Lin Xian, tell him that I'm not to be trifled with. Tell him to obediently kowtow and admit his mistake. Tsang Lei's voice spread everywhere. Lin Xian? Who is Lin Xian? What did he do? The surrounding martial artists were puzzled. Some of the disciples of the 3 sects of the Cloud Prefecture had a drastic change in expression, as if they remembered something terrifying. Lin Xian, this scum of the Cloud Prefecture, actually sneak-attacked our Tsang family's disciples. If you want to blame someone, blame that Lin Xian. In the crowd, Murong Qinling and the others had strange expressions. Could the Lin Xian he's talking about be Junior Brother Lin? Impossible. Wasn't Junior Brother Lin trapped in the trial ground of blood? It must be someone with the same name. But that person claimed to be from the Cloud Prefecture, so he should be junior brother Lin. Murong Qianling had a trace of expectation in her heart. Lin Xian came out, he's still alive. Not only were they surprised, but the elders of the three sects of the Cloud Prefecture were even more shocked. Lin Xian. He came out? In the pavilion, everyone looked at the Black Sky sect, and many people's expressions trembled. Elder Duanmu laughed bitterly. You don't have to look at me, I don't know anything. However, I hope that he really came out. That way, our Cloud Prefecture will be saved. Everyone was silent. Elder Duanmu was right. If it really was that Lin Xian, he should be able to save the reputation of the Cloud Prefecture. He had comprehended sword intent and obtained the inheritance. No one knew how far he would grow. The two words Lin Xian seemed to have a magical power, causing everyone to be shocked. Other than the elders of the three sects, when the other forces of the Cloud Prefecture heard this, their hearts burned with passion. That was the person who obtained the inheritance. We must capture him and ask for the martial arts inheritance. The Ling family's elders said coldly. In the crowd, Vivian and Lu Yang looked at each other, and then looked at Lin Xian. They didn't expect that Lin Xian had a grudge with the Tsang family, and they didn't expect that Lin Xian was actually a martial artist from the Cloud Prefecture. That was the most backward place. How could such a freak appear here? Nonsense, Big Brother Lin didn't sneak attack you. It's your Tsang family that's shameless and wanted to take our spiritual grass. Big Brother Lin couldn't stand it, so he attacked. Tong Yu was so angry that she was crying. This news was like a heavy bomb, causing everyone to faint. It seemed that the matter wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. It might involve some aristocratic families. At least, there was the shadow of the Tsang family and the Tong family. For a moment, everyone had a strong interest in this martial artist named Lin Xian. You're courting death. In the arena, Tsang Lei was furious and punched out. Chapter 173. Tong Yu's words enraged Tsang Lei. He could not wait to kill Tong Yu. He punched out with both fists. Lightning surged and intertwined to form a ferocious thunder beast. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced towards the Tong family. Let's do it together. Tong Lan gave a low shout, and the few people beside him formed a sword formation. An ancient sword shadow flashed and destroyed the thunder beast. Come at me together if you dare. I'll play with you. Tsang Lei said arrogantly. The Tong family disciples were livid. They had to work together to block Tsang Lei's attack. They were no match for him alone. Tsang Lei's punch stunned the Tong family disciples. He then looked in another direction. I heard that you're the number one of the younger generation in Yunzhou. Come and fight me. Tsang Lei sneered as he pointed at a young man in the Yunzhou martial artist area. You're Zheng Jun, right? Number 88 on the hidden dragon roll. Zheng Jun's expression changed. After he came out from the trials of blood, his strength had increased tremendously. He had finally reached number 88 on the hidden dragon roll. He was considered the most powerful among the younger generation in Yunzhou. However, he did not expect that this ranking would bring him danger. Zheng Jun felt the terrifying aura from Tsang Lei. He did not have any fighting spirit. The corner of his mouth twitched. Zheng Jun said softly, I'm not the number one in Yunzhou. I can't represent Yunzhou. Oh, if you're not, then who is? Tsang Lei's lips curled into an evil smile. When the surrounding Yunzhou martial artists heard this, their hearts raced. They were afraid that Zheng Jun would throw the title of number one to them, especially those who were similar in strength to Zheng Jun. They were so scared that their foreheads were sweating. Lin Xian. He's the number one in Yunzhou, Zheng Jun said in a low voice. Since Lin Xian had offended them and they could not find him, Lin Xian could not do anything. As expected, the smile on Tsang Lei's face disappeared. You dare to tease me? A sliver of lightning appeared on his body, throbbing violently. All right, don't make it difficult for them. I'll fight you. Murong Qianling stood out. Murong, don't be rash. Some people advised her softly. She was not his match. The Yunzhou disciples can be defeated, but they cannot run. Even if I lose, I still want to go up. Murong Qianling's eyes were firm. On the side, Wang Jianqing, Yuan Fei, Xie Changfeng, and the others' eyes dimmed. They had all been defeated by Tsang Lei a few days ago, so it was useless for them to go up now. Oh, there's finally someone who isn't afraid of death. Tsang Lei had a playful look on his face. Not bad, you're quite handsome. Why don't you be my bedwarming maid? Aqua Moon Sword. Murong Qinling's pretty face was cold as the long sword in her hand quickly stabbed out. A crescent-shaped sword radiance slashed out, like a flower in the mist or a moon in the water. Too weak. Tsang Lei punched out with his right fist, shattering the sword chi. At the same time, it formed a giant hand of thunder and lightning, grabbing toward Yifutyan. Murong Qinling's face was pale. The other party's strength was too powerful. She was not a match at all. However, it was impossible for her to admit defeat just like that. Murong Qinling's body floated and dodged unceasingly. In the crowd, Vivian looked at the stage anxiously. Since she knew that Lin Xian was a disciple of the Cloud State, she naturally didn't want any disciple of the Cloud State to get hurt. Aya, junior brother Lin, why are you cultivating at this time? Vivian cried out in dissatisfaction. She naturally saw that Lin Xian wasn't sleeping on purpose. Instead, he had fallen into a very strange state. There was a cry of alarm on the stage. Murong Qinling's face was pale as she was about to be swallowed by the thunder and lightning. Vivian gritted her teeth and prepared to make a move. At this moment, Lin Xian in front of her moved. He slowly opened his eyes as if he had just woken up from a deep sleep. Golden electric arcs jumped in his eyes like a flash of lightning. Whoosh! His body swayed and Lin Xian disappeared from his original spot. On the stage, the blue hand of thunder and lightning covered the sky and earth. It was incomparably ferocious and was about to grab Murong Qinling. At this moment, a golden bolt of lightning flashed by at an extreme speed. With a flash of golden light, Murong Qinling's body disappeared. Rumble! The blue hand of thunder and lightning smashed on the ground, and a terrifying pit appeared. There was even a trace of black smoke coming out from the surroundings. It didn't hit? Tsang Lei was stunned and looked around. Everyone was also stunned. Most of them didn't see what had just happened. Only Tsang Bao, Wen Su, and a few others saw someone saving Murong Qinling. Behind. The surrounding martial artists quickly shouted. Tsang Lei suddenly turned his head with a cruel smile on his face. However, when he saw the figure, he was stunned. Lin Xian. He gritted his teeth and said, "What? He's Lin Xian?" The surrounding martial artists were in an uproar as they looked at the young man on the stage. Not only them, the martial artists of the Cloud region, the elders of the Tong family, the elders of the 3 sects of the Cloud region, and other forces were all looking at Lin Xian. Junior brother Lin, you're finally here. Murong Qinling's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Ever since Lin Xian participated in the trial of blood, Murong Qinling's identity changed from a teacher to a senior sister. This was the sect's rule. If Lin Xian entered the harmonious spirit realm, perhaps those disciples would have to call him martial uncle. Senior sister Murong, don't worry. Leave everything to me. Although Lin Xian was comprehending the lightning martial arts, he still left a part of his consciousness outside. Therefore, he was aware of everything that happened outside. Murong Qinling nodded and walked down the stage. Only Tsang Lei and Lin Xian were left on the stage. Everyone looked at Lin Xian and carefully sized him up. This was a handsome young man with a slender body and deep eyes. He was wearing a thick white bear coat, and there was a furry pet on his shoulder. Is this really the #1 martial artist of the Cloud region who injured the Tsang family's disciple? Everyone was doubtful. This is clearly a neighborhood boy. Lin Xian, you're finally here. I'll break your bones one by one and let you live like a dog for the rest of your life. Tsang Lei's expression was vicious, as if he was a demon from hell. Lin Xian's expression was cold. Since you want to live like this, I'll fulfill your wish. This expression again. Tsang Lei was going crazy in his heart. Pretend. I'll let you pretend. I'll kill you in a while. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the surrounding martial artists were also in an uproar. Although his appearance and cultivation didn't look like the #1 martial artist of the Cloud region, his tone and expression made everyone feel that the young man in front of them wasn't simple. After all, no one dared to offend the Tsang family now. In a pavilion far away, the Tsang family's elders snorted coldly. Daring to injure my Tsang family's disciple, I'll let you live a life worse than death. Directly suppress him and make him a slave of the Tsang family. The Tsang family's elders were very cruel. The Tong family's elders had a look of anticipation. They were looking forward to Lin Xian defeating Tsang Lei and dampening the Tsang family's prestige. The elders of the three sects of the Cloud region had a look of worry. Lin Xian's cultivation is only at the third layer of the spiritual ocean realm. I'm afraid he has no chance of winning. Maybe not as good as Zhang Jun. After all, he's just a brat. Elder Shui sneered. He didn't want Lin Xian to win. The news that Lin Xian was still alive already made him very unhappy. Elder Duanmu took a deep breath and his eyes shone brightly. No matter what, this time, we can't let Lin Xian suffer any harm. On the battle stage, Tsang Lei's expression was cold. The aura on his body kept rising and blue lightning surrounded him, making a rumbling sound. Chapter 174. Can that brat really contend against Tsang Lei? He's only at the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Don't know. Cloud State's martial artist cultivation is generally low. This might be their strongest battle power. The surrounding martial artists looked at the stage and discussed animatedly. Zhang Jun's face was gloomy. To avoid a battle, he casually put the title of Cloud State's #1 on Lin Xian's head. He originally thought that Lin Xian went missing and wouldn't appear. Who knew it would be like this? Now, he hated Lin Xian to lose immediately, or else he would go crazy. Humph, a bunch of idiots. Wait until you see junior brother Lin's strength. Don't be scared to tears. Lu Yang was full of confidence in Lin Xian. Ha 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 ha. Tsang Lei laughed loudly. The aura on his body rose to an extreme, then dispersed with a loud bang. Like raging waves beating the shore, it rolled up thousands of layers of clouds. I've already broken through to the fourth layer of the spiritual ocean tier. I can kill you with one hand. What? Fourth layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Even Tsang Lei broke through. The Tong family's disciples had ugly expressions. Cloud State's martial artists were also extremely nervous. Even some elders in the distance had their hearts in their mouths. Originally, they thought that Lin Xian had a chance of winning. But now, the situation was hard to say. Although Lin Xian had sword intent, the further one reached the spiritual ocean tier, the greater the gap. The surrounding warriors also sighed. Originally, they wanted to watch a fierce battle, but now, it seemed that the result was already very obvious. Idiot, Lin Xian even killed a martial artist comparable to the fifth layer of the spiritual ocean tier, not to mention Tsang Lei. Lu Yang looked at everyone's expression and sneered in his heart. If this is what you're counting on, then I'm very disappointed. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He opened his 5 fingers slightly, and golden arcs of lightning danced on his fingertips. Just nice, I'll test it on you. Lin Xian just got the lightning sacred art from Wine Lord, so it was a good time to test it out. Arrogant, die. Tsang Lei attacked like a thunder god. His 2 fists punched out, and 2 giant lightning pythons shot out. What a terrifying lightning aura. Some cultivators' voices trembled. Good job, Brother Lei. Kill him. The disciples of the Tsang family shouted. Tsang Bao looked at the field and nodded. Lei has already mastered the Thunder Tyrant Fist. I think it won't be hard for him to enter the top 60 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Chain Lightning. Lin Xian's body remained motionless as he abruptly descended. Boom. 5 bolts of golden lightning suddenly struck down from the sky. It was extremely violent. Each of them was as thick as a human thigh. The 5 lightning bolts lined up in a row and blasted into the blue lightning python's body, directly penetrating it. This time, the scene was too shocking. The 10-meter-long lightning python was directly cut apart and turned into dust. What? He's also a Thunder Attribute martial artist? At this moment, all the surrounding martial artists were stunned. Lin Xian's move was too brilliant. It was so brilliant that it blinded their eyes. I'm afraid even Tsang Bao wouldn't be able to achieve such a brilliant lightning control technique. Why do I feel that his lightning is even more terrifying than Tsang Lei's? Many martial artists were surprised. Song Bao squinted his eyes and looked coldly at Lin Xian. There was a hint of greed in his eyes. Golden lightning. Such a high grade. If I can get this lightning, I'm afraid entering the top 30 of the Hidden Dragon ranking wouldn't be a problem. It wasn't just Song Bao. All the elders of the Tsang family were alarmed. Golden lightning? Isn't this the lightning in the legends? How could that kid have it? No, we must capture this person. Only our Tsang family deserves to have this kind of lightning. The elders of the Tsang family made a decision. Regardless of the result of the competition, they wouldn't let Lin Xian go. Damn it, it's this kind of lightning again. Song Lei's face was ferocious. Last time, he was completely restrained by this golden lightning. I can only use that move. A hint of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes as he formed a strange seal with his palm. A dangerous aura was emitted from his body, making people's hearts tremble. Lin Xian frowned. His body turned into a ray of light and rushed over. He didn't want to waste time on a small character like Song Lei. Your Tsang family oppressed my fellow martial artists of Cloud State and even injured my sect's disciples. This kind of crime is unforgivable. Lin Xian's voice was as loud as a bell, shaking the 9 heavens. He arrived in front of Song Lei in a flash and slammed his palm down. Golden lightning ring. A golden lightning ring flew out and wrapped around Song Lei. Then, it released a powerful lightning power. Crackle. It was as if a golden sea of lightning had appeared and covered the area, causing destruction everywhere. Everyone stared blankly and was stunned for a moment. When the lightning disappeared, Song Lei's body was charred black. His hair stood on end, and the defensive armor on his body was all broken. A smell of barbecued meat came, mixed with a hint of burnt smell. Just one hit, and Song Lei was severely injured. This kind of method was too terrifying. One had to know that Lin Xian was only a martial artist in the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean realm, while Song Lei was a martial artist in the 4th layer. Although it was only a difference of 1 layer, there was a world of difference between them. This kind of method to fight above one's level could only be done by some very powerful martial arts geniuses. Everyone didn't dare to underestimate Lin Xian anymore. This was definitely a young demon king. You dare to hurt me. I'm going to kill you. Song Lei went crazy. He didn't think that Lin Xian could defeat him in one move. He endured the pain and took out a walnut-sized bead from his storage ring. There was a bitter smile on his face. I'm going to make you die without a burial place. Not good. This is the Thunderfire bead. It can kill all martial artists below the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. When the surrounding martial artists saw it, they all retreated in fear. And Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Purple light flickered in his eyes as he released a soul attack. Song Lei's face was twisted with struggle. Finally, he handed the Thunderfire bead to Lin Xian while trembling. What? Is Song Lei crazy? The group of people was so shocked that their jaws dropped. Bastard! What did you do to Brother Lei? The disciples of the Tsang family were furious. Song Bao also frowned, his eyes full of confusion. Lin Xian put away the Thunderfire bead, then looked at Song Lei with a cold smile. His gaze was like a sword, waking Song Lei up instantly. What did you do to me? My big brother is here. He won't let you go. The Tsang family won't let you go either. Song Lei's eyes were filled with fear as he screamed crazily. You shouldn't have attacked the martial artists of Cloud State, and definitely shouldn't have attacked my fellow disciples. Lin Xian's voice was cold, colder than the ice and snow of Snow State. Since you did it, you have to pay the price. Golden lightning danced on his fingertips, forming a golden vortex. Traces of terrifying aura came from it, as if it was going to destroy everything. No, big brother, save me. Song Lei used his remaining strength to escape while shouting loudly at the same time. Who? Lin Xian's palm fell. Swoosh. A dazzling saber light lit up, cutting through the air and slashing toward Lin Xian. It was a powerful and terrifying saber. It had directly cut the battle stage into 2 halves. As the saber light was swung, a blue figure flew out and instantly landed on the stage. Big brother. Song Lei's voice was filled with surprise. Everyone looked over and saw Song Bao standing opposite Lin Xian with a cold expression. Don't you think you went too far? Too far? When you attacked the martial artists of Cloud State, did you think you went too far? When you attacked my fellow disciples, did you think you were cruel? Now you're saying this to me. You asked for it. I hit them. What can you do? Chapter 175. With Song Bao's support, Song Lei became arrogant again. The disciples of Cloud State were furious. The Song family was too much of a bully. Even some of the onlooking disciples were furious. Many of them began to support Lin Xian. I said, no one can save you. Lin Xian's eyes were like sharp swords that pierced through the front. Humph, with just you? My brother can crush you with one hand. Song Lei shouted from behind. Whoosh! Lin Xian's body flashed and disappeared. Song Bao's pupils constricted, and he was furious. He defeated Wen Su, who was ranked 47th, and was in the limelight. He thought that he could intimidate everyone, but he did not expect Lin Xian to attack him in front of him. The surrounding martial artists were also stunned. This was too fierce. Did he really dare to attack Song Bao? Song Bao stomped his feet, and lightning surged out from his body. It was as if it had turned into thousands of lightning spears that pierced in all directions. Chi-chi. Golden electric arcs jumped, and Lin Xian's figure appeared from the side. He pulled out an arc of electric light from his hand and formed a ring of electric light that enveloped Song Bao. Humph! Break for me. Song Bao sneered and slashed with the long saber in his hand. The saber light cut through the void and slashed at the golden electric ring in the air. Chi-chi. The long saber was like a rainbow as it cut through the golden electric ring like tofu and quickly slashed at Lin Xian. Not good. Song Bao is too powerful. Murong Qianling and the rest were shocked. The disciples of the Tong family exclaimed. The surrounding martial artists were also nervous. Could Song Bao be so powerful that he could kill Lin Xian with one slash? Lu Yong and Wei Wei looked strange, but they were not too worried. They had seen Lin Xian's strength. Song Bao was not much different from the one-eyed wolf bandit. If Lin Xian could kill the one-eyed wolf bandit, he would definitely not be hit by Song Bao. In the distant pavilion, the elders all frowned. Among them, the elders of the Tsang family looked solemn, and there was a trace of uneasiness in their hearts. Chi-chi. The saber radiance flashed like a bolt of lightning, piercing through Lin Xian. The hearts of Murong Qianling and the others trembled as they felt a burst of dizziness. They didn't believe that Lin Xian would die just like that. Chi. Lin Xian's split body didn't spurt out blood. Instead, it turned into a ball of lightning and flew in all directions. Phantom. Song Bao's pupils shrank. He seemed to have thought of something terrifying. Ah! Big brother, save me. A blood-curdling scream came from behind. Song Bao turned around abruptly, his entire being raging with rage. I've said it before. No one can save you. Lin Xian's voice was calm and steady. However, when these words entered the ears of the Tsang family disciples, it was like a clap of thunder from the 9 heavens, shocking them to the point their hearts trembled. Without any hesitation, Lin Xian's palm glowed with a golden lightning vortex. Then, he blasted it at Song Lei's dantian. Puff. Song Lei rolled out like a dead dog. The blue saber radiance flashed and slashed towards Lin Xian. This saber was extremely fast, like a flash of lightning. However, Lin Xian's speed was even faster. He turned into a golden line and retreated rapidly. Rumble. Where Lin Xian originally stood, a huge crack appeared and spread into the distance. My spiritual ocean. My spiritual ocean is shattered. Song Lei rolled on the ground and kept screaming. You actually shattered my spiritual ocean. I want you dead. What? Song Lei is crippled. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect things to turn out like this. In this world where martial arts were respected, a crippled spiritual ocean meant that one could no longer cultivate. This was a fate crueler than death. The surrounding martial artists stared blankly at Lin Xian. An inexplicable fear arose in their hearts. This young man seemed gentle, but when he did things, he was decisive and did not hesitate at all. Even in the face of a powerhouse like Song Bao, he couldn't change his mind. You bullied the martial artists of Cloud State and my sect. You should be prepared to be crippled. Lin Xian's voice was like a sharp sword that pierced through the sky. The martial artists of Cloud State trembled and looked at Lin Xian excitedly. The disciples of the three sects were panting heavily. They felt their blood boiling. Originally, they were unhappy with Lin Xian. However, now, Lin Xian dared to challenge the entire Tsang family for them in Cloud State. This kind of courage made them excited and made them yearn for it. What was the attitude of a powerhouse? If I want you to live, you can't die. If I want you to die, no one can save you. Not even God. Wang Jianqing, Yuan Fei, Shangguan Luyun, and the others clenched their fists tightly. Lin Xian's figure had been deeply imprinted in their hearts and became the direction they pursued. In the distant pavilion, the elders of Cloud State's three sects also stood up excitedly. Awesome. This feeling is too awesome. For the past few days, they had been suppressed by the Tsang family. Many people mocked Cloud State. They were angry and unwilling, but they were powerless to fight back. As a major force in Green State, the Tsang family was much stronger than them. As for the younger generation, Tsang Lei alone was enough to suppress the martial artists of Cloud State. Now, the devil in their hearts was lying on the ground like a dog. And all of this was done by Lin Xian. He was a disciple of Cloud State. Fuck, this is too awesome. Let's see who still dares to say that Cloud State has no one. An elder of the Black Heaven sect shouted. On the other side, the elders of the Tsang family were in an uproar. Many of them stood up and prepared to capture Lin Xian. Stop. If we attack at this time, what will the martial artists of the world think of us? The Tsang family's grand elder said coldly. Are we going to let him go just like that? The other elders roared angrily. Let him go? How can we? I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. The Tsang family's grand elder said cruelly. Let's leave the surface matters to the younger generation. If we attack, those old guys from Cloud State will also attack. Although our Tsang family isn't afraid of them, this isn't Green State. We don't have enough people, so we can't act rashly. When this is over, we will secretly capture that kid, extract his lightning, and make him a slave of the Tsang family forever. The group of Tsang family's elders calmed down and sat down. Their eyes flashed and their smiles were cruel. On the combat stage, Tsang Lei had been carried down. However, things weren't over yet. Tsang Bao's face was ferocious as he glared at Lin Xian. He couldn't wait to kill him. Kid, you will regret this. I will make you pay the price. No one can hurt a disciple of the Tsang family. The lightning on Tsang Bao's body rumbled and formed a black cloud above him. The wind and snow between heaven and earth became even stronger. The cold wind blew, as cold as the blades of a blade. However, no one felt the cold. Their bodies were trembling slightly as they stared at the stage with excitement. Exciting, too exciting. Someone dared to attack the Tsang family. The surrounding martial artists were as excited as if they were injected with chicken blood. Fight! 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 Everyone raised their arms and shouted. Thousands of voices gathered together and formed a torrent that shook the heavens and earth. The entire Ice Snow City was alarmed. More martial artists rushed over. Lin Xian stared at Tsang Bao. The battle intent in his heart continued to rise. Doesn't your Tsang family like to suppress the martial artists of Cloud State? Chapter 176. Powerful, too powerful. Who would have thought that a martial artist at the third level of the spiritual ocean realm would dare to fight against Tsang Bao? That was an elite that even when Su defeated Peng, Tsang Bao was enraged. His long saber slashed out continuously, forming a saber light in the air. Half of the sky was covered by the light. The saber light was brilliant, illuminating the front. Lin Xian swayed and kept flashing, dodging all the attacks. He leaned forward and waved his hands. Chain lightning. The clouds rolled, and 5 golden lightning bolts struck down. The sea of lightning rolled around, emitting energy waves that made people's hearts palpitate. Boom! Tsang Bao's long saber turned into lightning, and a lightning bird gushed out from the materialized saber light. With a flap of its wings, it charged into the sky. Rumble, Blue lightning bird versus golden lightning. Both were extremely violent energies. When the two collided, they exploded. The entire battle martial stage was shaking. Fortunately, this stage was built with special stones that were extremely hard. Otherwise, this would be enough to turn the stage into dust. That blue lightning bird was pierced through in an instant. 5 terrifying holes the size of buckets appeared. However, his 5 lightning bolts didn't strike down. The injured lightning bird turned into a ball of lightning fire, burning fiercely and exhausting the energy of the 5 golden lightning bolts. With one strike, the two were evenly matched. Cloud State's martial artists all looked at Lin Xian excitedly. Although they admired Lin Xian, they didn't think that Lin Xian could contend with Song Bao. But now, it seemed that Lin Xian's strength was even more terrifying than they imagined. Lu Yong and Wei Wei watched with a smile. They knew that Lin Xian's strongest point wasn't lightning, but sword arts. Lin Xian didn't use a sword, which meant that he had enough confidence. Damn it! Song Bao was furious. He couldn't get the upper hand. This situation was unexpected. Even in the competition with Wen Su, he had absolute confidence. But now, he didn't have any confidence. Sevenfold Thunder Saber. Lightning jumped on Song Bao's body, bursting out with powerful energy. He used his strongest attack. His long saber was wrapped in endless lightning, looking azure. Here it comes, Brother Leopard's strongest attack. 7-layered Thunder Blade. Brother Leopard is mighty. The Tsong family's disciples all shouted. Everyone was nervous. They didn't know if Lin Xian would be defeated by the 7-fold Thunder Blade like Wen Su. In a distant pavilion, the hands of the Tsong family's elder were sweating. The 7-fold Thunder Blade should be able to subdue this brat, right? What are you thinking? This is my Tsong family's spirit tier martial art. It will definitely be able to defeat that little thief. The elder of the Tsong family felt a trace of worry. Your strongest attack? Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. His hands began to form a seal, and a whirlpool of golden lightning appeared in his hands. The golden vortex spun at high speed like a whirlwind. Lightning flashed within it. Although the lightning vortex was only the size of a palm, no one dared to underestimate it. 7-layered Thunder Blade. 3 blades in one. 3 phantoms of thunder blades formed behind Song Bao. They were more than 10 meters tall and looked like small mountains. Under his control, the 3 thunder blade phantoms quickly merged into one and slashed forward. Airwaves rolled. Snowflakes flew backward, and the sky was filled with snow. The huge thunder blade seemed to have cut open the entire space, forming a vacuum zone in front of it. Lightning storm. The golden vortex in Lin Xian's hand flew out and grew bigger with the wind. In the sky above the battle stage, a golden cloud seemed to have appeared and shrouded Song Bao. Rumble. Lightning flashed and the storm danced, drowning the front. Everyone's eyelids twitched as they constantly retreated, afraid of being contaminated by the lightning. Song Bao was hit by the lightning storm and let out a miserable cry. How is this possible? When the elders of the Tsong family saw this scene, they all stood up. The great elder even smashed a table into pieces. Lin Xian's body kept rising as he dodged the thunder blade in the air. Not good, Lin Xian is going to be hit. A martial artist exclaimed. Could it be that both of them are going to be seriously injured? Lin Xian, Murong Qianling, and the rest were extremely anxious. Wei Wei and Lu Yong were also on tenterhooks as they watched nervously. Humph, the 7-fold Thunder Blade isn't that easy to dodge. In the pavilion, the great elder of the Tsong family said coldly. The blade light shrouded the bottom and was about to hit Lin Xian. Boom! The blade light exploded like a ball of sun, incomparably dazzling. Everyone closed their eyes, not daring to look directly. After a long time, when the light dissipated, everyone opened their eyes and impatiently looked over. They saw that the spiritual energy on Song Bao's body was shattered, and there were holes in his body. His face was black and his hair was disheveled. He was in a sorry state. Although he was seriously injured, at least he survived. He looked in front of him and saw that it was scorched black, and there was a bottomless hole. Humph, no matter how strong you are, you will still be cut down by me. Ha 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 ha. Song Bao looked up and laughed. Are you talking about me? A faint voice came from behind him. What? Song Bao's voice stopped abruptly as if he was choked by someone. His face was stiff and his smile was still on his face, but his eyes were filled with horror. Behind him, Lin Xian was wearing a white bear coat. It was white and flawless, like an elegant young master. Impossible. Song Bao turned back and screamed, "How can you be completely fine?" He did not believe it. He did not believe it at all. Although it was just 3 blades in one, the power was not something an ordinary person could block. He believed that under that blade, even an expert of the same level could not escape unscathed. However, Lin Xian was not injured at all. Song Bao was not the only one shocked. Everyone was stunned. In their opinion, even if Lin Xian could block this blade, he would at least be seriously injured like Song Bao. However, the facts in front of them told them that Lin Xian was completely fine. Is this guy still human? I feel like I'm dreaming. Many martial artists felt their heads were stuck and could not think properly. Impossible. How can he dodge the 7-fold thunder blade unscathed? The elders of the Tsang family were in a mess. That was their Tsang family's ultimate technique. How could someone dodge it unscathed? Damn it. This kid must have a secret. We must catch him. The elder of the Tsang family gritted his teeth and said. In fact, Lin Xian was able to dodge this blade thanks to Wen Su. When Wen Su and Song Bao were fighting, Lin Xian was shocked by the white feather flight. Although he was learning martial arts from Wine Lord at that time, he still left a trace of consciousness. Wen Su's white feather flight was copied in his mind. Relying on the great dragon sword seal's unparalleled saint technique, Lin Xian could use this ultimate technique to dodge the 7-fold thunder blade. Hemph, don't be so smug. That was just an appetizer. Now I'll let you see the true power of the 7-fold thunder blade. Song Bao decided to use 5 blades in one. That was his strongest attack. He took a deep breath and circulated his spiritual energy to the extreme. The blade in his hand shone brightly, and the shadow of the thunder blade appeared behind him. 5 blades in one? Lin Xian smirked. Since you want to lose, I'll let you lose completely. Chapter 177. With a sword in hand, Lin Xian's aura underwent a huge change. Sharp, sharp, like a divine sword unsheathed. What? Is he a swordsman? The surrounding warriors were a little dazed. Lin Xian's lightning power had already shocked them, and now he took out a long sword. No way, if he's a swordsman, how abnormal would he be? Those warriors who did not know Lin Xian were all discussing, their eyes full of surprise. Because the average swordsman's ability was in the sword. With a long sword in hand, they could release 120% of their attack, but without a long sword, they might not even be able to release 60% of their attack. However, Lin Xian was obviously an exception. Without a sword, he was very powerful. With a sword, he was even stronger. At this moment, all the warriors who knew Lin Xian had a change of expression. Many people were excited and could not wait to shout out loud. Because Lin Xian's strongest was not lightning, but sword intent. A swordsman who comprehended sword intent, his combat power was absolutely heaven-defying. Lin Xian made the same gesture as Song Bao, and the spiritual power in his body constantly surged. What is he doing? Is he going to use some kind of ultimate skill? The surrounding warriors were guessing. Don't try to use this trick to confuse me. It's useless. Song Bao sneered. Is he going to use the same martial skill? What a joke. The Tsang family elders looked disdainful. However, in the next moment, their eyes almost popped out. 5 thick beams of sword chi appeared behind Lin Xian, as if they were pillars of heaven. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as if they had seen a ghost. On the opposite side, Song Bao's expression changed drastically. His body was trembling, and the lightning blade phantom behind him flickered. Impossible! How do you know my Tsang family's ultimate skill? Song Bao shouted with all his strength. The Tsang family disciples behind him were all terrified. The group of Tsang family elders were almost scared to death. This scene was too terrifying. Their opponents had actually used the exact same move, and this move was actually a secret of their family that had never been passed down to outsiders. It's not the sevenfold Thunderblade, it just looks the same. The Tsang family's great elder's cultivation was extraordinary, and he was able to see through the truth. Although they looked the same, their auras were completely different. After the elders heard this, they were relieved. Then, they sneered. Their Tsang family's sevenfold Thunderblade was not something that could be casually called out. Every slash contained a peerlessly powerful force. Moreover, every slash was not simply superimposed. When the seven sabers were combined into one, he could unleash an attack that exceeded his own strength. Song Bao quickly figured this out. He ignored Lin Xian and slowly condensed the shadow of the thunder blade behind him. Lin Xian also understood this principle. Although he could not simulate the secret of the thunder blade now, the moment Song Bao attacked, everything would be revealed. Activating his purple spirit eyes to the extreme, Lin Xian seemed to be able to see through Song Bao. Song Bao's body trembled as he felt an inexplicable chill. Without waiting any longer, he waved his long arms and the 5 saber shadows behind him merged into one, forming a dazzling blade light that slashed down. This moment was extremely fast, but under the effect of his purple spirit eyes, Lin Xian still managed to catch it. The great dragon sword seal surged as Lin Xian unleashed his body's potential to the extreme. The blade light flashed and instantly arrived above his head. At this moment, Lin Xian attacked. The 5 sword auras behind him quickly merged into one, forming a sharp blade light. Moreover, it also contained a sharp sword intent. Slash! Lin Xian roared as the autumn scar sword slashed out quickly. The sword auras behind him surged and surged in all directions. Rumble! The 2 violent energies collided with each other, producing a metallic sound. I am the true sevenfold Thunderblade. Die! Song Bao's face was filled with madness as he poured all the spiritual energy in his body into it. However, what made him despair was that the blue blade light was slowly being repelled. The sharp sword aura was like a huge dragon as it flew towards him. In an instant, everything was annihilated. The whole world seemed to have lost its sound. No sound could be heard, and only the light was shining. Shoo shoo shoo. In the pavilion far away, the elders of the Tsang family could no longer hold it in. They were about to go crazy. Without any hesitation, they quickly rushed towards the battle stage. They were not the only ones who moved at the same time. The elders of the 3 sects and the various forces of the cloud state also moved. Open! A loud roar was heard as a huge palm appeared in the sky. The palm grabbed at the air, causing the clouds to roll back and strong winds to blow in all directions. Lin Xian's sword aura was shattered. A strong pressure came down, as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on him. This horrifying aura instantly covered the entire area, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. This is a harmonious spirit realm expert, someone said with a trembling voice. Lin Xian's expression was solemn as he looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky, lost in thought. Is this the power of a harmonious spirit realm expert? Too strong. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. Lin Xian was not too worried because he could sense a few familiar forces in his soul. These people would protect him. Swoosh! A huge palm of light, about 100 meters in size, mercilessly grabbed at Lin Xian. Bang! The clouds rolled and formed a huge mountain, repelling the palm of light. A few figures quickly landed beside Lin Xian, protecting him. Greetings, elders, Lin Xian said respectfully. The people who came were Elder Duanmu and the others. They surrounded Lin Xian tightly, fearing that an accident would happen. Little thief, look what you've done. On the opposite side, the elders of the Tsang family were trembling with anger. One of the elders carried a blood-soaked leopard with a ferocious expression. Lin Xian sneered, "The young one can't beat the old one. The Tsang family is really capable." "What did you say? Believe it or not, I'll kill you with one slap." The elder of the Tsang family was furious. "Humph, do you really think we're decorations?" Elder Duanmu and the others snorted, their aura fluctuating. The Tsang family was in the wrong in the first place. They had mercilessly suppressed the disciples of the Cloud State, but now, a harmonious spirit realm warrior dared to attack Lin Xian. We old men shouldn't interfere with the younger generation's battle. If you really want to fight, I can accompany you for a few moves. Elder Duanmu said slowly. Shameless Junior, you stole the secret art of the Tsang family and even injured our disciples. This is unforgivable. Hand over Lin Xian, or the Cloud State will be in trouble. The elder of the Tsang family was overbearing. If you didn't target the disciples of the Cloud State, I'm afraid this wouldn't have happened. So, use your brain first before you do anything in the future, Lin Xian retorted. Tsang Leopard and I had a fair battle. It's inevitable that there would be casualties. This point, your family's Tsang Lei has already made it very clear. If you really want to attack me without caring about your status, I'll accept it. But at that time, it's none of my business how the world talks about the Tsang family. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. He had many ways to prevent the elder from attacking. The elders of the Tsang family were flushed red. They had calmed down from their initial rage. Now that there were so many pairs of eyes watching, if they acted rashly, they might attract the dissatisfaction of the other forces. Immediately, the elder of the Tsang family snorted, "Let's put the matter of injuring him aside for now. You stole the secret art of the Tsang family. This matter will not be forgotten. No matter what, you have to come back with us to the Tsang family and find out the truth." They sneered in their hearts. As long as Lin Xian was in their hands, they would be able to find out his secret. Chapter 178. Elder Duanmu and the rest frowned slightly. The martial technique that Lin Xian displayed was indeed similar to Tsang Bao's. If the Tsang family clung to it, this matter would probably be very troublesome. Who knew that? Lin Xian laughed disdainfully. Your Tsang family's martial art? What's your Tsang family's martial art called? Humph, asking when you already know the answer. Of course it's the sevenfold thunder saber. Don't think that we can't recognize you changing to sword shadows. The Tsang family's elders sneered. Sevenfold thunder saber. That's to say that you can at most condense 7 saber shadows? Lin Xian asked solemnly. Nonsense, this sort of thing. Most people know. The Tsang family's head elder snorted coldly. After Lin Xian heard, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. The Tsang family's elders were bewildered, faintly having a bad feeling. But they did not believe that Lin Xian could prove anything. Even the surrounding martial artists also had curious faces. They did not know why Lin Xian was so calm. Everyone, what I displayed was clearly the 9 heavens sword shadows, not some sevenfold thunder saber. Nonsense, what 9 heavens sword shadows? We've never heard of it. Don't try to quibble, you little thief. The Tsang family's elders berated loudly. Whether it's quibbling or not, you'll know with one look. Lin Xian's eyes focused, and the aura on his body gradually became fierce. Behind him, long sword phantoms began to appear, forming a row. Everyone focused and looked over, and very soon, their eyes widened. 5 flashes, same as before. No, 7 flashes. He actually condensed 7 flashes. I'm afraid that even in the Tsang family, there aren't many people who can condense 7 sword shadows. The group of martial artists seemed to have gone mad, exclaiming repeatedly. The Tsang family's elders' faces darkened like they saw a ghost. Impossible. How can he possibly display 7 flashes of sword energy? He's only at the 3rd firmament spiritual sea realm. The Tsang family's elders' faces were hideous. But what shocked them had yet to come. After the 7 sword shadows appeared, Lin Xian did not stop but revolved his spirit energy again. The 8th sword shadow was faintly discernible, appearing before everyone's eyes. Oh my God, what did I see? The 8th sword shadow. Isn't the sevenfold thunder saber only 7 flashes? Why did the 8th one appear? Could it be that what he said was true? It's not the sevenfold thunder blade, but the 9 heavens sword shadow? Up until now, more than half of the families were already believed. When the 9th sword shadow appeared, everyone believed 9th Lin Xian S, the Tsang family's elders. What Lin Xian did the 9 heavens sword shadow? The faces of the Tsang family's elders darkened as they stared at Lin Xian like hungry wolves. Damn it, what kind of secret technique does he have? The elders roared in their hearts. Of that, they. If the family master families would too. Would. To them, as long as they captured Lin Xian, they could do it. Humph, it's just a trick. Just follow me back. The Tsang family's great elder sneered and suddenly attacked. Boom. Like a volcano erupting, the spirit energy wave blew away all the family's warriors. A huge lightning palm covered the sky, grabbing at Lin Xian. How dare you? Elder Duanmu was furious. He waved his sleeve and rushed forward. The battle between harmonious spirit experts was shocking. With just one strike, all the warriors within 1,000 meters fell to the ground. Just as the battle was about to break out, a cold snort came from the horizon. Humph! How dare you touch a friend of my Wanbao Tower? A strong light flashed and collided between Elder Duanmu and the Tsang family's great elder. The force was very strong but very gentle. It separated the two of them in an instant. 3 figures flashed and appeared in front of everyone. One was red, one was white, and the other was a hunchback old man. Elder Duanmu and the rest of the Tsang family's elders looked at the 3 of them cautiously. So it's Taoist friends from the Wanbao Tower. Greetings, Duanmu. On the other side, the Tsang family's elders also bowed. They didn't dare to go against the Wanbao Tower. The Tsang family was only a big family in the Qing province, while the Wanbao Tower was a big power in the Xia country. The 2 of them weren't on the same level. I don't know why the 3 of you are here. Greetings, 3 seniors. Before the Tsang family's great elder could finish his words, Lin Xian took the initiative to shout. The red and white elders looked at Lin Xian with a smile. Little friend Lin isn't injured, right? Lin, little friend? Everyone was stunned. The Tsang family's elders were dumbstruck. Lin Xian was actually related to the Wanbao Tower, and this relationship wasn't ordinary. Who was he? Why were so many people protecting him? The Tsang family's elders could not figure it out, but they knew that the matter of capturing Lin Xian this time was probably going to be a bust. Regarding the matter of Lin Xian's 9 Heaven Sword Shadow, this old man can prove that it's indeed his own martial art. The Wanbao Tower's hunchbacked old man said coolly. Since Elder Gu spoke, then it's naturally true. The Tsang family's great elder was driven mad in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He did not dare to oppose the Wanbao Tower head-on. But the matter of capturing Lin Xian, he would not give up. Let's go. The Tsang family's great elder flicked his sleeves and brought the Tsang family's people away. Many elders gnashed their teeth in hatred as they looked at Lin Xian. The ruthlessness in them was very obvious. But Lin Xian was not afraid at all. With the Wanbao Tower now, the Tsang family did not dare to make a move at all. And after a few more days, even without the Wanbao Tower's protection, he would not fear the Tsang family either. Because he and the Sword Pool Manor's Lin family were bound to meet. And at that time, his other identity would also be exposed. At that time, the Tsang family's elders would probably not dare to do anything to him at all. Seeing the Tsang family's people leave, the Wanbao Tower's 3 elders looked at Lin Xian with smiles. Young friend Lin, don't forget our agreement. 3 seniors, please rest assured. Lin Xian won't forget. Also, thank the 3 seniors for saving me. Lin Xian said respectfully. Hoo-hoo, too serious. The 3 elders said with a laugh. Following that, the 3 people spoke briefly and then left. Xianer, let's go back, Elder Duanmu said. Yes. A cloud of mist enveloped everyone and left this place. Only a group of martial artists remained on the spot, discussing continuously. Of course, the object of their discussion was all Lin Xian. Presumably, within a few days, Lin Xian's name would spread throughout the entire Ice Snow City. In the southern district of Ice Snow City, there was an ice snow courtyard. The houses inside were all cast with cold ice. In one of the halls, many people stood. They were precisely the profound Sky Sect's disciples. Elder Duanmu sat in the middle, and on both sides were the other elders of the sect. Elder Shui sat in the middle, but his expression was a little unnatural. Zhang Jun stood in the crowd with his head lowered. He did not dare to look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian recounted what happened after entering the blood-red door in a deep voice. Of course, he did not mention some important details and other important information. He did not mention a word about the Great Dragon Sword Seal and Shinjingqiu. So there's another secret place under the Blood-Red Palace? Is that black-robed man really from the Nether Hall? I'm afraid it won't be too peaceful, Elder Duanmu, and the rest had gloomy expressions. No matter which news it was, it made it difficult for them to calm down. Chapter 179. The snowstorm in Ice Snow City continued and more martial artists came and went. Of course, the most active ones were the younger generation. Did you know that a young genius appeared in Cloud State? Cloud State? Are you kidding? What kind of genius can appear in that place? Some of the new disciples did not believe it. Immediately, someone told them about the battle between Lin Xian and Song Bao. Many people were shocked. Of course, not everyone admired Lin Xian. The disciples of the Tsang family did not. They could not wait to eat Lin Xian. Some of the top experts on the hidden dragon role were also indifferent. To them, whether it was Song Bao or Lin Xian, they were not enough to arouse their interest. Their goal was to become a martial arts genius. Lin Xian stayed in the Ice Snow courtyard and did not come out. He rejected many people who came to visit him. In these 2 days, he continued to consolidate his lightning technique and merged it with the power of wind and lightning. Now, his strength had improved again. He had comprehended about 40% of the Wind Emperor's sword and 30% of the lightning technique. His soul power had also improved. However, his sword intent had reached a bottleneck and could not reach the small success stage. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was time to head to the snow-seeking sect. Lin Xian walked out of his room and met up with Elder Duanmu and the rest. There were a total of 5 elders and 10 disciples heading to the snow-seeking sect. Lin Xian's arrival attracted everyone's attention. Among them, Elder Duanmu was surprised. After not seeing him for 5 days, Lin Xian's aura had become stronger again. This was not because his cultivation had increased, but because there was a hidden power in his body that could explode at any time. He is indeed a genius. This kind of person will laugh at the world sooner or later. Elder Duanmu exclaimed in his heart. Everyone is here. Let's go. Elder Duanmu waved his sleeve, and a white jade ship appeared in the sky. Lin Xian sighed. The last time he rode the white jade ship was when he went to the bloody trial grounds. In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed, and he was no longer the pulse condensation stage brat. A group of people boarded the ship and rushed towards the snow-seeking sect. Wuji, Wuji. The little snow-white monkey woke up on Lin Xian's shoulder. It rubbed its eyes and cried out. The eyes of Murong Qianling and the other female disciples lit up as they looked at the little white monkey with starry eyes. Whoosh! The snow-white monkey's body flashed and disappeared from Lin Xian's shoulder. Lin Xian was slightly stunned. He realized that the little white monkey's figure had disappeared. It's in the storage ring, Wine Lord transmitted. Lin Xian probed with his soul force. Sure enough, he discovered the figure of the snow-white monkey. However, his heart suddenly trembled. This isn't a spiritual pet storage ring. This little thing is very mysterious. You can't use common sense to judge it, Wine Lord said with a smile. Hearing this, the little white monkey raised its head and made a face at the void. He can sense our presence? Lin Xian was shocked. If it could sense him, then so be it. If it could sense Wine Lord too, then this monkey would be heaven-defying. The little white monkey revealed a disdainful expression. Then, it grabbed the green eggshell and ate it. Lin Xian was speechless. He realized that this little thing really couldn't be judged with common sense. Ignoring the little white monkey, Lin Xian looked around. The snow-seeking sect was located on top of a snowy mountain. All the buildings were not made of ice. Ice Hall, Ice Palace, Ice Bridge, and even an ice river around the mountain. The white jade ship flew quickly and soon arrived at the periphery of the snow-seeking sect. Lin Xian felt that the surrounding spiritual energy had become denser. It was several times purer than in the mysterious heaven sect. As everyone knew, the denser the spiritual energy, the faster a martial artist's cultivation would be. For example, the disciples of the mysterious heaven sect cultivated faster than other martial artists in Yunzhou. However, compared to the snow-seeking sect, it was much worse. In Xia country, the few major spiritual veins were all occupied by the top forces. Among them, the 3 most powerful forces were the Swordpool Mansion, the Earth-Fire sect, and the Blue Moon sect. And now, the Snow-Seeking sect had also become one of the top forces. When they arrived at the entrance of the Snow-Seeking sect, Elder Duanmu controlled the White Jade ship to descend slowly. There were many martial artists at the entrance. The arrival of Lin Xian and the rest attracted many people's attention. So it's Taoist friends from the mysterious Heaven sect. Please come in. A long-faced elder smiled and invited Duanmu and the rest in. At the back, a martial artist whispered, "They're actually from the mysterious Heaven sect. I wonder which one of them is Lin Xian?" It's useless even if you know. Those who can participate in the Snow-Seeking sect's grand meeting are all overlords. The younger generation here are the real geniuses. Songbao, Lin Xian, and the rest can't compare to them. A few people whispered among themselves. They were somewhat disdainful of Lin Xian. Elder Duanmu and the rest were led in. The elders had to go to the main hall to discuss some matters and were temporarily separated from Lin Xian and the rest. Lin Xian and the rest of the younger generation were led around by the Snow-Seeking sect's disciples. "Everyone, follow me. I'm sure you've never seen a large sect before. I'll show you around." The Snow-Seeking sect's disciple who received Lin Xian and the rest had an arrogant expression. It was no wonder. Now that the Snow-Seeking sect had been promoted to a 3-star sect, Lin Xian and the rest were only small martial artists from a 1-star sect. The gap between the two was too big. Lin Xian didn't care. Ever since he saw a genius like Shen Jingqiu, his horizons had been broadened. His martial Dao goal was higher and further. Moreover, he was born in the Swordpool Mansion. The place where he lived was even stronger than the Snow-Seeking sect. Therefore, he only smiled at such words. However, the faces of Murong Qinling and the rest were a little ugly. Many of them were livid and angry. Everyone is usually cultivating. Now that we finally have time to rest, let's take it as a sightseeing tour. Lin Xian said to the crowd with a smile. "Senior brother, thank you for your trouble." The Snow-Seeking sect's disciple looked at Lin Xian in surprise, and then led the way. It had to be said that this place was indeed unique. There were buildings made of ice and snow everywhere. Snow trees were planted on the side of the road. Lin Xian had snow beasts roaming around. It was like a snow wonderland. It's you." A cry of surprise was heard. Lin Xian turned around and saw a handsome young man with a sword standing on the side of the road. "Senior brotherine," the Snow-Seeking sect's disciple said respectfully. This young man was called Yin Shaoli. He had met Lin Xian once in Yunzhou. "So it's brotherine." Lin Xian cupped his fists and said, "All right, I'll take care of this. You can go do other things." Yin Shaoli said to the disciple. Then, he smiled at Lin Xian and said, "Please." Yin Shaoli's attitude was quite polite. Everyone's expression eased a lot. Along the way, they visited many places and left a lot of laughter. "The Plum Blossom Pavilion is up ahead. I'll take you there." Yin Shaoli led the way and walked forward. It was a garden with many different types of plum blossoms. There were plum blossoms of all shapes and colors. It could be said that it was a scenic spot of the Snow-Seeking sect. There were many people in the garden. Most of them were from the younger generation. Among them, there were more than 10 figures sitting in the pavilion, enjoying the plum blossoms and the snow. "Junior brotherine, you're here too." One of the people in the pavilion smiled. "I brought my friends from the Black Heaven sect to enjoy the scenery. I didn't expect Senior Brother Huang to be here too." Hearing that it was a Black Heaven sect's disciple, the people in the pavilion were surprised and turned around. "Kid, it's you." Chapter 180. There was a young man in the pavilion who was staring at Lin Xian coldly. The young man had a powerful qi. There was a sword mark between his eyebrows that looked like a sharp sword. "It's you." Lin Xian was a little surprised. He had fought with the young man before, but he didn't expect to see him here. "Is Lin Feng here too?" Lin Xian looked around quickly, but he didn't see Lin Feng. "Juniorine, this is..." Huang Cheng noticed that the atmosphere was a little strange, so he quickly asked. Yin Shaoli also noticed the young man's cold eyes. He quickly said, "This is Lin Xian. Nice to meet you." Lin Xian cupped his fist and said, "Lin Xian? Humph, I've never heard of him." A girl in purple next to the young man sneered. This is the garden of plum appreciation. Not just anyone can enter. It was obvious that the girl in purple and the young man were in cahoots. Everyone else looked on with a smile on their faces, waiting to watch a good show. The disciples of the Xian Tian sect blushed with shame and anger. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and sneered, "I don't see any Tom, Dick, or Harry, but I see two lackeys." The crowd was a little surprised. They didn't know what Lin Xian meant. "Aren't you two Lin Feng's lackeys?" Lin Xian looked at the young man and the girl in purple and asked. The people in the pavilion were stunned, and the surrounding cultivators were in an uproar. Did this guy know who the cultivators in the pavilion were? He was too arrogant. "Boy, you're courting death. I'm going to tear your mouth apart." The young man and the girl in purple were furious. They were noble, and no one had ever dared to talk to them like that. But this young man from Yunzhou, a disciple of a one-star sect, dared to talk to them like that. Two attacks quickly flew towards Lin Xian. One was sword chi, and the other was a palm of light. Ka, ka, ka. Lin Xian's expression changed slightly. Just as he was about to move, frost scattered in the air, and a wave of energy was transmitted. The speed of the sword chi and the palm of light slowed down, and a layer of frost appeared on them before they were finally frozen. A huge block of ice appeared in front of Lin Xian. It was 2 meters tall and as smooth as a mirror. No one had expected such a thing to happen. The young man with the sword mark and the girl in purple turned gloomy at once. Huang Cheng and Yin Shaoli looked into the distance with reverence and said respectfully, "Greetings, Senior Sister Shui." In the plum garden, there was a white figure that seemed to blend in with the surroundings. Fighting is not allowed in the plum garden. I hope that everyone will restrain themselves. The woman's voice was cold and emotionless. The young man and the girl in purple seemed to have thought of something. Their expressions changed again and again. In the end, they both squeezed out a smile. "So it's the ice fairy. We've been rude. Fairy, don't worry. We won't fight in the plum garden." "The ice fairy," the disciples of the Black Heaven sect exclaimed. Lin Xian was also a little stunned. He was no longer an ignorant young man. He had heard of the Ice Fairy. She was a genius in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon leaderboard. Her cultivation was unfathomable. The young man with the sword mark and the girl in purple glared at Lin Xian and then slowly sat down. Lin Xian shrugged and led the crowd to admire the plum blossoms. "The jade butterfly plum hasn't bloomed this year." In the plum garden, the beautiful figure sighed faintly. The girl in purple in the pavilion said sweetly, "Sister, don't worry. Young Master Feng is quite knowledgeable about plum blossoms. When young Master Feng is free tomorrow, Sister will be able to see the jade butterfly plum blossoms." "And you say you're not a lackey?" Lin Xian muttered softly. Although his voice was soft, it was clearly heard by everyone. The surrounding martial artists were slightly stunned. They wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to. The girl in purple had a dark face, and her chest was heaving up and down. She was pissed off by Lin Xian. Whoosh! The snow-white monkey jumped out and stood on Lin Xian's shoulder. It held its belly and made funny faces at the girl in purple from time to time. PFFF, finally, someone couldn't help but laugh. This young man was interesting. Even the monkey he raised was so good. "Sister, I think it's necessary to let some small fries from the countryside go out so they don't ruin your mood of admiring the plum blossoms." The purple-clothed girl stared at Lin Xian, gritting her teeth in anger. In the plum garden, the beautiful figure looked over. Her clear eyes were like the source of ice. The group of disciples behind Lin Xian shivered as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Murong Qianling pulled Lin Xian's sleeve and whispered, "Junior brother Lin, why don't we go?" The disciples of the Black Heaven sect were afraid. The people here were too high level. They were all elites on the Hidden Dragon ranking. They were not used to being here. Lin Xian smiled and comforted them. "Why wait for Lin Feng? If you want to admire the plum blossoms, I can make it happen for you immediately." Lin Xian's words shocked everyone again. This young man was too heaven-defying. He dared to say anything. Not only were the surrounding cultivators dizzy, but Yin Shaoli and Huang Cheng also felt dizzy. Huang Cheng glared at Yin Shaoli. The latter looked like he was about to cry. "Well, brother Lin, why don't we go?" Yin Shaoli whispered. I'll go somewhere else. Go? Why should we go? Don't tell me you don't want to admire the plum blossoms? Everyone was speechless. The sword-mark youth and the girl in purple wanted to bite Lin Xian. Oomph, you bumpkin. How dare you say such things? Have you seen a mutated plum blossoms? The girl in purple sneered. You dare to deceive the snow fairy. I think the snow-seeking sect's senior brothers won't forgive you. Deceive? When did I deceive her? Lin Xian looked innocent. Isn't it just the jade butterfly plum? I promise I can make it bloom. The snow fairy frowned. She stared at Lin Xian as if she was thinking about something. Isn't it just the jade butterfly plum? The girl in purple sneered. Only a few places in the Great Xia have this kind of plum blossoms. Even young Master Feng isn't 100% sure. How dare you be so sure? That's because you're ignorant. Lin Xian said indifferently. Lin Feng isn't a god. What he can't do doesn't mean that others can't. At least, I can do it. Lin Xian looked at the two people in the pavilion and said slowly, why don't we make a bet? Bet? What bet? The girl in purple asked subconsciously. Let's bet if I can make the jade butterfly plum bloom. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, if I can't do it, you can do whatever you want with me. But if I can do it, Lin Xian looked at her with a playful expression. What do you want? The girl in purple crossed her arms and asked nervously. If I can do it, you have to shout, young Master Xian, I was wrong. I won't do it again. What do you think? You. The girl in purple was so angry that her whole body was shaking. I'll bet with you. I'll skin you alive. What about you? Lin Xian looked at the sword-marked teenager. Seeing Lin Xian so calm, the sword-marked teenager was a bit scared. However, he didn't believe that Lin Xian could make the jade butterfly plum bloom. I'll bet with you. The sword-marked teenager sneered. As long as Lin Xian lost, the autumn scar sword would be his. Chapter 181. When Lin Xian was 10 meters away from Ice Fairy, he felt a pressure. At the same time, there was a bone-chilling coldness. He stopped and waited for Ice Fairy's answer. The little white monkey on his shoulder was also waiting. Its black, gem-like eyes were filled with curiosity. Can you really make the jade butterfly plum bloom? Ice Fairy asked. Lin Xian nodded and smiled confidently. Behind him, many martial artists gathered around. They also wanted to see the legendary jade butterfly plum bloom. The sword-mark youth and the purple-clothed girl stood in the crowd and looked at Lin Xian coldly. Bumpkin, do you know which one is the jade butterfly plum? The purple-clothed girl mocked. If you can't find it, then get lost. Don't lie to Ice Fairy. The sword-mark youth also shouted coldly. Ice Fairy didn't stop them this time. Instead, she said indifferently, if you can find the real jade butterfly plum, I can let you try. Lin Xian smiled indifferently. Okay. Then, he looked at the plum blossoms nearby. There were dozens of unbloomed plum blossoms around him. However, only one of them was the real jade butterfly plum. Everyone waited for Lin Xian to make his move. Wine Lord's voice sounded in Lin Xian's mind. Kid, I don't know any jade butterfly plum. You can only rely on yourself. Don't worry, Wine Lord, Lin Xian replied. He wandered in the plum blossom forest and said slowly, there used to be a jade butterfly plum in my yard. Keep bragging. How could there be a jade butterfly plum in Yunzhou? The purple-clothed girl retorted. Lin Xian ignored her and continued. It was planted by my mother. Every winter, it would bloom into a jade butterfly plum. If you're lucky, it might even turn into a butterfly. Lin Xian's voice was low. However, the scene he described made everyone yearn for it. Snow Fairy's eyes flickered with a hint of excitement. She knew that Lin Xian must have seen the jade butterfly plum blossoms because very few people knew about it. Do you know the story of Udaime? Lin Xian suddenly asked. Everyone was stunned and shook their heads. They had only heard of this kind of exotic plum, but they didn't know the specifics. Snow Fairy's expression changed slightly. She knew, but with her temperament, she definitely wouldn't say it out loud. Lin Xian didn't say anything else. Instead, he stopped in front of a plum tree. This was a very ordinary plum tree, so ordinary that no one paid attention to it. Everyone was surprised. They didn't expect the legendary jade butterfly plum to be so ordinary. How could it be this one? The purple-clothed girl sneered. Unexpectedly, Ice Fairy said indifferently, "You may begin." "What? It's really this one?" Everyone exclaimed in surprise. There was a faint trace of excitement in their hearts. The purple-clothed girl's face was burning. She gritted her teeth and said, "It must be a wild guess. I don't believe you can make the jade butterfly tree bloom." The young man frowned. He had a bad feeling. It was his intuition as a swordsman. Everyone craned their necks. They wanted to know how Lin Xian was going to make the jade butterfly plum bloom. Ice Fairy was also looking forward to it. She was actually a little nervous. Lin Xian looked at the budding flower bud and slowly walked forward. Lin Xian touched it gently with his fingertips. Then, he began to draw on it. He was very fast. In the blink of an eye, several butterfly-like shapes appeared on the buds. Lin Xian didn't stop. He finished drawing all the buds. "It's done," Lin Xian said. "What? That's it?" Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. "You just drew a few butterflies and you think it's the jade butterfly plum? What a joke." The purple-clothed girl shouted. "I hope you can still be so loud when you admit your mistake." Lin Xian stared coldly at the purple-clothed girl. After that, he ignored her and looked at Ice Fairy. "Ice Fairy, use your heart to communicate with it." Everyone was suspicious. They all felt that Lin Xian was a fraud. However, Ice Fairy seemed to believe Lin Xian. She walked in front of the jade butterfly plum, put her palms together, and slowly closed her eyes. Everyone waited. They didn't know what Ice Fairy was thinking. A moment later, specks of light suddenly lit up like fireflies. Then, the light became brighter and brighter like moonlight. It was intoxicating. One after another, the buds gradually bloomed. The shape of the petals was like a dancing butterfly. "It's open, it's open. It's really open." Everyone exclaimed. "Impossible, this is impossible." The purple-clothed girl kept repeating, as if she couldn't believe it. Sword Mark's face also darkened. He even had the urge to run away. Ice Fairy opened her eyes and looked at the blooming jade butterfly plum. She was speechless for a long time. Suddenly, the flowers spread their wings. Butterflies of light flew out and danced in the air. Butterflies flying. So it really exists. Ice Fairy was stunned. Lin Xian looked at the jade butterfly plum in the sky and sighed. He was a little homesick. In this world, only with great power can you protect your loved ones. Wine Lord reminded him. Lin Xian nodded. He was even more determined to walk the path of martial arts. After a long time, the jade butterfly plum in the sky disappeared. They turned into jade-like flowers again and bloomed in the garden. Lin Xian turned around and looked at Sword Mark's youth and the purple-clothed girl. You. The purple-clothed girl looked flustered. Her previous arrogance was all gone. On the other hand, Sword Mark's face was gloomy. He wanted to find a hole to hide in. "Both of you, our bet still stands, right?" Lin Xian said calmly. "Weren't you shouting very loudly just now? Continue shouting now." The Black Heaven sect's disciples felt relieved. I. The purple-clothed girl's face was red. She was about to cry. She was filled with regret. Why did she have to go against Lin Xian? If God gave her another chance, she would stay far away from Lin Xian. It would be best if they never met again. As a disciple of a big family, the purple-clothed girl wanted to die when she said such words in front of so many people. In the end, her face was red and she fainted. Plop! The purple-clothed girl fell to the ground. "What about you? Do you want to faint or shout?" Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. Sword Mark's youth clenched his fists. He wanted to fight Lin Xian to the death. However, he was the eldest disciple of Golden Sword Sect. He was also a person of status in the underworld. He could not do anything in front of so many people. Moreover, if he ran away, he would be too ashamed to face anyone in the future. If he begged for mercy, he would be too ashamed to face anyone. In the end, he chose the same method as the purple-clothed girl and fainted. However, he was not angry. He used his spiritual power to knock himself out. He would never have dreamed that he would end up like this. Awesome! The Black Heaven sect's disciples were overjoyed as they roared in their hearts. Lin Xian was also smiling. He was very satisfied that he had taken care of two experts without making a move. Who knows them? Carry them out. Lying here will ruin my mood. Lin Xian waved his hand in disgust. In the crowd, Sword Mark's companions carried the two of them away with ashen faces. Lin Xian, right? Not only did you offend Golden Sword Sect and Yuan family, but you also offended young Master Feng. Wait for your death. Chapter 182. The few warriors left quickly, but there was still a trace of killing intent in the air. The people of the Xintian sect were worried about Lin Xian. After all, they were all powerful warriors, and there seemed to be Lin Feng's shadow behind them. That was the top existence on the hidden dragon ranking. However, everyone noticed that Lin Xian was calm, as if he didn't care about it. After saying goodbye to the ice fairy, Lin Xian and the others left the pavilion. Lin Xian didn't wander around. He went to the residence prepared for them by the snow-seeking sect and closed the door to rest. On the other hand, the news of the Sword Mark youth and the girl in purple fainting from anger was secretly spread. The Golden Sword Sect and the Yuan clan were furious. They wanted to kill Lin Xian with one slap. This was definitely a disgrace to them. Two geniuses were actually scared to death by a martial artist in the third layer of the spiritual sea realm. This was too funny. The Lin clan also heard the news, but the name Lin Xian made them even more moved. Many people secretly checked Lin Xian's identity to verify their guesses. In a luxurious and elegant room, a group of well-dressed youths stood around a young man. Brother Feng, Yin Hui, and Yuan Hong fainted from anger. Now the whole snow-seeking sect is talking about this. When Lin Feng heard that, he frowned and said, "Who attacked? Is it one of the top 10 guys?" Yin Hui and Yuan Hong were naturally the Sword Mark youth and the girl in purple. They were geniuses in the top 30 of the Hidden Dragon ranking, especially Yin Hui. After the battle with Lin Xian, his cultivation broke through again and reached the 5th layer of the spiritual sea realm. His strength was even more powerful. Only the top 10 geniuses in the Hidden Dragon ranking could deal with two people at the same time. Neither. It's said that a martial artist called Lin Xian did it, the disciple said quickly. Crack. The wine cup in Lin Feng's hand was crushed, and the wine inside turned into powder. Lin Xian. Lin Feng's face darkened. Don't tell me it's that trash Lin Xian. I don't think that's possible either. That guy can't cultivate at all. After he was chased out of the clan, there's never been any news of him. How could he appear here? That's right. Maybe they have the same name. The disciples of the Lin Xian clan were all discussing amongst themselves. They didn't believe that this was the doing of the Lin Xian they knew. No matter who it is, if he dares to do such a thing, he will definitely die. Another Lin family disciple sneered, "The Golden Sword Sect and the Yuan family will not let him go." "Go and investigate. I want to know everything about that person," said Lin Feng. "Don't worry, Big Brother Feng. We'll do it right away." The disciples quickly left. Lin Xian was cultivating in his room. He didn't relax at all and was constantly improving his strength. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. "Brat, there's a powerful aura approaching." Wine Lord transmitted. "It should be someone from the Tsang family." Tsang family? How dare they make a move here? Lin Xian's face darkened. It's because no one expected it that they dared to make a move. Wine Lord said quickly, "This aura should be a martial artist in the 7th spiritual ocean layer. You'd better leave quickly." Lin Xian didn't hesitate at all. He left an afterimage in the room and then quickly left. Whoosh, whoosh. A figure quietly scuttled in, turning into a streak of light that quickly charged at Lin Xian. Blue lightning surged out at an extremely fast speed. Pooh! With just one strike, it pierced through Lin Xian. Chi! That afterimage was pierced through and turned into a streak of golden lightning. He actually ran? The person who came was an elder of the Tsang family. He frowned, his face extremely dark. Their original plan was to make a sudden move so that no one would be able to guess. However, they didn't expect that Lin Xian was even more cunning than them and actually left an afterimage in the room. Consider yourself lucky, but you can't escape from my palm. The elder of the Tsang family planned to wait for Lin Xian to return. He believed that with his strength, taking down Lin Xian would be as easy as drinking water. However, before he could finish laughing, a streak of green gas quickly flew into his body. The elder of the Tsang family had a sinister expression, his eyes filled with fear. He kept struggling as if he was drowning. His powerful ability seemed to have lost its effect. After a while, the elder of the Tsang family stopped breathing and stopped moving. And in the room, a green-haired man appeared out of nowhere. It was the one in the bronze coffin. After being scared away by the snow-white monkey that day, he didn't expect to come to Lin Xian's side again. And Lin Xian actually didn't notice. This body is just right. The green-haired man's voice was very hoarse. A streak of green gas entered the body of the elder of the Tsang family. Immediately after, the elder of the Tsang family slowly stood up as if he was alive. If one looked carefully, they would be able to see that there was a green light in his eyes. Jejia! The elder of the Tsang family laughed evilly. His body turned into a streak of light and quickly rushed out. After escaping the room, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Damn the Tsang family. I'll make you pay sooner or later. Lin Xian's eyes were cold. He decided that in the future, he would definitely get rid of the Tsang family. However, just as he took 2 steps, a sense of danger welled up in his heart. Damn it! Could it be that he dares to make a move in public? Lin Xian was puzzled, but his movements weren't slow. He quickly rushed towards the crowd. Behind him, the aura was still there, tightly locking onto Lin Xian. No, this isn't the aura of the elder of the Tsang family. Lin Xian was shocked. This is the aura of the green-haired man. Lin Xian took out the snow-white monkey, wanting to intimidate the figure behind him. However, it didn't work this time. It's useless. That person used a secret technique to take over the body of the elder of the Tsang family. He's no longer afraid of these things. Wine Lord said in a deep voice, "Go find a few strong people to intimidate him. That's the only way." Lin Xian increased his speed. The strength of the green-haired man was too terrifying. It was far from what he could contend with now. Lin Xian quickly ran towards the residence of the seniors of the 1,000 Treasure Tower. He could only rely on external forces now. Along the way, Lin Xian's speed alarmed many people. Many people looked at him strangely, not knowing what had happened. After Lin Xian arrived, he found out that the seniors of the 1,000 Treasure Tower were not here. They had gone to the main hall of the snow-seeking sect to discuss some matters. Damn it! Lin Xian's heart sank. He felt that the figure behind him was getting bolder and bolder, as if he was about to make a move. There's a group of strong auras in the east. That should be the so-called main hall of the snow-seeking sect. Wine Lord said, "Let's give it a try." Lin Xian held on to a glimmer of hope and ran quickly. He raised his speed to the extreme. His body turned into a bolt of lightning and flew quickly. Behind him, the green-haired man seemed to be aware of Lin Xian's intentions and became abnormally uneasy. He felt that there were many strong auras in front of him. A few of them made his heart tremble. A green light appeared in his eyes. The possessed elder of the Tsang family increased his speed. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two was shortened. Along the way, many martial artists noticed this situation and their faces changed. Someone actually dares to make a move in the snow-seeking sect. This is too strong. Moreover, the one being chased seems to be the recently famous Lin Xian. Could it be that the Golden Sword sect or the Yuan family made a move? Some martial artists guessed. Lin Xian used the power of wind and thunder. His speed increased again. He quickly approached the main hall of the snow-seeking sect. At this time, the elder of the Tsang family behind him was less than 10 meters away. Chapter 183. The Cyan Hand was like a mountain, mercilessly grabbing at Lin Xian. The Tsang family's elder locked onto Lin Xian, making it impossible for him to dodge. It wasn't that Lin Xian was weak, but that the opponent was too strong, almost surpassing an ordinary martial artist at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Lin Xian took out the yellowed talisman treasure and crazily activated it. Yellow light shone brightly, and a huge sickle suddenly swung out, making a clanging sound. Hong long long. The huge sickle slashed at the Cyan Hand, creating a sky full of sparks. Lin Xian was shocked, and his body flew out. In an instant, he suffered internal injuries, and the blood in his body felt like it was about to explode. Fortunately, he cultivated the art of longevity and had the ancient armor on his body, which allowed him to retain a trace of consciousness. The cyan hand was blocked, and its speed slowed down, but it quickly knocked the huge sickle away. With a wong sound, it grabbed at Lin Xian again, and that power locked onto him. Ah! Lin Xian used Lion's Roar, and the roar shook the sky, scattering the clouds in the sky. At the same time, he wore the bronze gauntlet on his left hand and the yellowed talisman treasure in his right hand, concentrating all the spiritual power in his body into it. A majestic power surged out, and at the same time, there was a trace of vicissitudes of life. Hundreds of meters away, in the snow-seeking sect's main hall, the elders of various forces were gathered here, discussing something closely. All of a sudden, a powerful wave of energy rippled over. At the same time, there was a sky-shaking roar. Who dares to cause trouble in my snow-seeking sect? The faces of the elders of snow-seeking sect instantly darkened. They had just been promoted to a 3-star sect, and someone dared to cause trouble here, simply looking down on them. Let's go out and see who it is. The people of snow-seeking sect were furious. Hong. Before they could get out of the cave, an earth-shattering crash was heard, causing the surroundings to shake a little. So. These people quickly rushed out. Outside, Lin Xian's face was pale, and the spiritual power in his body was almost exhausted. He stood with difficulty, and his eyes were filled with madness. Even if he died, he would drag the cyan-haired man down with him. On the other side, the Tsang family's elder who was being controlled didn't feel good either. There was a terrifying hole in his left shoulder, dripping with blood. It was very frightening. Brat, you've angered me. The green-haired man was indeed angry. What kind of status did he have? Yet he was actually injured by the hands of a little brat. Just as he was about to make another move, several powerful figures quickly rushed over from the front. The Tsang family elder's expression changed, and the green light in his eyes gradually weakened until it disappeared. He looked just like a normal person, but Lin Xian knew that the Tsang family's elder had died a long time ago, and the current person was the mysterious green-haired man. Which junior dares to cause trouble here? The elder of the snow-seeking sect coldly snorted. His voice was like a thunder god that shook the heavens, causing Lin Xian to feel dizzy. Fortunately, his soul force was strong enough to withstand this pressure. Around them, many martial artists held their breaths and watched nervously. Just now, they had witnessed the battle between Lin Xian and the Tsang family elder. That kind of scene made their hearts tremble. Song Yuan, you're injured. The great elder of the Tsang family exclaimed. Of course, he knew what had happened, but he didn't expect Song Yuan to make a move in public. Moreover, what surprised him even more was that Song Yuan was injured. Snow Elder, let me take down this brat. The great elder of the Tsang family's eyes flashed, and he quickly made his move. He wanted to make his move before the crowd understood the situation. The great elder of the Tsang family mercilessly unleashed his powerful harmonious spirit aura. The great heavenly hand covered the sky like a dark cloud, enveloping Lin Xian. Tsang family, if I don't die, I'll erase your name from the world forever. Lin Xian suddenly turned his head, and his eyes flashed with sword light. He couldn't escape. Facing a harmonious spirit realm expert, he had no chance of escaping. Sigh. Wine Lord sighed slightly. His eyes gradually became sharp, as if a supreme expert had awoken. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something, and that powerful aura suddenly disappeared. The moment Lin Xian turned his head, some of the elders in the sky exclaimed. Among them were Elder Duanmu of the Profound Heaven Sect and Elder Gu of the Myriad Treasure Tower. However, most of them were the elders of the Lin family. Boom! Just as the great elder of the Tsang family made his move, a glaring sword light shone in all directions. The ice and snow between heaven and earth flew backward, and the clouds in the sky rolled. Hundreds of meters of sword chi pierced through heaven and earth, and endless killing intent filled the air. The sword chi flew toward the great elder of the Tsang family. Ah, A mournful scream was heard, and it made people's scalp numb. Blood spurted out, and the great elder of the Tsang family heavily crashed into the ground. Rumble. 100 meters wide crater appeared on the ground, and countless cracks spread in all directions. All of this happened too suddenly. Everyone was stunned. A majestic figure walked step by step from the sky, looking disdainfully at all directions. The elders of the snow-seeking sect quickly used their spirit energy to stop the cracks from spreading. At the same time, more people looked at the voice in the sky. This was a majestic man with a determined expression. His figure was tall and straight, like a sharp sword that pierced through heaven and earth. An ancient sword was embroidered on his sleeve, and it was inserted into an ancient pool. This was the symbol of the Sword Pool Palace. Why below? The Tsang family's elder was covered in blood, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. They were both in the harmonious spirit realm, but the gap between him and the man in the sky was too big. Why did you stop me? My Tsang family has never offended the Sword Pool Palace. The great elder of the Tsang family gasped for breath and roared. In all directions, the eyes of the Tsang family's disciples and elders were also filled with unwillingness and fear. Why? In midair, the majestic man said sternly, "Who dares to touch my Lin family, die." Lin family. Everyone was stunned, and they looked at Lin Xian. Could it be that Lin Xian was from the Sword Pool Palace? In midair, the majestic man continued, "Who dares to touch my nephew? That's an even greater crime. All of you will have to suffer the pain of 10,000 swords piercing your hearts." What? Nephew? Nephew? Everyone was stunned, and they felt that their minds were blank. The people of the Tsang family were even more stunned. The brat they killed was obviously a warrior from the Cloud State. When did he become a disciple of the Sword Pool Palace? Moreover, he wasn't an ordinary disciple of the Sword Pool Palace. They recognized the man in the sky. He was a peerless expert of the Sword Pool Palace. Lin Zheng, Second Master Lin. Lin Xian was the nephew of the Second Master Lin, and the people of the Tsang family felt like dying. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The great elder of the Tsang family struggled to stand up and tried his best to explain. Second Master Lin, this is a misunderstanding. Listen to me. Before he could finish his words, Lin Zheng looked at the elder of the Tsang family who attacked him. His eyes were sharp, and it was as if 10,000 swords were rushing out. Ah! The elder of the Tsang family who was possessed by the green-haired man cried out in pain. His body was full of sword holes. In an instant, he was pierced by 10,000 swords, like a hedgehog. No one noticed that a mass of green qi quickly left the elder of the Tsang family and disappeared into the ground. Chapter 184. Everyone felt a chill that was even colder than the wind and snow in this world. The rest of the Tsang family's disciples were shivering, and many of them fainted. However, Second Master Lin did not attack the ordinary Sea of Soul Realm disciples. He only stared at the heavily injured Tsang family's great elder. The Tsang family's great elder went crazy as he looked at the sky with pleading eyes. He did not want to die. He was only a little over 100 years old. According to the lifespan of a harmonious spirit expert, he had only lived half of his life. There were many more years waiting for him to enjoy. How could he die here? However, he did not have the confidence to face Second Master Lin in the sky. This is our Tsang family's fault. We are willing to compensate with everything we have. The Tsang family's great elder said humbly. Second Master Lin, please calm down. Why not? The people beside him began to persuade him. Lin Zheng did not pay attention to them and landed on the ground. Second uncle. Lin Xian murmured. You have grown up. Lin Zheng's eyes shone brightly. You can finally cultivate. That year, second uncle was incompetent and could not protect you. But from now on, no one will dare to touch a single hair of yours. Lin Xian looked at the majestic man in front of him with excitement in his heart. His life and death is in your hands. Lin Zheng pointed at the heavily injured great elder and said. Everyone looked at Lin Xian. The Tsang family's great elder was ashamed and angry at the same time. He did not expect that his fate would be in the hands of a young man. He was a dignified, harmonious spirit expert. However, under the current situation, he could only lower his head and admit his mistake. Young hero Lin, I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I hope young hero Lin will not hold a grudge against me. Everyone was in a daze. They could not believe the scene in front of them. Second uncle, let him go, Lin Xian said indifferently. Everyone was surprised. They did not know what Lin Xian was planning. Could it be that he was soft-hearted? The Song family's great elder's heart was burning. As long as he could escape this disaster, he would have plenty of chances to assassinate Lin Xian in the future. I want to end his life myself. Lin Xian's voice was like a sharp blade piercing through the clouds. An invisible, domineering aura soared to the sky. Arrogant, too arrogant. A warrior at the third level of the spiritual sea realm actually dared to threaten to slaughter a harmonious spirit realm warrior. This was practically a dream. No one believed Lin Xian's words, but Lin Zheng laughed out loud. As expected of a man from the Lin clan, you are indeed courageous. I'll leave this old dog's life to you. I believe that you'll be able to do it in no time. Everyone was speechless. This pair of father and son were too confident. The Song family head elder's old face swelled to the color of a pig's liver. He secretly swore in his heart that in a while, he would definitely tear Lin Xian to shreds. Right at this moment, a cold voice sounded out. Lin Zheng, you seem to have forgotten something. This brat has been expelled from his family. Everyone was stunned once again. They felt that their brains were not enough to process this. You think you can expel me just because you say so? Lin Zheng stared ahead. The patriarch of Swordpool Manor isn't you, Lin Lin. This is the decision of the elders. Could it be that you want to go against it? Lin Lin sneered. He was not afraid of Lin Zheng. Lin Xian looked at the middle-aged man. There was a ball of fire burning in his heart. That middle-aged man was Lin Xian's father. He was also the one who secretly kicked Lin Xian out of the family. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Lin Xian said in a deep voice, Second uncle, don't worry. In the family meeting 1 year later, I will return to the family in a grand manner. I will take back everything that originally belonged to me. Lin Xian did not say this sentence, but this was his goal. Second uncle believes in you. Lin Zheng patted Lin Xian's shoulder and revealed a gratified smile. Originally, Lin Xian's inability to cultivate caused a crisis in their family. But now, everything will be fine. Lin Zheng did not leave immediately. Instead, he said to the crowd, according to the rules of Jianghu, if the younger generation is injured or even killed in a spar, I, Lin Zheng, will not say anything. However, if someone doesn't care about their status and attacks the younger generation, don't blame me for being impolite. This was a warning to Lin Xian to avoid a lot of potential dangers. All right, the matter has been resolved. Let's continue our discussion. The elder of the snow-seeking sect said. The group of elders left one after another and returned to the main hall. Lin Zheng said a few words and then stood up and left. The great elder of the Song clan looked deeply at Lin Xian and then left with the help of the crowd. Lin Xian didn't stop either as he quickly rushed to his residence. After he left, the news of his disappearance spread like wildfire. Almost everyone knew about Lin Xian's identity. When Lin Feng heard this, his face became extremely gloomy. Even though I don't know how you can cultivate, a piece of trash will always be a piece of trash. I will personally kill you. When the others heard this, they were all stunned. They knew that Lin Xian was not ordinary, but they never thought that he would be a disciple of the Sword Lake Palace. Lin Xian returned to his room and closed the door. He was in a hurry. In a year, he had to return to the Sword Lake Palace and take back everything that belonged to him. Before that, he had to be on guard against all kinds of plots. The Song clan would not let him off so easily. Lin Feng's family would also secretly attack him. Only with great strength could he deal with everything. His wind inheritance was about 40% complete, and he could barely use the Wind Emperor's sword. In terms of thunder, it was about 40% complete, and he could not improve it for the time being. In terms of soul strength, he was also progressing step by step. However, to reach the second rank of Inscription Master was not something that could be done in a short time. It was even more difficult to improve his sword intent. What he could do now was to fully integrate the wind and thunder energies. As long as he could integrate the wind and thunder energies, his strength would immediately increase. With Winelord's guidance, Lin Xian began to integrate the wind and thunder energies. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Lin Xian's room was very calm. There was no movement at all. In these few days, many people had come to visit, but they were all blocked by the deployment spell. Only Lu Yong and Wei Wei were still waiting outside. On this day, a burst of qi suddenly rushed out of the quiet room. The wind and clouds surged, thunder and lightning intertwined, and a terrifying qi filled the air. However, this qi only existed for a moment and quickly disappeared. Lu Yong and Wei Wei looked at each other and stood up. Not long after, the defensive spell was removed and a handsome young man walked out. On his shoulder, a snow-white monkey was jumping happily. "Junior brother Lin, you finally came out?" Wei Wei smiled. "Did you wait here for a long time?" Lin Xian rubbed his nose and said. Wei Wei rolled her eyes. "You're a big celebrity now. You don't know how many people there were in front of your door 2 days ago." Lin Xian, "Well, we came to tell you that there is a celebration tomorrow. We hope you can come with us." Celebration? Lin Xian was not very interested. "I heard that the young heroes of the younger generation will be there. There will be a lot of competition," Lu Yong said. Chapter 185. I'll go tomorrow. Lin Xian smiled indifferently. After receiving Lin Xian's reply, Lu Yong and Wei Wei went back to report. "Let me see how powerful the geniuses on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard are." Lin Xian had a trace of anticipation in his heart. This was a grand event. The top few martial artists on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard would probably participate. Lin Xian could use this opportunity to understand the strength of Lin Feng and the others. At the same time, he could also test his current strength. Not only Lin Xian, but the young disciples who came here were all looking forward to tomorrow's sparring competition. If they could shine in this kind of competition, they would definitely be famous in Great Xia. After all, forces from all 7 states were gathered here. The next day, Lin Xian first went to the residence of the Black Sky sect and paid a visit to Elder Duanmu and the others. Elder Duanmu and the others sighed. They did not expect Lin Xian to be a disciple of the Swordpool Mansion. "You are a hidden dragon. One day, you will fly to the 9 heavens. The Black Sky sect is too small to accommodate you." Elder Duanmu sighed. "I only hope that when the Black Sky sect is in trouble, you can help. Elders, don't worry. I, Lin Xian, will always be a disciple of the Black Sky sect," Lin Xian said seriously. After leaving the small courtyard of the Black Sky sect, Lin Xian came to the courtyard of the elders of the 10,000 Treasure Tower. Lu Yong and Wei Wei were already waiting there. Lin Xian smiled and went over to greet them. Not long after, the 2 elders, Elder Hong and Elder Gu, walked out of the house. "Let's go," Elder Gu said indifferently. On the path made of ice and snow, there were many people moving and bustling. All the forces were heading towards the main venue. That was where the banquet was held. After passing through the pavilions and gardens, Lin Xian and the others arrived at the main venue. This was a square that was nearly 1,000 meters wide. It was completely blue and made of 1,000-year-old ice. Under the sun, it shone with a cold light. There were countless patterns carved on the ground. There were birds and beasts, all kinds of plum blossoms, and so on. It was extremely exquisite. Lin Xian and the others walked towards their assigned positions, which were arranged according to their strength. This world was just that realistic. If you had the strength, you would be respected by everyone. The 10,000 Treasure Tower was also a large force in Xia country, so their position was also relatively high. Lin Xian and the others sat down, savoring the delicacies on the table as they watched the martial artists come and go. Opposite them were the Golden Sword sect, the Yuan clan, and other forces. Above them were the Swordpool Mansion, the Earth Fire sect, and the Blue Moon sect. "Lin Xian, I won't forgive you." Yan Hui looked at Lin Xian with hatred. He had now become the laughing stock of everyone, which drove him crazy. Yuan Hong was also filled with grief and indignation. She wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Xian apart. "Yan Hui, you can do whatever you want to Lin Xian during the competition. This is what I want." The master he was referring to was naturally the Lin family's Lin Lin. Yesterday, Lin Zhang had already said that the older generation could not make a move, but the younger generation could. Today, there would probably be many young disciples who would make a move on Lin Xian. Wuji, Wuji. The snow-white monkey kept jumping on the table, eating happily. Up until now, Lin Xian had not discovered anything special about the snow-white monkey. However, this guy could eat a lot. In the distance, the Lin family disciples saw Lin Xian with different expressions. Some of the youths around Lin Xian all had mocking expressions, looking at Lin Xian with disdain. This trash can actually come here. How rare. I heard he can cultivate, but I don't think he's that strong. That's right, third layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Brother Feng can crush him with one finger. On the other hand, some of the other youths looked excited, especially the boy and girl beside Lin Zhang, who were waving their little fists. Brother Xian, it's really Brother Xian. Dad, why doesn't Brother Xian come and sit with us? The girl asked innocently. Lin Zhang rubbed the girl's hair dotingly. Now is not the time. Soon, he'll be back soon. Lin Xian felt their gazes and shook his hand with a smile. The snow-white little monkey on the table was also happily making funny faces. Lu Yang kept exclaiming, I didn't think Meng Yin would come too. Lin Xian was slightly moved and looked at a youth in the distance. He was wearing a fiery red robe and sat proudly, faintly emitting a domineering aura. Flames danced on his body from time to time, and the 1,000-year-old ice around him showed signs of melting. Meng Yin, first place on the hidden dragon ranking. His strength was unfathomable, and even Lin Feng was not his match. The one opposite him should be Yu Xinzi, Vivian exclaimed. Yu Xinzi, second place on the hidden dragon ranking, second only to Meng Yin. Apart from being strong, her appearance was unparalleled. It would not be an exaggeration to call her a goddess. Many of the male disciples around were secretly sizing her up, their eyes full of admiration. Of course, there were also many people looking at Yu Xinzi. In terms of appearance, the two of them were similar. One was cold and elegant, while the other was extremely lively. It could be said that they each had their own merits. Next to Yu Xinzi sat a stern-looking youth. He did not say a word and drank alone. He held the wine cup in one hand and pressed the long saber in the other, never leaving it. This should be Long Yidao, Lin Xian guessed. He felt a sharp aura from the youth. As if he had sensed Lin Xian's gaze, Long Yidao looked over. His gaze was cold, as if a sharp saber had slashed across. The people around Lin Xian tensed up, as if they had been struck by a long saber. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Only Lin Xian was unaffected. The sword intent in his body surged, resisting the sharp gaze. This aura is similar to my sword intent. Could it be saber intent? Lin Xian was surprised. It seems that the experts on the hidden dragon roll are really worthy of their reputation. Seeing that Lin Xian was unaffected, Long Yidao was also very surprised. He stared at Lin Xian carefully as if to confirm something. However, when he saw Lin Xian's cultivation, he suddenly lost interest and shook his head, no longer paying attention. As more and more people took their seats, the atmosphere became more and more lively. Lin Xian looked around and had a general understanding of the situation. The three strongest people were Meng Yin, Yu Sun, and Lin Feng. They were the three giants on the hidden dragon roll, and no one could defeat them. Below them were Yu Xinzi, Long Yidao, and the others. They belonged to the second level. As for the third level, there were even more people. Yin Hui, Yuan Hong, Lu Yang, Wei Wei, and the others belonged to the third level. Lin Xian compared his strength with theirs. He felt that if it was just a competition, he would be at the peak of the third level and could barely enter the second level. Lin Xian was not discouraged. He was different from the others. Strictly speaking, he had only cultivated for less than a year. In a year, he had grown from a young man who knew nothing to his current strength. It was enough to scare everyone present. If it was a life and death battle, it would be a different phenomenon. Lin Xian had many trump cards in his hands. It would not be difficult for him to kill the cultivators on the second level. Of course, those people were all disciples of great forces. They would definitely have many trump cards in their hands. After having a general understanding of his strength, Lin Xian began to wait for the banquet to begin. Chapter 186. The person in the lead was a middle-aged scholar. He looked very refined. Many people were stunned. They didn't expect the famous sect leader of the snow-seeking sect to look like this. However, if you really treat him as a scholar, then you are gravely mistaken. Many elders of the big forces greeted him with a smile. The sect leader of the snow-seeking sect responded with a smile. Next, there were some congratulatory speeches, performances, and banquets. This process lasted for about 6 hours. After everyone was full, they began to look forward to the next performance. Next is the competition between the big sects and aristocratic families. I hope everyone can stop here and not hurt each other. The sect leader of the snow-seeking sect said loudly. Many young martial artists' hearts were burning with eagerness. I wonder who is willing to be the first to come up? The sect leader smiled. A young man quickly rushed to the square and saluted to all sides. Greetings, seniors. I'm Shi Dong of the Scorching Sun sect. The young man said loudly, I wonder which hero is willing to exchange a few moves with me? I'll do it. Another young man appeared on the square with a flash. Soaring Cloud Sect, Song Fei. Shi Dong grinned. A circle of light appeared behind him, as dazzling as the sun. Scorching Sun Fist. With a punch, the light behind Shi Dong shone brightly. A wave of heat gushed out, melting the nearby ice and snow. Within 10 meters, the air was evaporated, as if countless flames were burning. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and carefully stared at the two people in the square. He found that there were real flames on Shi Dong's body, and the power surprised him. Soaring Cloud Sky Technique. Song Fei's body shook, like a cloud, drifting unpredictably. At the same time, a silver-white long sword, as thin as a finger, emitted a sharp sword light, piercing through the void. Both of them were at the 4th sky of the spiritual sea realm, so their strength was on par. Moreover, the martial skills they used were very beautiful, pleasing to the eye. Fire Phoenix Wings. Shi Dong quickly waved his fist, and a firebird dozens of meters long flew out from his fist, letting out a series of cries. Carrying endless lava, the Fire Phoenix pounced on Song Fei. In an instant, Song Fei's spirit power seemed to be burning, constantly twisting, and some places even had holes. The flame only burned away the spiritual energy shield on the outside, but it didn't burn Song Fei. Brother Shi's methods are impressive. I'm impressed. Song Fei's face was full of fear. He could only admit defeat. Thank you for letting me win. Shi Dong smiled. Both of them have the power to rank in the top 50 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Their skills are not bad. Elder Goose said while stroking his beard. Lu Yang, go and give it a try. Hearing this, Lu Yang stood up and walked towards the square. 10,000 treasure towers. Lu Yang has come to ask for advice. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. He had only seen Lu Yang and Vivian fight on the way to the snow-seeking sect, but he did not know the specifics. Take my fist. After Shi Dong finished his greeting, he punched out with both of his fists. His powerful spiritual energy turned into a sea of fire that spread out in all directions. Boundless ocean. Lu Yang smiled as palm shadows filled the sky. They were like a blue ocean, bringing with them an endless aura. Back then, when he faced over a dozen wolf bandits, he was able to hold his ground. It was obvious that his strength was extraordinary. A sea of fire against a wave of water. The two extreme forces clashed, causing the air to tremble. The two forces melted into each other, forming a white cloud that covered the surroundings. Fire Phoenix Wings. Without hesitation, Shi Dong struck out with his strongest attack. A big bird bathed in flames soared into the sky and pounced on Lu Yang. Many young disciples exclaimed. They still remembered this move. Lu Yang did not panic. Instead, he used his soul power to find the weakness of the Fire Phoenix. Lin Xian smiled. He knew that Lu Yang was going to win. This was the advantage of having a strong soul power. He could quickly find the opponent's weakness. Sure enough, after a few breaths, Lu Yang's eyes lit up. Flood Dragon travels the 4 seas. The spiritual energy in his body vibrated and formed a blue flood dragon. It was ferocious and terrifying. With a swing of its giant tail, the blue flood dragon rushed towards the fire phoenix in the sky and bit the weak spot of its spiritual energy. Sherdong's face turned pale as he kept retreating. He only managed to stabilize his body after taking 8 or 9 steps back. Impressive. Suppressing the chaotic spiritual energy in his body, Sherdong said with lingering fear.
Nice.
The young disciples kept cheering and applauding. Elder Gu stroked his beard and smiled. Not bad, not bad. Liu Yang's boundless ocean technique is at the small success stage. I'll take you on. A soft snort sounded. Then, a sword radiance flashed across the sky like lightning. Liu Yang's face darkened. This person didn't even say a word and directly attacked. He was too arrogant. Boundless ocean. The palm shadows were like waves. One after another, they formed a wave that was a few meters tall and surged forward. It's useless. Yan Si has mastered the golden snake sword to 60%. He's ranked 40th on the hidden dragon roll. That kid can't fight against him. The disciples of the golden sword sect sneered. Yan Hui stared at Lin Xian. Heske, 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 Heske. The huge wave that was a few meters tall was torn apart like a piece of cloth. The sword radiance curved forward like a golden snake coming out of its hole. Poof! The protective spiritual energy on Liu Yang's shoulder was pierced and a thumb-sized hole appeared. Boom, boom, boom. Fortunately, he was wearing armor and the sword radiance did not injure him directly. However, that fierce attack almost caused his right shoulder to split open. Yin Four from the Golden Sword sect didn't stop there. Instead, he continued to attack. Elder Gu's face darkened and he snorted. Everyone could see that Liu Yang had lost. However, the disciples of the Golden Sword sect continued to attack. They were clearly picking a fight. Lin Xian's face turned cold. He knew that the Golden Sword sect hated him and Liu Yang was just implicated. Heske, Heske. The glaring sword radiance shone and slashed Liu Yang's body. He vomited blood and was sent flying. Bang! Liu Yang landed on the ground with a pale face. Ouch! I didn't control my strength well. Sorry. Yan Si's tone was provocative. Everyone was silent. Many people knew about the Golden Sword sect and Lin Xian. Now that Lin Xian was in the 1,000 Treasure Tower, the Golden Sword sect was unhappy. A few disciples of the 1,000 Treasure Tower helped Liu Yang down to his seat. I'm sorry. I implicated you. Lin Xian apologetically handed him a cup of spiritual wine. Liu Yang shook his head. This guy is too arrogant. He really thinks that the 1,000 Treasure Tower is easy to bully. Yanger, heal yourself first, Elder Gu said. Elder Gu and the rest did not blame Lin Xian. When they pulled Lin Xian into the 1,000 Treasure Towers camp, they already thought of this. However, they were certain that the benefits of befriending Lin Xian outweighed the harm. In the square, Yan Si looked arrogant. He tilted his sword and looked at Lin Xian. Kid, do you dare to come out and play? Chapter 187. He's Lin Xian, the young man who was chased out of the Swordpool Mansion? For a moment, everyone was talking about it. A piece of trash who was chased out of the mansion. What's there to be arrogant about? The disciples of the Golden Sword sect and the Yuan clan sneered. Lin Feng's disciples also sneered. Third spiritual ocean tier. So weak. Won't he be beaten to death? It's best if he dies, so he won't embarrass the Lin clan. Lin Feng also looked at the square with a playful expression, his eyes cold. Brother Xian, go for it. Lin Xing'er and Lin Yu shouted loudly, cheering for Lin Xian. They were the children of the second master of the Lin clan and could be considered Lin Xian's cousin. They were very close. I didn't expect you to dare to come out. Yan Si sneered. Although you have guts, you're too stupid. Too much nonsense. Hurry up and attack. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. You're courting death. Yan Si's eyes widened in anger as he shouted. His body slid out strangely, and the long sword in his hand transformed into thousands of sword rays. Golden Snake Dance. It was as if thousands of spiritual snakes had come out of their caves, strange and vicious. It's actually this move. The people of the Golden Sword sect are really ruthless. Many martial artists whispered with a hint of fear in their eyes. The disciples of the Golden Sword sect were delighted. They actually used this move. That Lin Xian is dead meat? Yuan Hong sneered. She couldn't wait for Lin Xian to die here. Only Yin Hui frowned slightly. He had fought with Lin Xian before, so he naturally knew how strong Lin Xian was. The sword rays flashed and arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. He just waited quietly. Haha, he's scared silly. The people of the Golden Sword sect laughed wildly. Yanxi also had a hideous smile. He did not expect the legendary Lin Xian to be so weak. Just as the tip of the sword was about to touch Lin Xian, he suddenly moved. Lin Xian stretched out 2 fingers and gently pinched. The silhouettes of the spirit snakes that filled the sky disappeared as if they had been forcefully erased by someone. Everyone was slightly stunned. Then, they realized that Yin Xi's longsword was being held tightly by Lin Xian. Lin Xian was indeed not a simple person to be able to find the real sword in an instant from so many sword shadows. Many of the elders present nodded slightly. Impossible. How did you find it? Yin Fu was shocked. He had already mastered the Golden Snake swordsmanship to 60%, and this wild dance of the Golden Snake was his ultimate skill. Quite a few martial artists of the same level were defeated by his sword, but Lin Xian, a martial artist of the third sky of the spiritual ocean realm, actually blocked it. He didn't know that Lin Xian's purple spirit eyes could see through all illusions. In Lin Xian's eyes, the swordsmanship he was so proud of could not even withstand a single blow. Is this all you've got? Lin Xian smirked. How disappointing. Many martial artists looked at each other. Yin Fu was ranked 40th on the Hidden Dragon roll, and he was considered very powerful. However, Lin Xian was very disappointed. This was too much of a blow to him. Yin Fu was so angry that he was trembling. He was the second most powerful person in the Golden Sword sect. Who wouldn't be afraid of him? Yet, he was being looked down upon. Go to hell. A powerful aura surged from his body, and he was about to use his ultimate skill again. Lin Xian moved his fingers, and a streak of powerful lightning flowed into Yin Fu's body through his longsword. There was a loud explosion. Yin Fu froze as if he was struck by lightning. He couldn't move at all. His right hand that was holding the sword was charred black, and he took 2 steps back while trembling. Bam! Lin Xian held his longsword and used the hilt to hit Yin Fu's chest, sending him flying. Plop! Yin Fu's body landed more than 10 meters away, and he couldn't stop twitching. Buzz! His longsword was thrown out, and it sank into the ice on the ground with a ding. The body of the sword kept shaking. Too weak. Is there no one who can fight me? Lin Xian asked calmly. You. Pooh. Yin Fu was lying on the ground. After hearing this, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. The crowd was in an uproar, and they all looked at Lin Xian strangely. He is only in the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean tier, but he can defeat a martial artist in the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier with 1 strike. His ability should be at the peak of the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and he is infinitely close to the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. The elders of many forces sighed. It seemed that the Sword Pool Mansion was indeed a place where monsters were born. First, there was Lin Feng who comprehended sword intent, and his ability was ridiculously strong. Now, there was Lin Xian, who could even fight against those of a higher level. This is obviously a spar. How can you be so vicious? The elder of the Golden Sword sect was furious. I feel that I have to teach you a lesson. I didn't control my strength well. Sorry, Lin Xian said calmly. You. The elder of the Golden Sword sect was so angry that he was trembling. Yin Fu had just said this arrogantly, but he didn't expect that Lin Xian would return it in the blink of an eye. Good job, junior brother Lin. Lu Yang had just finished regulating his body when he saw this scene. He couldn't help but shout out. Second Master Lin also snorted coldly. The elder of the Golden Sword sect glared at Lin Xian fiercely before sitting down angrily. Let me. Beside him, A disciple of the Yuan clan stood up and stared at Lin Xian with an unfriendly expression. It's Yuan Li, the person from Yuan clan who is ranked 33rd. Someone exclaimed. The kid with the surname Lin is in danger. Every time he advances in the hidden dragon role, his ability will change drastically. This Yuan Li is several times stronger than Yin 4, and he is also a body-refining martial artist. The crowd was a little nervous, not knowing how this battle would turn out. Ice Fairy looked at Lin Xian with a hint of worry. Sister, you seem to be very concerned. Beside her, Yu Sun chuckled. She was a very enchanting lady. Every frown and smile of hers could affect one's heart. Many martial artists secretly drooled when they saw her smile just now. This Lin Xian is very special. I can't see through him, Ice Fairy said. Yu Sun wanted to tease Ice Fairy, but Lung Yidao, who had always been cold, suddenly spoke. Lin Xian is stronger than we thought. Yuan Li is no match for him. Oh, you know that? Yu Sun smiled charmingly. Lung Yidao shook his head and didn't say anything else. Yu Sun rolled her eyes at him. This Lung Yidao had comprehended saber intent, and his willpower was very strong. He wasn't affected by her lunar soul technique at all. In the square, Lin Xian looked at Yuan Li and said coldly, You're no match for me. Arrogant. He's too arrogant. Brotherly, teach him a lesson. The disciples of the Yuan clan shouted. Mountain uprooting. Yuan Li straightened his body, raised his hands, and slammed them down. A majestic mountain appeared in the air. It was as heavy as 1,000 kilograms, as if it was a real mountain. In an instant, the air was filled with a heart-palpitating pressure. Many martial artists couldn't circulate their qi and blood smoothly. Fall. Yuan Li shouted loudly as he raised his hand and threw out the huge mountain. The wind whistled, and the air was compressed. Rumbling sounds could be heard. Lin Xian's body flashed and disappeared. What? He can escape the mountain's lock? The disciples of the Yuan clan were shocked. Yuan Li frowned. This wasn't an ordinary attack. Any martial artist who was enveloped by the mountain would be trapped in a small space and couldn't escape. However, Lin Xian was an exception. Whoosh! His figure flashed and appeared beside Yuan Li. Close combat? Yuan Li laughed. He was a body-refining martial artist, and close combat was his forte. In his opinion, Lin Xian's actions were akin to courting death. Chapter 188. Oh no, could it be that Lin Xian doesn't know that Yuan Li is a body-refining martial artist? All around, martial artists cried out in surprise. Mountain chop. Yuan Li's palm chopped down mercilessly like a giant axe. Whoosh! Lin Xian's body swayed again, and the power of wind and thunder fluctuated in the air, leaving behind an afterimage. Yuan Li's palm chopped through the air, and his tyrannical aura was like a ferocious beast, tearing the air apart. Lightning storm. Lin Xian pointed out, and the power of wind and thunder gushed out from his body. A fierce wind blew, and countless lightning bolts fell from the sky, turning into lightning dragons, releasing violent energy. Within 10 meters of Lin Xian, everything became a sea of wind and thunder. It's actually the rare power of wind and thunder. No wonder this kid has the strength to fight above his level. Didn't think that he actually comprehended the power of wind and thunder. Some elders exclaimed in surprise. Second Master Lin was pleasantly surprised. Looks like Shinner's fortuitous encounter wasn't small. Not only can he cultivate, but he also grasped this kind of power. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. A bit interesting, but too weak. After the violent wind and lightning disappeared, Lin Xian stood there with a calm expression while Yuan Li's entire body was charred black, looking extremely miserable. You. He opened his mouth slightly, and a puff of black smoke came out of his mouth. Yuan Clan's disciples hurried forward and helped him down. Yuan Clan's elders' faces darkened. They didn't think that Lin Xian was actually so difficult to deal with. Even Yuan Li, who was ranked 33rd, wasn't his match. What kind of freak is this kid? He's only at the 3rd sky of the spiritual ocean tier. How can he have such strong attack power? This kid's battle prowess should be on par with a martial artist at the initial stage of the 5th sky of the spiritual ocean tier. but compared to a fifth sky of the spiritual ocean tier, he's still a bit weaker. The elders of various factions changed their evaluation of Lin Xian once again. Who else? Lin Xian's voice was steady as he looked at Yin Hui. Golden Sword Sect and Yuan clan's disciples all looked at Yin Hui. Now, only he could defeat Lin Xian. Yin Hui's eyes flashed as he slowly stood up. I admit that you're indeed stronger than I imagined, but you're still not my match. Yin Hui's voice was cold and carried a chill. I want everyone to know that you're just a piece of trash. Even if you can play some tricks, in front of true strength, you're still nothing. You've said so much. Make your move. Lin Xian sneered. Yin Hui held the long sword in his hand, and the aura on his body gradually grew stronger, stirring up the surrounding air. In the end, it was as if there were 5 layers of invisible waves around him, constantly shaking. 5th level of Sea of Souls realm. He actually broke through. Everyone exclaimed and stared blankly at Yin Hui. Originally, Yin Hui was already very scary and was ranked 32nd on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Now that his cultivation had broken through, his ranking had risen by at least 5 places. In fact, he might even be ranked in the top 25. This was already a very abnormal strength. Apart from the first and second gradient martial artists, Yin Hui was considered a top existence in the third gradient. With your strength, I'm afraid you can't even break through my defense. How are you going to fight me? Yin Hui sneered. After entering the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean realm, Yin Hui had absolute confidence. He wanted to ruthlessly beat Lin Xian to the ground. Only then would he be able to relieve the hatred in his heart. Draw your sword, or else you won't have the chance to make your move. Yin Hui's voice echoed in the surroundings. What? Lin Xian is a sword cultivator? Many people were puzzled. Most of the martial artists here did not stay in Ice Snow City for long, so they naturally did not know about Lin Xian's battle in Ice Snow City. And of those who knew, most of them did not have the qualifications to participate in this kind of banquet. As you wish. Lin Xian flipped his palm, and the Autumn Scar sword appeared in his hand. Fuck. He really is a sword cultivator. Many people cursed in a low voice. The people of Sword Lake Palace are indeed abnormal. Second Master Lin was also interested. I wonder what kind of sword skill Xian can use? Lin Feng looked disdainful. Their Sword Lake Palace's sword skills were the sharpest sword skills. Lin Xian was a piece of trash studying in Cloud State. What kind of good skills could he have? Let me see how thick your turtle shell is. Lin Xian's body shook, and he turned into a flash of wind and lightning as he charged out. Mad Dance of the Golden Snakes. Yin Hui also used this move. However, unlike Yin Si, his move was even more powerful. Yin Si could only create 10,000 snake shadows, but the attack was still the long sword itself. But Yin Hui was different. Each of his shadows was an attack, and his golden sword was hidden among them. It could be said that this was a large-scale killing move. Puff, puff. Lin Xian moved quickly, dodging the sword chi. Ever since he merged with the power of wind and thunder, his strength in all aspects had increased by a level. His speed had increased tremendously, and his phantom thunder steps had evolved into the wind and thunder steps. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Yin Hui. Wind and thunder cut. Puff, 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 puff. Everything in front of him seemed to have been cut open. Puff, puff. The sharp sword light flashed by, and Yin Hui's protective spiritual armor was cut open. There was still a trace of the power of wind and thunder left on it, constantly destroying the spiritual armor. What? He can actually break open the defense of a 5th sky of the spiritual ocean realm. Many warriors exclaimed, and some of the more powerful young warriors also had a serious expression. Being able to cut open the defense meant that Lin Xian could possibly injure them. For a 3rd sky of the spiritual ocean realm warrior, this was a miracle. Yin Hui's pupil shrank as he retreated rapidly, dodging Lin Xian's attack. Putting away his underestimation, Yin Hui's aura increased again. You should be proud that you made me attack with my full power. 10,000 snakes. Each spiritual snake was 10 meters long and 1 meter thick. They were like terrifying demonic beasts as they pounced at Lin Xian. Wind and thunder sword wave. Lin Xian stabbed out with his sword. The air rippled like water ripples, and a layer of green-gold sword chi quickly spread out. Wherever it passed, everything was cut open. Puff, puff, puff. With Lin Xian as the center, the wind and thunder sword wave spread out in all directions. All the spiritual snakes that came into contact with it were turned into powder. One sword was enough to break Yin Hui's attack. What an exquisite sword wave! What kind of martial skill is this? Many warriors were surprised. Ice Fairy, Lung Yidao, and the others were also slightly surprised. They had never seen such a sword skill. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and stared at the square, saying in a low voice, "It's like some kind of sound wave martial skill. The sword chi is released in the form of vibration, and the power will increase many times. It seems that you're not completely useless. At least you're a little useful." After a successful attack, Lin Xian quickly attacked. The wind and thunder sword wave was launched again, forming a terrifying area attack. Yin Hui's face was gloomy. His figure flashed quickly, escaping from Lin Xian's attack range. He could vaguely feel that this sword wave could cut open his defense. Damn it! How can he cut open my defense? Yin Hui didn't understand. In the last battle, Lin Xian almost used all his strength to break open his defense. Chapter 189. Yin Hui was as agile as a snake as he dodged the wind and thunder sword wave. The golden snake sword in his hand quickly touched the ground, and a circle of golden ripples spread out. Right now, he could not even get close to Lin Xian, so he could only attack from afar. The ground trembled as if a huge dragon was rolling. Lin Xian sensed the change under his feet, and his body flew back like a feather. Boom, boom. The ice surface cracked open, and a thick sword chi formed into a golden snake head, swallowing Lin Xian in one gulp. Nice. Good job, senior brother Yin Hui. The disciples of the Golden Sword sect cheered. Is Lin Xian going to lose just like that? The other warriors were shocked. The sword light formed the snake head, and streaks of sword chi shot out toward Lin Xian. Humph! Open! Lin Xian slashed out with the autumn scar sword in his hand, and a green-gold sword chi burst out like a peerless blade. Shoo! Shoo! A dazzling light appeared, and the wind and thunder sword chi pierced through the spirit snake shadow, tearing a hole in it. Like the sun piercing through the clouds, the crack became bigger in an instant. A vigorous power poured out, and a 12-meter-long sword chi drew an arc in the air. Not only was the spirit snake cut open, but a long crack appeared on the ice surface as well. The cut was smooth, and there was not a single crack. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Xian's attack power was too shocking, far beyond their imagination. Wind style. Lin Xian touched the ground with his feet and started to counterattack. The air suddenly cracked open, and a half-moon-shaped wind and thunder sword chi poured out, attacking Yin Hui at an unbelievable angle. Crack, crack, crack. Lin Xian kept waving his long sword, and dozens of sword chi surrounded Yin Hui from all directions. Thousand Snake greeting. Yin Hui was shocked and angry at the same time, and he crazily channeled his spirit power. He raised his sword high and made a gesture of worship. A strange energy was emitted from his body. However, Lin Xian did not give him a chance to attack. His eyes gradually turned sharp, and his body became ethereal like a breeze. Wind Emperor's Sword. This was Lin Xian's first time using the Wind Emperor's Sword. Although it wasn't complete, its power far exceeded the Wind Fusion Stance and other moves. With a thrust of his sword, Lin Xian's body seemed to have turned into the wind, becoming blurry and indistinct. What kind of sword skill is this? Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian had given them too many surprises. Every time, he was able to shock them. Even some of the elders fell into deep thought when they saw this sword. An extremely fast sword thrust towards Yin Hui. The aura that Yin Hui had condensed instantly disappeared without a trace like a punctured balloon. Puff. Yin Hui retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not expect Lin Xian's sword to be so fast, causing him to fall short of success. You are very strong, but if you think you can defeat me like this, Then you are too naive. The light in Yin Hui's eyes gradually turned sharp. The sword mark on his forehead started to melt. Is it finally going to be solved? The elders of the Golden Sword sect looked expectant. This is such a powerful aura. The surrounding cultivators were shocked, and so were the elders. Yu Xianzi looked at the field and seemed to have thought of something. Is he going to solve the sword mark's power? Lin Feng frowned. Is that piece of trash really that strong? He actually made Yin Hui release his power. A trace of worry appeared on Second Master Lin's face. He looked at the field and kept tapping his fingers on the table. I haven't used my full strength in a long time. Soon, you will know what fear is. The spiritual energy on Yin Hui's body was like a burning flame, and his aura was like a tidal wave. Is this your full strength? Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. It's barely enough for me to use my full strength. His voice was not loud, but everyone heard it clearly. What? What is he saying? He's going to use his full strength? Brag as much as you can. Senior brother Yin will beat you until you can't stand up. The people of the Golden Sword sect hooted. No one believed him. They all thought that Lin Xian was bluffing. Bang! Yin Hui stomped his foot on the ground and turned into a wave of qi behind him. His entire body was like a sword light. The air in front of him was sucked dry, and deep cracks appeared on the ground. This sword was too powerful. Many people were worried for Lin Xian. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind. His sword intent surged, and his aura instantly rose to the peak. Wind Emperor's sword. The sword stabbed forward. It was ordinary, as if it was just a casual attack. However, there were too many things contained within this sword. The higher the cultivation level of the person, the more shocked they were after seeing this sword. It was as if 1,000 waves had been set off in their hearts. This sword was very slow. Everyone could see Lin Xian's every move clearly. However, when they wanted to take a closer look, they realized that the sword had already stabbed forward. Yin Hui could feel how terrifying this sword was. He tried his best to dodge, but his body did not seem to be under his control. He crashed into the sword. Pooh! Bright red blood splattered everywhere. Yin Hui was sent flying. Senior brother Yin. The people of the Golden Sword sect cried out in alarm. Everyone looked at Lin Xian in a daze. They did not expect such an outcome. The young disciples looked at each other, but the older generation looked solemn. That aura just now, could it be? Lung Yidao stared at Lin Xian. His eyes were filled with battle intent. Sword intent, it must be sword intent. Only sword intent can make me so excited. In the area of the Lin family, Second Master Lin was pleasantly surprised. He was trembling slightly. Sword intent, little Xian has comprehended sword intent. Ha ha ha. Lin Feng's face was gloomy. He had also comprehended sword intent. He could feel the aura more clearly than anyone else. This piece of trash has comprehended sword intent? How is that possible? He was a little annoyed and even a little uneasy. What's wrong with me? He is just a piece of trash. Even if he has comprehended sword intent, he is still a piece of trash. Lin Feng took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Lin, who was next to him, looked gloomy. He did not say anything, but his heart was filled with killing intent towards Lin Xian. He looked at Lin Xian deeply. Lin's eyes flashed with killing intent. Whoosh! Lin Xian turned around and looked at the area of the Lin family. Those Lin family disciples trembled as if they had been swept by a sword. Huh! What sharp senses! Lin was surprised, but he did not show it. Lin Xian turned around silently. He had clearly felt a cold killing intent from somewhere just now. However, this killing intent was hidden very well and disappeared in a flash. He did not need to think to know that it was definitely Lin and the others. His heart trembled and he was secretly on guard. After defeating Yin Hui, Lin Xian did not have any intention of attacking again. He turned around and returned to his seat. The young disciples of the Golden Sword sect looked at Lin Xian in horror. Their eyes were filled with fear. As for their elders, they were glaring fiercely at Lin Xian. However, no one dared to make a move. Lin Zheng's warning was still echoing in their ears. Even if they wanted to make a move, they would do it secretly. They could not let anyone have any evidence against them. After a moment of silence, the competition continued. Chapter 190. Lung Yidao stood up slowly. With a flash, he arrived at the square. Lung Yidao from Snow-Seeking Sect, who wants to fight me? Everyone's eyes were burning with excitement. Even Lin Xian's eyes were filled with anticipation. Swish! A figure dashed out like a ball of flame, crashing into the ground. Zhang Guang from Earth-Fire Sect. Great! Lung Yidao was expressionless as his aura gradually rose. Swoosh! A dazzling saber radiance lit up as Lung Yidao appeared on the other side. Clang! Lung Yidao sheathed his saber and stood proudly. That's it? Everyone looked at each other, not understanding what had happened. However, the elders from various forces nodded slightly. The martial artists from the first and second echelon looked solemn. Junior brother Lin, what happened? Lu Yong and Wei Wei didn't understand either. They could only ask Lin Xian, who was beside them. What a fast saber! Lin Xian's body tensed up as he said in a deep voice. In that instant, he struck out 9 times. Every saber was aimed at Zhang Guang's vital points. If it was a battle of life and death, Zhang Guang would be dead by now. 9 sabers. Lu Yong and Wei Wei were stunned. They didn't even see one saber. Both of them were top 50 martial artists on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard, but they didn't even see Lung Yidao's attack clearly. At the same time, they were surprised by Lin Xian's strength again. Swish! Swish! Zhang Guang's armor shattered and fell to the ground. Thank you. Thank you for showing mercy. Zhang Guang's face was filled with fear. In that instant, he felt the threat of death. Who else would like to fight? Lung Yidao looked calm. Next, a few more people attacked. They were top 20 martial artists on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard, but they couldn't block Lung Yidao's saber skills. In every battle, he would end it with one saber. Such a fast saber skill. It's similar to the Wind Emperor's sword, Lin Xian murmured. He was inspired by Lung Yidao's saber skills. At the same time, he had a deeper understanding of the Wind Emperor's sword. Maybe my Wind Emperor's sword can reach such a speed. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Swish! After sending the last opponent flying with one strike, Lung Yidao stood in the field. No one dared to challenge him. He swept his gaze around, and wherever he looked, the martial artists lowered their heads. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Lin Xian. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Lung Yidao's gaze did not leave. Is he going to fight with Lin Xian? Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian was also slightly taken aback, but his expression did not change. We'll fight again when you've grown up, Lung Yidao said in a deep voice instead of attacking. Sure. Lin Xian smiled. I look forward to that day. Lin Xian calmly agreed. Lung Yidao actually made Lin Xian his opponent. Looks like this Lin Xian's potential is truly terrifying. Many warriors stared deeply at Lin Xian, their eyes filled with dread. Lung Yidao looked away and stared at Lin Feng. His aura continued to rise, and a sharp saber intent burst out. Can we fight? Lung Yidao asked in a deep voice. You're no match for me, Lin Feng said arrogantly. We'll know whether I'm your opponent or not after we fight. Lung Yidao took a step forward, and azure cold air gushed out in all directions. The shocking saber intent seemed to split the sky. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, as if their souls were being suppressed. Is this saber intent? It's so terrifying. In the same realm, no one is his match. Many cultivators smiled wryly. Facing this kind of aura, they could not control their bodies, let alone attack. Lin Feng's white robe was whiter than snow. He took a step forward and instantly arrived at the square. He held the long sword at his waist, and an invisible wave spread out. At this moment, everyone's weapons were buzzing and trembling, as if they were about to soar into the sky. Many warriors could only struggle to hold on to their weapons, their faces filled with horror. Apart from the elders of various forces, only Meng Yin, Yu Sun, Lung Yidao, and Lin Xian were not affected. The former two were stronger than Lin Feng, so they were not affected. The latter two were because they had comprehended saber and sword intent. Sensing Lin Feng's strength, Lung Yidao looked dignified. He raised his long saber high and stared straight ahead. Take my saber. Lung Yidao's speed was extremely fast. His body turned into a thin line and rushed out rapidly. The blade was shining with cold light, cutting the air in half, and countless waves of qi rolled behind him. Cut! An illusory saber shadow swept past everyone's hearts, making them tremble. Lin Feng pulled out his long sword, and his sword intent soared to the sky. The huge sword qi seemed to be able to cut the sky and the earth. The two astonishing wills collided, constantly rubbing in the air, and even producing thunder and lightning. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Thunder and lightning intertwined, and fine sword qi and saber light were mercilessly colliding with each other. Ah! Lung Yidao shouted, and his saber intent burst out to the extreme, annihilating everything. On the opposite side, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly became sharp. An even sharper aura burst out from his body, which made people feel despair. Everyone's expression became dignified. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. He held a glass of wine and slowly drank it. Lin Xian's knuckles turned white when he sensed the power. Even if it's sword intent, it has different levels. Lin Feng laughed, and a huge sword qi crashed down, shattering Lung Yidao's saber light. The remaining sword qi slashed towards the crowd. Seal. The elders of the snow-seeking sect were already prepared, and a transparent ice wall appeared from the ground, forming a barrier. Boom! The remaining sword qi slashed the ice wall, producing a clanging sound, and countless white lines appeared on the wall. However, it couldn't break the ice wall. Everyone was astonished. For the first time, they had a deep understanding of the strength of a harmonious spirit realm cultivator. Even someone as strong as Lin Feng couldn't break the defense of a harmonious spirit realm cultivator with his shocking sword intent. This was a natural moat. Once one entered the three spirit realms, the difference between their strength and the spirit sea realm was like heaven and earth. In the field, Lung Yidao's face was pale, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. Although he looked a bit dispirited, his eyes were even brighter. I didn't expect your sword intent to reach the small success level. I will challenge you again. Lung Yidao turned around and returned to his seat. Congratulations to the Lin clan for producing such a genius. Congratulations, young master Lin Feng. Congratulations, brother Yi. A group of people congratulated them. Lin Xian's heart was heavy, and he felt the pressure. Not only was Lin Feng's cultivation strong, but his sword intent had also reached the small success level. In the younger generation, there was almost no one who could defeat him. Such an opponent made Lin Xian excited. He felt the blood in his body boiling, and the sword intent seed in his body was trembling, as if it was about to fly out. Small success level sword intent? I'm looking forward to it. Lin Xian shouted in his heart. Lin Feng pushed Lung Yidao back, and then casually glanced at Lin Xian. His eyes were full of contempt. Finally, he looked at Yu Sun and Meng Yin. Lin Feng's eyes flashed, but no one knew what he was thinking. In the end, he didn't attack. Sister, why don't we exchange some pointers? Chapter 191. Ice Fairy nodded slightly, and her body floated out like a cloud. Everyone's hearts were burning with passion. To be able to see two peerless beauties fight, just thinking about it made them excited. Hee, I won't go easy on you. Yu Sun smiled slyly, and her spiritual power spilled out like moonlight. Silver light sprinkled down and intertwined in the air, covering Ice Fairy. Ice Fairy waved her hand, and the cold wind in the air swayed. A frost spread, and everything within 10 meters was frozen. The silver spiritual energy was also covered in a thick layer of frost and became extremely slow. In such a place, the combat power of an ice element warrior could be multiplied several times. Some cultivators whispered to each other, their words filled with deep dread. Under normal circumstances, no one was willing to fight with an ice element warrior in the snow province. Yu Sun smiled gently and waved her lotus-like arm. The dreamy spiritual power was activated again. The moonlight power seemed to be able to change into any form. Even if a part of it was frozen, more of it still rushed to Ice Fairy. The two of them fought quickly, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. Lin Xian's purple spiritual eyes flashed as he carefully observed the situation in the field. He found that although Ice Fairy's attack was fierce, it did not cause much damage to Yu Sun. However, Yu Sun's attack was like moonlight, pervasive and causing Ice Fairy a lot of trouble. After 100 moves, Ice Fairy was grazed by a ray of moonlight and suffered some minor injuries. In the end, Yu Sun won. As a warrior ranked second on the Hidden Dragon list, Yu Sun did not cause as much of a sensation as Lin Feng. However, she defeated Ice Fairy so easily that no one dared to underestimate her. Everyone was amazed and then looked at Meng Yin. He was the first on the Hidden Dragon list, and his strength was above Lin Feng and Yu Sun. Everyone was looking forward to him making a move. However, Meng Yin had no intention of making a move. He still sat and drank. The banquet lasted for a few more hours before it ended. Everyone returned to their residence and prepared to leave the next day. Xianer, are you really not going back with me? Second Master Lin asked with concern. No, second uncle. I will go back in a year. Lin Xian's eyes were firm. After saying goodbye to second uncle Lin, Lin Xian went to the residence of the Xiantian sect again. After exchanging a few words, Lin Xian left. There's still one more year. It won't be easy to defeat Lin Feng, Lin Xian thought. Not only had Lin Feng's sword energy reached the small success level, but his cultivation had also reached the 6th celestial layer of the Ling Ocean layer. It could be said that he had no shortcomings. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. He also had sword intent and an offensive saint technique like the Great Dragon Sword Seal. He also had Wine Lord's guidance. As long as he worked hard, he would definitely catch up with Lin Feng. Elder Gu, when will the Battle of the Inscription Tower begin? Lin Xian came to the Myriad Treasure Tower and asked. 3 months later, in Feng Province's Dragon Rocky City, Elder Gu said slowly, It's like this. I want to train by myself. Lin Xian said, 3 months later, I will definitely arrive at Dragoncliff City on time. Elder Gu and the others vaguely knew about his relationship with the Swordpool Mansion, so they did not stop him. After receiving a positive response, Lin Xian's face lit up with joy. There's one more thing. I hope the elders can help. I hope the elders can pretend that I left with the Myriad Treasure Tower. I don't want to attract the attention of others. Lin Xian had offended many forces. He was afraid that these people would kill him after knowing that he left alone. He was not afraid of ordinary opponents, but if there was a 7th celestial layer spirit realm or a harmonious spirit realm expert secretly attacking, he would not be able to resist at all. Don't worry about this. We will help you keep it a secret, Elder Gu said. Then he took out another item. This is a jade pendant that can cover your aura. Take it with you. Thank you, Senior. Lin Xian received the jade pendant with a face full of joy. After bidding farewell to the people of the Myriad Treasure Tower, Lin Xian left quietly. There's someone, Wine Lord reminded. Lin Xian felt a chill in his heart. He actually did not sense it, which meant that the strength of the person who came far surpassed him. Fortunately, he had the jade pendant that Elder Gu gave him. His entire body did not emit a trace of aura. An obscure aura swept past, not letting go of any place. Lin Xian held his breath and remained motionless like a statue. Fortunately, the jade pendant that Elder Gu gave him was very magical. That aura did not detect Lin Xian's existence. When that aura disappeared, Lin Xian turned into a flash of lightning and quickly ran out of the snow-seeking sect. Along the way, he encountered a few probing auras that were extremely powerful. It was not something that he could fight against. Lin Xian's face was cold. He did not need to think to know that it should be those old fellows from those families. After leaving the snow-seeking sect safely, Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. He did not stop and ran into the distance. In the secret palace of the snow-seeking sect, there was an old man with a long beard sitting on a piece of ice. Who? The surrounding black fog surged and rolled continuously, finally forming a black-robed man. Kiki, the plan is going smoothly, the black-robed man said in a low voice. Old Monster Shui, I helped you break through to the spirit transformation realm. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Lord Netherworld General, don't worry. I won't go back on what I promised you. When the time is right, I will help the Nether Hall unify the Xia country, the white-robed old man said slowly. The black-robed man laughed with satisfaction. This time, not only will the Nether Hall awaken, but even a guardian of the Saint sect will awaken. When the time comes, not only the Xia country, but the entire Tianan region will submit. The long-bearded old man was silent. When he heard the words guardian, his pupils shrank and a trace of shock appeared on his face. The night was like water and the moonlight was hazy. Tonight, there was no snow in the sky. The world was exceptionally quiet. The snow on the ground of the snow province was very thick. An ordinary person could step on it and reach their knees. Lin Xian walked quickly and did not leave any footprints. My weakness now is that my cultivation is too low. Lin Xian sighed. His strength was not bad, but he had not cultivated for long. His current cultivation was only at the third sky of the spiritual sea realm. This event made him realize that the geniuses on the hidden dragon roll were not just for show. He had to catch up with them in terms of cultivation to become a true powerhouse. Lin Xian made a plan in his heart for the next 3 months. The first was to cultivate and look for treasures. If he only cultivated in seclusion, it would be difficult to raise his cultivation level in a year. Under normal circumstances, it would be good to raise his cultivation level from the third sky of the spiritual sea realm to the fourth sky of the spiritual sea realm. Therefore, Lin Xian needed to look for some spiritual herbs. The second was to cultivate inscriptions. He had to win the battle of the inscription tower in 3 months. Only then could he enter the legendary inscription tower. The third was to raise his sword intent. If he raised his sword intent to the small success stage, his combat power would increase by several times. The Dragon Rocky city of the Feng province was at the border of the Xia country. It was 2 provinces away from the Snow province. He had to hurry there now. After making up his mind, Lin Xian could not help but speed up. Chapter 192. Lin Xian traveled through the night at an extremely fast speed. When the sky brightened, he was already very far away from the snow-seeking sect. Those old guys definitely wouldn't be able to find him. Wooji wooji. The little white monkey jumped down from his shoulder, pointing at the ground and crying non-stop. What's wrong? Lin Xian didn't understand. The snow-white little monkey kept gesturing in a very lively manner. Lin Xian immediately understood. You're saying that the green-haired man is still alive? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. Wooji, wooji. The little white monkey nodded with a look that said, please believe me. Could he be underground? Lin Xian was puzzled, but he didn't dare to stay. Who knew if the green-haired man was still afraid of the little white monkey? Lin Xian didn't dare to joke around with his life. Using the wind thunder steps, Lin Xian quickly left. The vast snowy mountain was white as far as the eye could see. The mountain was covered with tall and straight cedar trees that looked like long spears. There were many demonic beasts hiding among them. The demonic beasts in the Snow province were even more difficult to deal with. Firstly, they could hide in the thick snow. Secondly, these demonic beasts all knew ice elemental skills. For example, Lin Xian encountered an ice snake that suddenly jumped out from the ground and spat out a large amount of ice fog. This ice fog could not only slow down one's speed, but it also had a certain chance of freezing one into ice. Fortunately, Lin Xian's reaction was quick. With his outstanding soul power, he was able to move through the snowy mountain smoothly. Roar! A deafening roar caused the snow on the tree to fall. A 5-meter-tall snow-white demonic bear roared angrily and ruthlessly swiped at Lin Xian with its big claws. Swish! With a flash of sword light, Lin Xian landed on a treetop. Boom! The tall figure fell down with a loud crash, and the wound was immediately frozen by the cold. The little white monkey jumped down quickly. With a wave of its little paw, it took out a blue demonic crystal and ate it like candy. Then, it jumped onto Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian was astonished. This was a rank 4 demonic beast. Its demonic crystal contained a terrifying amount of power, as well as a dense demonic qi. Even he did not dare to easily absorb it, but this snow-white little monkey was not affected in the slightest. Lin Xian still hadn't discovered anything strange about the little white monkey. Presumably, it hadn't grown up yet. Since you're willing to eat demon crystals, I'll let you eat to your heart's content. Lin Xian shuttled through the forest. His purple spirit eyes flickered as he quickly searched for demonic beasts in the snow. The beasts he found were all rank 5 and below. Every time he attacked, he only needed one strike, and his speed was extremely fast. This was the Wind Emperor's sword. He was inspired by Yi Dao Long and had a new understanding of the Wind Emperor's sword. Now, even if his sword speed was not as fast as Yi Dao Long's, it would not be too far behind. In the next few days, Lin Xian hunted demonic beasts as he traveled. The demon crystals were all eaten by the little white monkey, but it didn't change at all. Lin Xian looked at it suspiciously, but the little white monkey actually showed a look of disdain. Wuji wuji. The little white monkey pointed at the demon crystal on its finger with a look of disdain. It looked very disgusted. Lin Xian, damn monkey. It's good enough that you have something to eat? Lin Xian used his finger to flick its head, but the little white monkey nimbly dodged it. It's so fast. Lin Xian was surprised. The man and monkey continued on their journey as fast as lightning. Huff, huff. Unknowingly, a gust of wind blew, filling the sky with snow. It was as if a knife was scraping his face. A black hole appeared in front of him, and a gust of wind was constantly gushing out. The hole wasn't big, only 2 meters tall. The surface was covered with a thick layer of ice, and there were all kinds of icicles on it. Wuji wuji. The little white monkey pointed at the hole and threw away the demon crystals in its hand. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. He didn't need to think to know what the monkey meant. Fine, I'll go in and take a look. He swayed his body and ran towards the hole. The closer he got to the hole, the stronger the wind. When he was 10 meters away from the hole, the wind could almost blow away a martial artist in the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. Lin Xian focused his eyes and stabbed out with the autumn scar sword. Splitting wind style. The gust of wind in front of him seemed to be torn in half, blowing to both sides. A vacuum appeared in the middle. Shoo! Lin Xian didn't hesitate and quickly flashed in and out. After he entered, the torn gust of wind gathered together again, becoming even more violent. Lin Xian entered the hole and became careful. Purple spirit eyes flashed. He was like a ghost, not making a single sound. On his shoulder, the little white monkey was very cooperative and didn't make a sound. It was dark inside the hole, and there was also a chill. For some reason, although the gust of wind at the hole was very strong, there wasn't any wind inside the hole. Under the observation of the purple spirit eyes, Lin Xian didn't find anything. He could only quickly walk forward. He could feel that he wasn't walking straight, but walking towards the ground. Because he had already walked a few hundred meters, there wasn't any mountain that was this wide. Finally, light appeared in front of him. Lin Xian became even more careful. He first used his soul power to check, and after confirming that there was no danger, he walked over. This was a wide hole. The ground was filled with white bones, and many of them were sealed in ice. There were no living creatures around, and Lin Xian found that these bones were filled with teeth marks. This should be a beast hole. He walked around and found that there was another world inside. In an inconspicuous corner, Lin Xian found a small hole. He lowered his head and walked in, and was instantly stunned. Although this hole wasn't big, it was very clean, and there weren't any bones or anything like that. In the center, there was a snow lotus, blooming with light. Good stuff. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He carefully identified it, and finally confirmed that it was a 1,000-year-old snow lotus. If he used it to brew spirit wine, it would definitely speed up his cultivation. Thinking of this, he reached out to pick it. Wong. A ripple appeared, stopping Lin Xian. There's a seal? Lin Xian's face darkened. The autumn scar sword pierced out, carrying the power of wind and thunder, and instantly crashed into the seal. Puff. Lin Xian used 80% of his strength in this attack, and broke a hole in the seal. However, the restriction was quickly restored. This is not a normal seal. It can absorb the surrounding spirit qi and automatically repair itself. Without the strength of a harmonious spirit realm, it is impossible to completely break it. Wine Lord said slowly. Lin Xian rubbed his chin, and his eyes flashed. Wuji wuji. The little white monkey blinked its big eyes and cried out, as if it was eager to give it a try. You? Lin Xian was suspicious. Wuji, Wuji. The little white monkey gestured with 2 fingers and then pointed at the snow lotus. You want to split it equally with me? Lin Xian understood what it meant. The little white monkey nodded and then patted its chest hard, as if saying, "Don't worry about me." Lin Xian was speechless. This guy was actually negotiating with him. Finally, he agreed. "All right, as long as you can take it out, I'll give you half." The little white monkey was overjoyed, and its big eyes blinked with joy. Lin Xian focused and stabbed out with the autumn scar sword, piercing a hole in the seal. Shoo! Chapter 193. In the blink of an eye, the little white monkey disappeared. When it came back to its senses, it was holding a fist-sized snow lotus in its arms. Lin Xian broke the snow lotus in half. He gave one half to the little white monkey and kept the other half carefully. The little white monkey quickly stuffed the snow lotus into its mouth and swallowed it. Wuji wuji. It jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder and curled into a ball. What a waste. Lin Xian's face was pained. This snow lotus is an item of extreme cold. If you can find something of extreme yang, I can make you a pot of good wine. Wine Lord chuckled. Anyway, we have to pass by the fire province this time. I can look for it when the time comes, Lin Xian replied. He looked around again and suddenly raised his eyebrows. The spiritual energy here is so dense. Wine Lord sensed it and said softly, "This should be a spirit gathering array that gathers the spiritual energy in the surroundings. Could it be that someone wants to cultivate this snow lotus?" Wine Lord said lightly. Suddenly, his face changed. "No, this snow lotus is just a little older. There's nothing special about it. Could there be something else here?" Kid looked down. Wine Lord guessed. Lin Xian's purple spirit eyes flashed and looked down. "There's a cloud of blurry blue gas and a piece of ice," Lin Xian transmitted. "Open it and take a look. Maybe there's something good." Wine Lord said. Lin Xian began to attack the restriction. The result was the same as before. "I don't believe it." Lin Xian's face was tense. He kept slashing at the restriction with the long sword in his hand. The little white monkey rolled its eyes and finally went into the storage ring. Lin Xian cursed under his breath and continued hacking at the restriction. Clanging sounds continued to ring out, filling the small cave. Fortunately, there was no one else. Otherwise, it would be annoying. 3 days later, the restriction finally let out a cracking sound and shattered into pieces. Lin Xian's face paled as he breathed a sigh of relief. He sat cross-legged on the ground, took out a cup of spirit wine, and began to recover. This was the spirit wine he had brought out from the trial of blood and fire, and he had already drunk half of it. As his cultivation increased, the effect of the spirit wine gradually weakened, but it was still good for recovering spirit energy. 1 hour later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He slowly stood up and prepared to dig into the ground. "Be careful, don't break the things down there." Lin Xian activated his purple spirit eyes and used the autumn scar sword to dig bit by bit. The layer of ice gradually thinned, and Lin Xian could feel the chill in this space growing stronger and stronger. Could it be something strange? He felt his hair stand on end. Not only his body, but even his soul was trembling. Continue, Wine Lord urged. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xian continued to dig. Finally, all the layers of ice were broken, and a wisp of cold air emerged. Ka. Once this cold air emerged, the surroundings quickly froze, forming ice cubes. Lin Xian felt a wave of cold air rushing towards him, giving him goosebumps. Shoo! Without any hesitation, he used the wind thunder steps and ran out. The cold air in the air stuck to his clothes, quickly freezing them. Crackle! Golden electric arcs jumped, and thunder and lightning intertwined, shattering the ice. That was close. Lin Xian let out a breath. Just the cold air that leaked out was already so powerful. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the cold air itself was. Looking back, the small cave was sealed in ice. It's the mystic ice chi. Wine Lord was surprised. Legend has it that the mystic ice chi is the coldest chi and is usually born with strange items. There must be something good inside. But I can't even get close. Lin Xian sighed. Don't worry, I can take away the mystic ice chi, Wine Lord said with a smile. Then I'll give it a try. Lin Xian used the wind-splitting style to shatter the ice cubes and quickly flashed in. The surroundings were still cold, but the mystic ice chi had returned to the ground. Lin Xian looked over and saw a round platform with a diameter of half a meter. It was emitting cold air. Ice platform. It's really something good. Wine Lord laughed. What's the use of it? Lin Xian asked. It can speed up your cultivation. It's just right for you. Lin Xian was overjoyed when he heard this. When he looked at the ground again, his eyes were shining. Let's take it first. As he spoke, a black hole appeared in front of Lin Xian and slowly rotated. The ice platform underground was sucked up, and the mystic ice chi on it crazily scattered. Lin Xian didn't move. He knew that Wine Lord had a way. Sure enough, the black hole kept rotating and sucked away all the mystic ice chi. Wooji wooji. The little white monkey suddenly jumped out and cried out happily. Lin Xian was startled, afraid that something would happen to the monkey. The little white monkey sucked hard, and a trace of mystic ice chi flew out and was sucked into its body. The little monkey revealed a satisfied expression and then burped. The little white monkey's eyes were a bit dazed, and it went back into the storage ring. Lin Xian sighed. It seemed that the little white monkey was really strange. It didn't fear such a strange cold item. In the blink of an eye, the ice platform was taken away by Wine Lord. The mystic ice chi attached to it was also taken away. Let's go. There's nothing left. Lin Xian nodded, and then turned into a blur and quickly left. Walking in the dark tunnel, Lin Xian was very excited. Just now, he had thought of a way to deal with the blue-haired man. It was to use the mystic ice chi to seal the blue-haired man. Wine Lord also felt that this method was not a problem. The two discussed for a while and decided to act as soon as possible. After leaving the cave, Lin Xian was not in a hurry to leave. He wanted to set up a trap and bait the blue-haired man. At night, snow fell. Lin Xian found a dry cave and prepared to rest. Lin Xian closed his eyes and cultivated, but in reality, he spread out his soul power to observe the situation. Be careful, he's coming, Wine Lord transmitted. Lin Xian's heart trembled. He deliberately did not let the little white monkey appear in order to bait the blue-haired man. Whoosh! A ray of green light quickly pierced towards Lin Xian, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Lin Xian. A huge sense of danger welled up in his heart, but Lin Xian did not act rashly. He waited for the blue-haired man to come closer. His legs kicked, and his body flew out like a spring. The green light swept towards Lin Xian and sent him flying. Lin Xian's blood surged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Whoosh! A figure flashed, and a large palm grabbed towards Lin Xian. The fingernails were long and sharp, and there was a strange energy flowing on them. If he was caught, he would definitely die. Lin Xian looked at the palm, and his heart was in his throat. He knew that he only had one chance. If he failed, he would either die or alert the blue-haired man. If that happened, he would have no chance at all. Just as the green fingernails were about to touch him, Lin Xian made his move. A wisp of mysterious ice chi flowed out and wrapped around the blue-haired man's hand. In the next moment, the blue-haired man seemed to have encountered something terrifying and quickly retreated. Ka ka ka. Just as he moved, the cold chi quickly spread throughout his body, emitting a terrifying chill. This was the real mysterious ice chi, not the cold chi on Lin Xian's clothes. The power of the two was not the same. Once touched by the profound ice chi, even a harmonious spirit realm expert would be frozen. Chapter 194. In front of him, a huge ice sculpture stood on the snowy ground, emitting a terrifying chill. Lin Xian smiled with satisfaction. This mysterious ice chi was indeed powerful. Even the mysterious green-haired man was frozen. A black whirlpool appeared and sucked in the ice sculpture. I split this ice chi into 5 strands, one of which froze the green-haired man, leaving 4 strands. Wine Lord said. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Doesn't that mean I can still freeze 4 more old fellows? The Tsang clan, the Golden Sword clan, and the Yuan clan wouldn't let him off. Even Lin Feng's bloodline might make a move against him. But now, the situation was different. Stupid. Wine Lord snorted. This mysterious ice chi is a rare treasure. It can be used to increase your strength. Freezing others is just a small matter. Increase my strength? Lin Xian was delighted. From now on, I will use the mysterious ice chi to refine you. Wine Lord said, not only can it refine your body and spiritual energy, it can also increase your soul strength. Refine my soul strength? Lin Xian was surprised. As far as he knew, the cultivation of soul strength was very slow and very dangerous. It was much more difficult than spiritual energy cultivation. That was why there were so few inscriptionists in this world. Let's try the ice platform first. Lin Xian took a deep breath. A circular ice platform appeared on the ground. It looked like a piece of art. Lin Xian sat on it and prepared to cultivate. As soon as he touched the ice platform, his body couldn't help but shiver. The cold almost made him cry out. Fortunately, his willpower was strong, and he forced himself to endure. Lin Xian quickly activated the long life secret art and entered a state of cultivation. His body was covered in ice. His face and his eyebrows were all covered in ice. Lin Xian closed his eyes as if he had turned into an iceman. Whoosh! The snow-white monkey flew out and jumped on the ground, its big eyes looking at Lin Xian. Wooji wooji. It was bored for a while, then it sniffed the air and ran away. In the snow-capped mountains, a group of people was shuttling through the forest. Stop! Suddenly, the entire group stopped. Young master, what's wrong? A gray-robed elder asked. What a strange little monkey. It was a young man wearing a fur coat. His eyes were greedily staring at a small white monkey on a tree in front of him. Wooji wooji. The little monkey on the tree was Lin Xian's little one. It was eating an unknown fruit, its eyes full of disdain. It's so intelligent. It's much stronger than the demonic beasts back at home. The young man was overjoyed. He pointed at the monkey and said, This young master wants it. Don't worry, young master. This old servant will catch it right away. The gray-robed old man's body moved and flew up to the treetop like lightning. Then, he waved his hands mercilessly. Wooji wooji. The little white monkey screamed twice, and then disappeared with a whoosh. The gray-robed elder was surprised. He was a martial artist in the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and his speed was unimaginably fast. However, the little white monkey still managed to escape. This should be a mutated monkey. Young master, don't worry. It can't escape. There! Someone in the group exclaimed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The gray-robed elder kept dodging to catch the little monkey, but it escaped. Go together and catch it for this young master. The young man was furious. Many people went forward. Only 3 martial artists were left to guard the young man. They stood in a very strict position, protecting the young man in the center. Not long after, these people returned empty-handed. Young master, that monkey is too cunning. No, a few people whispered. Trash, a bunch of trash. The young man was furious and kept shouting. Young master, I think we should go to the snow-seeking sect first. At this time, Chu Lao and the others should have already arrived. The gray-robed elder said, Xia country is really boring. It wasn't easy to find something good, but in the end, it ran away. The young man's face was gloomy. Let's go to the snow-seeking sect. The group of more than 10 people went on their way again. However, after a few steps, countless snowballs flew over. Pung pung pung. Someone in the group was hit and snow splashed on his face. Although it didn't hurt, it made him feel very embarrassed. Who is it? Come out. Someone shouted. Wooji, wooji. A mocking voice came. In the snow ahead, a palm-sized monkey bent over laughing. It's it. Everyone was angry, except for the young man whose eyes were shining. This young master orders all of you to catch it. Many people in the group dashed out. Even the young man moved out quickly. The group of people started to catch the monkey. However, the little white monkey was too fast. These people could only eat the dust behind it. Fortunately, they didn't lose it this time. A trace of anger appeared on the little white monkey's face. Its black, gem-like eyes turned, and then it ran towards the cave. Whoosh! The little white monkey jumped and returned to Lin Xian's side. "Hey, there's someone in front," someone in the group exclaimed. "I don't care if there's anyone. If this young master wants it, it's mine." The young man didn't have any hesitation and rushed forward. The people behind him could only follow. "It's frozen. Is it frozen to death?" Someone was puzzled. Everyone looked at the figure in front of them. That person was sitting on a block of ice. His whole body was frozen, and he was motionless. This young man was Lin Xian. He didn't expect that the little white monkey would bring back such a group of people. The gray-robed elder's eyes flashed. He stared at the block of ice that Lin Xian was sitting on. "Young master, we're rich." The gray-robed elder's voice trembled slightly. "If I'm not wrong, that should be the legendary frost platform. That's a treasure for cultivation." The gray-robed elder was excited. He couldn't wait to snatch it. "Frost platform?" The young man pondered. The others in the group were also confused. "With it, your cultivation speed can increase by 3 to 5 times. The gray-robed elder quickly explained. Gulp, gulp. The sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard from the group. The group of people all stared at the round ice block. "What are we waiting for? Hurry up and snatch it for me." The young man's eyes lit up. Immediately, a few people rushed over and tried to grab the frost platform. Hua! Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was like a sword, cold and frightening. Crack, crack, crack. The block of ice on his body shattered, revealing Lin Xian's real body. The few people stopped and looked at Lin Xian cautiously. The gray-robed elder's expression changed. He spoke first. "My young master has taken a fancy to the stone you're sitting on. Why don't you name a price?" "Stone?" Lin Xian's lips curled up. He had heard their conversation. Slowly standing up, Lin Xian waved his sleeve and put away the frost platform. "Not for sale," Lin Xian said coldly. "Wuji, wuji." The little white monkey jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder and gestured. "Kid, do you know who we are? How dare you talk to our young master like that?" Someone in the group shouted. "All right, stop talking nonsense." The young master was obviously impatient. Chapter 195. That youngster was very arrogant. Not only did he want to rob, but he also threatened to cripple Lin Xian and feed him to the wolves. Which family's disciple was this, to be so cruel? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the group of people in front of him. There were about 10 people, all at the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier and above. Among them, the gray-robed elder reached the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and the 3 people beside the youngster were at the peak of the 5th layer. With this kind of combination, other than the old monsters at the harmonious spirit realm, no one feared them at all. Lin Xian didn't make a move. His body flashed and he was about to leave. "Wanna leave?" Not so easy. The 3 martial artists near Lin Xian attacked instantly, 3 surging waves of power gushing out. If it was a normal martial artist at the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean tier, he would have died under such a pincer attack. Lin Xian used the wind thunder step and dodged the 3's attacks. He can actually dodge? The 3 martial artists were surprised. Attack with full force. This youngster has a great treasure on him, so his strength must be extraordinary. The gray-robed elder said, "Kill him directly. Don't hold back." The 3 martial artists at the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier smiled malevolently and surrounded Lin Xian. "Youngster, when you reincarnate in your next life, keep your eyes open. Daring to offend our young master, you're courting death." The 3 attacked together, and the terrifying waves of power were enough to injure a martial artist at the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Lin Xian's eyes focused. These people kept looking for trouble and didn't put him in their eyes at all. He wasn't one to look for trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either. Now that someone wanted to kill him, he obviously wouldn't show mercy. Lightning storm. Within 10 meters, there was a sudden storm and lightning, as if it was the end of the world. Pitter-patter. With a loud sound, the three fell to the ground, their bodies charred black. What? The people on the other side were stunned, unable to believe it for a moment. The gray-robed elder's face was gloomy as he kept sizing up Lin Xian, as if thinking about something. "Youngster, you dare to kill my people. Do you know who I am?" The youngster roared, his eyes full of anger. He came to Xia and didn't put anyone in his eyes, but he didn't expect to suffer a loss in this snow mountain. "Go, kill him. Brat, surrender obediently," the gray-robed old man said coldly. "Although your strength is extraordinary, you have no chance of winning against us. Moreover, our elders are guests at the snow-seeking sect. Do you think you have a chance to escape?" Since the fight had started, Lin Xian could not possibly let these people leave. His body turned into a ray of light and quickly rushed over. With a flick of his finger, the autumn scar sword appeared in his hand. Chi! With a flash of sword light, a martial artist fell to the ground with a loud bang. "Everyone back off," the gray-robed elder yelled. He could tell that Lin Xian was extraordinary, and that normal martial artists at the fourth sky of the spiritual ocean realm were no match for him. The group retreated and stared cautiously at Lin Xian. "Elder Zhou, let us do it," the three martial artists who had been protecting the young master said. "All right." The gray-robed elder nodded. The three of them appeared in a flash and surrounded Lin Xian in a triangular formation. "Let me see what level the martial artists of the Xia are at." One of them snorted coldly. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. It seemed that these people were not from the Xia. Then he had even less to worry about. If he let these people go, they would definitely chase after him endlessly. Moreover, there were elders at the snow-seeking sect. Those who could be called elders should be old monsters at the harmonious spirit realm. For his own safety, Lin Xian could only use his full strength. With a swing of the autumn scar sword, a sharp sword light flew out. Shadow sword formation. The three of them worked together and performed a formation, trapping Lin Xian within. A human figure flew out with a sharp sword in his hand, thrusting towards Lin Xian. Wind-splitting style. With a thrust of the sword, the human figure was mercilessly torn apart and turned into energy again, merging into the sword formation. Wind-blending style. The soundless sword chi pierced towards one of the martial artists. The air was torn apart as the dazzling sword light slashed towards that person's waist. "It's useless." With the three of them working together, the sword formation shone brightly, dissolving Lin Xian's attack. "We have even trapped a martial artist at the sixth sky of the spiritual sea realm, not to mention a brat at the third sky of the spiritual sea realm. Hand over the thing, and we'll leave your corpse intact. Or else, humph." The three of them sounded cold as their attacks suddenly became sharp. Dozens of sword shadows flew towards him from all angles, covering his entire body. The sword chi screamed as if they were real swords. The power was comparable to an attack from a martial artist at the sixth sky of the spiritual sea realm. Lin Xian's body also turned into countless phantoms, flying in all directions. Chi 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 chi. Almost 90% of the phantoms were pierced through by the sword chi. Lin Xian's real body was also attacked. Dang! He raised his sword to block, but his arm was numb from the impact. Such terrifying power. Lin Xian was slightly shocked. This sword formation could combine the power of the three of them, releasing the power of a martial artist at the sixth sky of the spiritual sea realm. And when they were attacked, they could split the attack into three parts, sharing the burden. Lin Xian's purple spirit eyes flashed, and he understood in an instant. "I can only break their sword formation." Purple light flashed in his eyes, and an invisible soul power pierced towards one of the martial artists. "Ah!" That martial artist screamed, and the aura on his body froze. Wind Emperor's sword. Lin Xian operated the sword intent, unleashing the Wind Emperor's sword and piercing towards that martial artist. Blood splattered, and a sword cut the throat. The sword formation broke by itself, and the remaining two martial artists were shocked. Their sword formation had never failed, but today it was broken by someone, and one of them died. "You, courting death." The two of them were furious and attacked crazily. Sword intent surged, and Lin Xian's aura rose to the extreme. Sword intent. It's actually sword intent. The two martial artists' faces were pale, and their auras were suppressed. The people in the distance were shocked when they came, as if they didn't expect to see martial artists who comprehended sword intent here. Your sword intent may be strong, but your cultivation is weak. Die. The two of them resisted the pressure, and their long swords pierced towards Lin Xian fiercely. Soul assassination. Lin Xian unleashed the purple spirit eyes attack, and his strong soul power turned into a sharp spike, piercing towards one of them. Lion's roar. Lin Xian attacked consecutively, unleashing the sound wave attack again. The two of them were shocked mentally, especially the martial artist who was hit by the soul assassination, who lost his mind for a short while. In a battle between experts, they fought for the initiative. The autumn scar sword was as cold as water, and with a flash of light, a head flew away. The last martial artist was terrified and retreated crazily. Devil. He's a devil. Too horrifying. Two martial artists in the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean realm died so easily. And the opponent was a martial artist in the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean realm. Is he still human? Are all the martial artists in the Xia so powerful? All of a sudden, the group of people in the distance turned pale, and it was terrifyingly quiet. Lin Xian waved his long sword, and a 2-meter-long half-moon-shaped sword chi flew out like moonlight. Pooh! The big man who ran away was cut in half, falling onto the ground. Gulp! The group of people took 2 steps back uneasily, and the arrogant young master's face was also pale. Elder Zhou, he shouted nervously. Don't worry, young master. He's not my opponent. The aura inside the gray-robed old man's body completely exploded, like a raging sea, making his heart tremble. Lin Xian's aura froze, and he felt a pressure that made his movements slow down. As expected of a martial artist in the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. Kid, die. Chapter 196. Eagle Claw Hand. 5 streaks of light flew out from his fingers, forming a giant claw dozens of meters long in the air and crashing down. Hong. The ground cracked open, and 5 deep trenches appeared, dozens of meters long, hideous and terrifying. Lin Xian dodged quickly, and a blue bead appeared in his hand. This was a thunder bead, obtained from Lei that day. It was said to be able to kill all martial artists below the 7th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Lin Xian charged out, sprinting towards the gray-robed old man. In the sky, the giant eagle claw appeared again, slapping down in an extremely fierce manner. Air-piercing sounds rang out one after another, as if 5 spears pierced out, piercing through the air. Lin Xian was like a wisp of smoke, swaying in the wind. He dodged all the seemingly dangerous attacks. Whoosh! Moving again, he flicked out the thunder bead in his hand. The thunder bead seemed to merge into the wind, not producing a trace of fluctuation. Only when he approached the gray-robed old man did the latter discover the existence of the thunder bead. The youth in the distance had a cold smile on his face. He decided that after capturing Lin Xian, he would torture him to death. However, a deafening rumble woke him up. The place where the gray-robed old man was shrouded in a terrifying lightning energy. A radius of dozens of meters was filled with blue lightning, as if thunder dragons were rolling. Lightning flashed everywhere, and the group of people was stunned. That young master's expression was extremely interesting, changing many times before finally revealing panic. Young master, don't worry. Elder Zhou is a martial artist at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier. He should be fine. The lightning dissipated, and the situation inside was revealed. A huge pit dozens of meters in diameter and dozens of meters deep. The top was charred black. The gray-robed old man was covered in blood. One of his arms seemed to have been blown off, and a terrifying wound appeared on his chest. Brat, I want you dead. The gray-robed old man's expression was hideous, and with every word, he would spit out large amounts of blood. He was severely injured. If you didn't have bad intentions back then, there wouldn't be such an outcome now. Lin Xian's voice was cold. You brought this upon yourselves. Wind Emperor's sword. His body became erratic, as if he was in a dream, and his speed was extremely fast. As the sword light flashed, the gray-robed elder's eyes widened, and he fell to the ground with hatred. Lin Xian turned around and looked indifferently at the group of people in the distance. You don't come over." The young master's voice was trembling. He no longer had the arrogance from before. "We are from Shadow Country's Chu family. If you kill us, you won't be able to escape." Lin Xian was silent as he walked forward step by step. "Remember, you must be a good person in your next life." His voice was cold as he slowly raised his sword. "Run." This group of people couldn't hold it in any longer and fled in all directions. "As long as one of you escapes, you will die without a burial ground," the young master said with a ferocious expression. "Really?" Lin Xian stabbed out with his sword, and a green-gold sword wave spread out in all directions with him as the center. Puff, puff. Any martial artists that encountered the sword wave were all chopped into two halves. The attack range of the wind and thunder sword wave was very large, and now it could kill everyone within 20 meters. None of those martial artists escaped, including the young master, who was also chopped into two halves by the sword wave. Taking away these people's storage rings, Lin Xian quickly left this place. A cold wind blew, and snow filled the surroundings, quickly covering these people. Lin Xian ran all the way towards Fire Province. He tamed a snow wolf as a means of transportation, and he himself was always in a state of cultivation. Seeing that he was about to reach the border of Snow Province, Lin Xian woke up from his cultivation. He was now at the peak of the third layer of the spiritual sea realm, and would soon break through to the fourth layer of the spiritual sea realm. This was all thanks to the ice platform. Otherwise, he would need at least 2 to 3 months to reach the peak of the third layer of the spiritual sea realm. "Looks like your progress is faster than expected," Winelord said with a smile. "You can proceed to the next step?" Lin Xian nodded. He naturally knew what the next step meant. Now that he had adapted to the cold air of the ice platform, he could try to use the mysterious ice chi to refine his body. Of course, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't directly touch a wisp of mysterious ice chi. One had to know that even someone as strong as the mysterious green-haired man was frozen, let alone him. Winelord divided a wisp of mysterious ice chi into 9 wisps, which could allow Lin Xian to withstand the cold air and refine his body. "I can begin now, but before that, I need to tidy up." He rode the snow wolf to a clean place. With a flip of his hand, the storage rings of the Chu family martial artists all appeared in his hand. Among them, Lin Xian was most interested in the storage rings of 2 people. One was the young master's, and the other was the gray-robed old man's. He first looked at the gray-robed old man's storage ring. There were 500,000 low-grade spirit stones, 3 human-grade treasures, and some medicinal pills. Other than that, there were some martial arts techniques. For example, there was a low-grade spirit class martial art called the Eagle Claw art. Lin Xian had already seen the power of this martial art. Although he was not interested in cultivating it, he could sell it for money. A low-grade spirit class martial art was worth about 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It was not cheap. After looking at the gray-robed old man's storage ring, Lin Xian probed the young master's storage ring with his soul force. Lin Xian sighed. The things inside were even more valuable than the gray-robed old man's. As expected of the young master of a large family, Lin Xian roughly looked and found 800,000 low-grade spirit stones, 500 mid-grade spirit stones, a mysterious grade-long spear, several martial arts manuals, and an ancient map. Just these 2 people's items were worth more than 2 million low-grade spirit stones. Lin Xian took out the map and looked at it carefully. The map was the size of 2 palms, but it was not complete. The edges seemed to have been cut by a sharp weapon. Some of the mountains were marked with red dots. Lin Xian counted a total of 5 red dots. At the bottom of the map, there was the word Spirit. Spirit. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He suddenly remembered the map that Lin Feng had obtained from the auction. Spirit class treasure? His voice was full of uncertainty. "Whatever. When the matter of the inscription tower is over, I'll go take a look." After putting everything away, Lin Xian sent a message to Winelord. He wanted to thoroughly study the blue-haired man and find out what he was. A black vortex appeared out of thin air, and a huge ice sculpture fell to the ground. Lin Xian approached and stared at the blue-haired man inside. Inside, although the green-haired man was frozen, his eyes seemed to be able to move. When he saw Lin Xian, 2 green flames appeared in his eyes. Damn, he's still alive. Lin Xian cursed. Wine Lord, do you have any way to investigate his identity? Although he's just a clone, I can still put a slave seal on him and make him listen to your orders. Wine Lord smiled indifferently. Slave seal? Lin Xian's mouth raised into a smile. Then it's decided. In the ice, the blue-haired man seemed to have heard Lin Xian's words. The green light in his eyes flickered. Chapter 197. Second-grade inscription. Lin Xian muttered. He had been a first-grade inscription master for a long time and was now able to refine first-grade spirit wine on his own. However, it wasn't easy to become a second-grade inscription master. There was a huge leap in quality from first grade to second grade. It required the inscription master's soul imprint to split into 2 imprints. In addition to having a strong soul power, it also required a special technique. However, with Wine Lord around, he didn't need to worry about the technique. All he needed to do was increase his soul power. After putting away the huge ice sculpture, Lin Xian said in a low voice, Wine Lord, start refining with the mysterious ice energy. The process will be a bit painful. Bear with it. Lin Xian nodded and formed a seal with his hands. Wine Lord injected a trace of mysterious ice energy into his body and let it travel through his spirit vein. A strange cold energy instantly spread throughout his body, as if thousands of ice needles were stabbing into his body. Not only his physical body, but even his soul seemed to have been frozen. Lin Xian's face was bitter. How is this a bit painful? This is too painful. It was 100 times colder than the ice platform. Gradually, Lin Xian's consciousness became blurry. The great dragon sword seal in his mind and the sword intent in his body roared together, releasing a will that gradually woke Lin Xian up. The immortality art circulated throughout his body. At the same time, he tried to make the great dragon sword seal resonate with the seed of sword intent to keep him awake. This unintentional action of his had a huge impact. In his mind, the great dragon sword seal seemed to transform into an azure dragon that constantly roiled. The seed of sword intent was also constantly vibrating. Finally, the mysterious small sword in his body gently vibrated and emitted a gentle light. Roar! The great dragon sword seal transformed into an azure dragon that flew out of his mind and rushed towards the seed of sword intent. The 2 collided and fused together perfectly. After the fusion, the great dragon sword seal flew onto the mysterious small sword and formed an image of a huge dragon. Only the dragon's head was clear and everything else was blurry. Lin Xian could feel that his sword intent had become much stronger. If it was 10% in the past, now it was at least 20%. Normally, 30% sword intent was considered small success sword intent. Lin Xian was only a step away from small success. From now on, I'll call you the Great Dragon Sword Intent, Lin Xian said in his heart. As if it had heard Lin Xian's voice, the dragon pattern on the mysterious dagger emitted a dazzling light. With the Great Dragon Sword Intent, Lin Xian's resistance to the mystic ice chi was also a bit stronger. Wine Lord controlled the mysterious ice chi and was amazed. He hadn't expected the Great Dragon Sword Seal to fuse with the seed of sword intent. Maybe one day, you'll really find the real one, Wine Lord whispered, his voice getting softer and softer. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Wine Lord removed the mysterious ice chi. Lin Xian's entire body had turned blue from the cold, and there was a faint blue glow on his skin. He channeled the art of longevity. The spirit ocean inside his body shook, and 3 waves rumbled. A warm current spread throughout his body. After a moment, he recovered. The most direct feeling was that his mind was much clearer, and his senses were much sharper. Gently raising his hand, Lin Xian quickly drew an inscription in the air. The entire process was smooth and without any pause. The speed is actually twice as fast as before. Lin Xian was delighted. This inscription was very complicated. In the past, he would need dozens of breaths of time to draw it. But now, he only needed dozens of breaths of time to complete it. Moreover, his movements were much smoother. As expected of the mysterious ice chi, the effect is really good. Lin Xian was overjoyed. I didn't freeze for nothing. Not only did his soul power strengthen, but his body also became much stronger. Lin Xian felt that his body was like a furnace, and his qi and blood were exuberant. Boom! With a punch, a vacuum zone was created in the air. If he met Yin Hui now, he could probably defeat him in one move. Lin Xian was filled with confidence. Feeling the changes in his body, Lin Xian worked even harder. He took out the ice platform and sat cross-legged on it. After drinking a cup of spirit wine, he began to cultivate his spiritual sea. The night passed in silence as he cultivated. The next day, Lin Xian rode on the snow wolf and set off again. Half a day later, he arrived outside a city. Cold Wind City. Lin Xian looked at the large words on the city gate and jumped off the snow wolf. Go back. He patted the snow wolf's head and released the control. The snow wolf howled at the sky and then quickly left. After entering the city, Lin Xian found a restaurant and ordered a few exquisite dishes, slowly tasting them. In the past few days, he had been walking on the mountain roads. His body and spirit were somewhat tired, and he needed a good rest. Cultivation was like a spring, emphasizing tension and relaxation. He couldn't be too relaxed. If he was too relaxed, he would fall behind and become lazy. But he couldn't be too tense either. Under high pressure for a long time, a martial artist would collapse. Balancing tension and relaxation was the way of the king. This restaurant was called the Snow Crane Restaurant. It was said that a peerless expert had arrived here on a snow crane, so the descendants named it after the snow crane. After going up to the second floor, Lin Xian found that the windows upstairs were hollow and inlaid with ice sculptures. Most of them were carved with snow cranes. It was said that this was one of the characteristics of this restaurant. Lin Xian drank while listening to the discussions of others. The snow-seeking sect's banquet had just ended, and most of the martial artists were talking about it. Did you know that the banquet this time was too exciting? A genius even appeared. Someone said mysteriously, "Genius? What genius?" Some people did not understand. A swordsman named Lin Xian. It is said that he comprehended sword intent. Sword intent? Most people did not believe it. Really? You haven't been there. How would you know? Humph. I didn't go, but my senior brother went. According to him, that Lin Xian is not only a genius who comprehended sword intent, but also a disciple of the Sword Pool Mansion. Sword Pool Mansion. Many martial artists suddenly realized and then began to discuss. This Sword Pool Mansion is worthy of being called a big sect in the world. First, there is a genius like Lin Feng, and now there is a Lin Xian. This is nothing. I bought the Hidden Dragon list the day before yesterday. It is clearly marked that this Lin Xian is already ranked 20th on the list. A group of people discussed, mostly around the various geniuses. Of course, the one who was mentioned the most was Lin Xian. It couldn't be helped. An unknown kid had suddenly become a martial artist ranked 20th on the Hidden Dragon roll. This change was too big. Almost everyone was paying attention to him. Hey, do you know? It is said that something big happened in the snow-seeking sect. Someone said. It seems like someone from the Shadow Country was killed on the way. His body was buried in the snow. Where is the murderer? Someone asked. I don't know. He escaped long ago. When Lin Xian heard this, his eyebrows twitched. He did not expect the Chu family to find out so quickly, but he was not afraid. He didn't leave any clues, so no one would suspect him. Chapter 198. Why are you here? I've been looking for you for a long time. A slightly coquettish voice sounded as a young woman sat across from Lin Xian. This woman was about 20 years old and had a beautiful face. She stared at Lin Xian with a pair of enchanting eyes. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Lin Xian frowned. How could that be? Even if you turned into ashes, I would still recognize you. The beautiful woman picked up the wine on the table and drank. Lin Xian looked at the woman in front of him with a puzzled expression. Suddenly, his brows twitched and he looked ahead. There were a few figures flickering about, their eyes carrying cold intent. Most of those eyes were looking at the woman across from Lin Xian. However, they also looked at Lin Xian with hostility. Obviously, they had grouped Lin Xian and the young woman together. Lin Xian's face darkened. He was inexplicably being used as a shield, which made him unhappy, especially since he didn't know who these people were. You want to use me as a shield? I'm afraid you've made the wrong decision. Lin Xian sneered and was about to leave. Wait. The young woman's face changed. She was obviously anxious. I beg you, save me. Her eyes were filled with pleading, and she had a delicate and pitiful look. The underworld is dangerous. Forgive me for being powerless. Lin Xian didn't want to be involved in other people's struggles. Please rest assured, young master. As long as you help, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Seeing that Lin Xian was unmoved, the young woman gritted her teeth and transmitted an ancient inscription. Lin Xian's eyebrows twitched. He stared at her coldly as if he would attack at any moment. The young woman couldn't help but shiver. She quickly said, Don't misunderstand, young master. You are the only inscription master in the entire restaurant. This little woman knows. Lin Xian's eyes relaxed. He knew that if a person's soul force was strong, they would definitely be able to sense other inscription masters. Is there really an ancient inscription? Lin Xian slowly asked. N. The young girl nodded. I hope you're not lying to me, or else. Lin Xian didn't finish his sentence, but the warning was obvious. He stood up and said indifferently, Come with me. The young girl breathed a sigh of relief and followed closely behind Lin Xian. She was indeed being followed. After arriving at this restaurant, she could tell at a glance that Lin Xian was not an ordinary person. His soul power was far stronger than that of an ordinary first-grade inscription master. This made her see a life-saving straw. Lin Xian rented a pavilion with a courtyard and walked in with the young girl. All right, you can take out the ancient inscriptions now, Lin Xian said calmly. The young woman's expression changed again and again. Young master, my danger is not over yet. Seeing Lin Xian's eyes gradually turning cold, the young woman hurriedly said, The ancient inscription is definitely not a lie. As long as you can escort me to Dragon Rocky City, I'm willing to offer it with both hands. Dragon Rocky City. Lin Xian looked at the young woman with surprise. You're not afraid that I'll kill you and steal your goods? Lin Xian looked at her with a faint smile. Young master's eyes are clear. Although they are a little sharp, they are very pure. The young woman said, I believe in young master. I can escort you to Dragon Rocky City, but shouldn't you tell me about your situation first? If it's a harmonious spirit old monster chasing after you, I won't be able to do anything. Lin Xian's tone was obviously much gentler. He leisurely sat down and poured a pot of tea. My name is Zhao Shui. I'm not from the Great Xia country. Because I obtained an ancient inscription, I'm being chased. The one chasing after me is the purple extreme demon palace of the Shadow Country. This time, there are no harmonious spirit experts. Young master can rest assured about this. Purple extreme demon palace? Lin Xian didn't know about the power of the Shadow Country. How does the purple extreme demon palace compare to the Chu family? Zhao Shui was obviously stunned for a moment. Then she said, The Chu family's strength is equivalent to a 1-star sect, but the Purple Extreme Demon Sect is an authentic 2-star sect. Moreover, the Chu family is a subsidiary family of the Purple Extreme Demon Sect. Zhao Shui didn't hide anything, because this information could be found out with a simple investigation. If she hid it, it would cause Lin Xian to be dissatisfied. 2-star sect. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He slowly said, I can only help you within the limits of my ability. If it's beyond my ability, you can only run for your life. Thank you for your help, young master. Zhao Shui's face was filled with joy. How should I address you, young master? Zhao Shui asked. Lin Xian. Zhao Shui repeated this name in a low voice, then asked, When will we leave? Tomorrow. We'll leave for the Fire Province first. At night, the sky was dotted with stars. A few silhouettes were patrolling nearby, carefully inspecting the surroundings. That woman is inside. Other than her, there's also a brat in the third layer of the spiritual ocean realm. Humph, just kill him. This voice was filled with disdain. Don't be careless. Although that brat's cultivation is weak, his soul power is powerful. He should be a first-rank rune master. This voice was very steady and didn't underestimate Lin Xian. This time, our target is the item on that woman. Nothing else is important. Purple 8 will stop that brat. The rest of you, follow me to capture that woman. The steady voice said. They didn't hide their presence and directly rushed in. 5 powerful presences suddenly appeared, and Zhao Shui on the second floor was obviously shocked. Lin Xian opened his eyes, and the autumn scar sword appeared in his hand. He had already sensed that there were people outside, and had been maintaining his battle state. Shua. A purple figure appeared in front of him, blocking his way. It was a young man with a purple cape on his back and an evil smile on his face. Brat, stay there and don't move. Maybe I will leave you with a whole corpse. This young man was in the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean realm and didn't take Lin Xian seriously at all. Lin Xian sensed the situation on the 2nd floor and knew that Zhao Shui was in great danger. Since he had promised her, he would protect her with all his might. The autumn scar sword flashed, and the Wind Emperor stabbed out. The sword light flashed through the room like autumn water, and Lin Xian's body flew out like wind and thunder. The purple-robed young man covered his throat and fell down with endless unwillingness. Until his death, he couldn't believe that a martial artist in the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean realm could kill him with one sword. Lin Xian didn't stop, and his body flashed to the 2nd floor. Zhao Shui waved out rows of palm shadows, barely holding on. She was about to be captured. Suddenly, a sword light flashed, and a green-gold sword chi fell down, saving Zhao Shui. It's you? How could you be here? Where's Purple 8? The 4 purple-robed martial artists were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to suddenly rush up. He's already gone to see the King of Hell. Lin Xian said lightly. What? You killed Purple 8? They were all furious. How dare you kill someone from the Purple Extreme Demon Palace? No one can save you. Go! Out of the 4 martial artists, 2 of them rushed towards Lin Xian, and the other 2 ran towards Zhao Shui. Thousand Snakes greeting. Lin Xian swept out his long sword, using the Gold Sword Sect's move. Chapter 199. Sword Chi snakes tore at the 4 purple-robed martial artists crazily. Lin Xian pushed back 2 purple-robed martial artists with one strike, and with a suction force, he pulled Zhao Shui behind him. Brat, how dare you obstruct our Purple Extreme Demon Palace's work? You don't know how to spell the word death. One of the martial artists roared, and his right fist suddenly shot out. The fist was fierce, like a tiger pouncing, rushing over with an aura that could destroy everything. Lin Xian stabbed out with his long sword, fast to the extreme. Before the violent fist technique arrived, Lin Xian's long sword had already pierced the opponent. The defense shattered, and the armor on his body was also penetrated. The purple-robed martial artist still maintained his punching posture, but the spirit energy on his body quickly receded. Plop! The purple-robed martial artist fell to the ground, and a bowl-sized sword mark appeared on his chest. Zhao Shui stood behind Lin Xian, watching this scene, and covered her mouth tightly. She didn't expect Lin Xian's sword technique to be so powerful, to be able to kill a martial artist in the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean realm with one strike. The remaining 3 people looked terrible. Their Purple Extreme Demon Palace had always run amok in the Shadow Country, and who would have thought that they would fall at the hands of a brat? Zilu, Ziqi, you 2 attack together, the middle-aged man in the lead said coldly.
Yes.
The 2 youths attacked Lin Xian from the left and right. A blade and a sword slashed at Lin Xian. At the same time, the middle-aged man in the lead had a purple glow in his eyes, and an invisible soul force rushed towards Lin Xian. Seeing the purple glow in the middle-aged man's eyes, Lin Xian's expression changed slightly. Without time to think, he used Purple Spirit Pupil to resist the opponent's soul attack. At the same time, he quickly stabbed out 2 wind fusion styles. Sword chi blended into the air silently, and with the support of sword intent, the attack power of the two sword chi reached the extreme. Pooh! Pooh! The two martial artists didn't have time to defend, and with a scream, they fell down. You! The middle-aged man's expression changed. Not only was he surprised by Lin Xian's powerful attack power, but he also stared at Lin Xian's eyes. You, how did you, whoosh? Lin Xian used wind thunder steps and arrived in front of the middle-aged man in an instant. The autumn scar sword in his hand pierced out continuously. His spiritual energy fluctuated uncontrollably, piercing many holes in the void. Bang! The middle-aged man felt the sharp aura of the sword and did not dare to face it head-on. He could only break through the window and escape. He landed on the ground and prepared to retreat. Lin Xian would not give him a chance at all. He merged his soul power into the ice and performed an offensive saint spell that relied heavily on sword will. Ice prison. The ice surface shattered, and 4 ice snakes bent their bodies, coiling around the purple-clothed middle-aged man's 4 limbs, and held them tightly. The snake's head hissed, and the cold air quickly spread throughout his body. The purple-robed middle-aged man was shocked. The purple light in his eyes shone brightly, and the spiritual power on his body burned like a flame. Pung pung pung. The ice snake was shattered by the tyrannical power, and the purple-robed middle-aged man quickly escaped. Crack! Just as he moved, a huge ice spear shot out from the ground. Golden lightning circled around the spearhead. Pierce! Lin Xian yelled in a low voice. The purple-robed middle-aged man waved his palm continuously, forming a light screen in front of him and blocking this spear. It is only a simplified version of the purple demon pupil. The purple-robed man landed on the ground and snorted, "Today, I will show you the true power of the purple demon pupil." The purple-robed middle-aged man's eyes flashed, and an invisible power pierced toward Lin Xian. Who? All of a sudden, Lin Xian felt that the scene around him changed, and he seemed to have arrived in a strange space. Strangle! The purple-robed middle-aged man's voice was heard. Lin Xian felt that he could not move, and countless sharp blades pierced into his chest. Little Xian, this is the spiritual world. Hurry up and escape. Winelord's voice sounded in Lin Xian's mind. Spiritual world? Lin Xian realized that he had fallen into a trap. Break! A dragon's roar was heard, and a huge green dragon bared its fangs and claws. It turned into a beam of sword light and sliced through everything. Puff! The purple-robed middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body swayed. Impossible! How did you escape? You only have a simplified version of the demon pupil. The purple-robed man was in disbelief. Lin Xian's face was pale. He had just suffered a mental attack and almost died. What a strange attack! Lin Xian quickly attacked. Wind Emperor's sword. The power of wind and thunder worked together, and this sword was extremely fast. The purple-robed middle-aged man had just reacted when his body was hit. However, as the leader, his ability was not ordinary. In the nick of time, he forcefully turned his body and avoided the fatal attack. Puff! His chest was pierced, and he was seriously injured, but it was not fatal. Thunderstrike! Countless golden arcs of electricity surged out and exploded in the purple-robed man's body. In an instant, he was seriously injured. No one can offend the purple demon palace. The purple-robed man's face was ferocious. You will be hunted down endlessly, and the cruelest torture in the world awaits you. The purple-robed man suddenly ignited all the spiritual energy in his body. His eyes became brighter and brighter, as if 2 balls of fire were burning. Chi! A purple light attacked Lin Xian as fast as lightning. Lin Xian raised his sword to block, but it was useless. The purple light entered Lin Xian's body and disappeared. Die in fear. The purple-robed man laughed bitterly. Not good. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. His body flashed, and he quickly left. With the wind thunder step, Lin Xian arrived on the 2nd floor in the blink of an eye. He grabbed Zhao Shui and ran away. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded, and the entire courtyard was filled with dust. The purple-robed man had chosen to self-destruct, leaving nothing behind. Lin Xian quickly left the city with Zhao Shui. The two found a safe place to rest. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He realized that he seemed to have provoked a group of lunatics. What worried him the most was the purple light that flew into his body. If he guessed correctly, it should be a marker, but Lin Xian couldn't find it. Lin Xian asked Wine Lord for help. In the end, although Wine Lord found it, he couldn't do anything in his current state. Seeing Lin Xian's purple eyes, Zhao Shui cried out in fear. You're from the Purple Demon Palace. She took 2 steps back in fear. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and they regained their clarity. This is Purple Spiritual Eyes, Lin Xian said in a low voice. Zhao Shui also calmed down. Lin Xian killed a disciple of the Purple Demon Palace. They couldn't be in cahoots. I'm sorry, I dragged you into this. It's useless to say that now, Lin Xian said in a low voice. I'm probably under a secret technique. If you follow me now, it's even more dangerous. Since we're going to be captured anyway, why don't we stay together? We can take care of each other this way. Zhao Shui didn't want to act alone. Do you have a way to remove the marker on me? Lin Xian asked. Zhao Shui shook her head. The Purple Demon Palace's pupil technique is very special. Other than them, no one can remove it. Lin Xian fell into deep thought. According to the purple-robed man, it wasn't difficult for him to guess that Purple Spiritual Eyes was an imitation of the Purple Demon Eyes. However, it was much weaker than the real Purple Demon Eyes. Not to mention the attack, he couldn't create a spiritual space like that. Purple Spiritual Eyes couldn't even detect the marker in his body. Chapter 200. Which two? Lin Xian asked via voice transmission. First, advance to a second-grade inscription master. At that time, with your soul power, you should be able to remove it. Second, maybe that little girl's ancient inscription can give you some inspiration. Wine Lord explained the 2 methods. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. Advancing to a second-grade inscription master wasn't something that could be done in a short time, but people from the Purple Extreme Demon Palace could appear at any time. If a martial artist in the 6th or 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier came, Lin Xian and Yi Xian would be in trouble. Miss Xiao, there might be a way to remove the mark on my body. Are you willing? Lin Xian asked in a low voice. What way? Zhao Shui asked. She naturally hoped that Lin Xian would be fine. Can you let me take a look at that ancient inscription of yours? It might be useful to me. This? Zhao Shui was stunned. Her eyes flashed, and she seemed to be struggling. Wuji wuji. Just as Lin Xian was waiting, the little white monkey suddenly appeared. It scratched its little head with its claws, seeming to understand Lin Xian's current situation. The little white monkey jumped onto Zhao Shui, blinking its black, gem-like eyes. Shua. With a flash of white light, something appeared in the little monkey's hand. This is? Lin Xian was stunned. Just now, the little white monkey's speed increased again, and he didn't see it clearly at all. Zhao Shui was even more surprised, almost crying out. The little white monkey grinned and returned to Lin Xian's side with the thing in its arms. Taking the thing from the little monkey's hand, Lin Xian looked at it carefully. It was a round stone with a rough surface. On the other side of the stone, there were engravings of an eyeball and a scara. It's actually an eyeball. Lin Xian was surprised. He looked at Zhao Shui, only to see the latter's face full of shock. Is this the ancient inscription you were talking about? Lin Xian suddenly had a thought. Zhao Shui nodded sadly, her expression somewhat unnatural. Don't worry, I'll return it to you when I'm done, Lin Xian said in a low voice. Zhao Shui raised her head slightly, a look of surprise in her eyes. When ordinary inscription masters encountered such ancient inscriptions, most of them would go crazy. How could they be like Lin Xian, who was so calm that it was terrifying? How could she have known that Lin Xian had too many good things on him? The value of the mysterious small sword and the great dragon sword intent were both above that of the ancient inscription. Placing the stone eyeball in his palm, Lin Xian stared at it. With purple light flashing in his eyes, Lin Xian slowly approached with his soul power. Wong. The stone eyeball suddenly glowed, and a strange rune appeared on its surface. Lin Xian had never seen such a complicated inscription before. It was far beyond his knowledge. He couldn't comprehend what it contained, so he could only copy the diagram into his mind for the time being. After making sure that he copied it correctly, Lin Xian returned the stone eyeball to Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui carefully caught it, and then said softly, "You're a good person." Lin Xian smiled bitterly and didn't respond. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to study the ancient inscription he obtained. It didn't matter if he couldn't understand it. With Wine Lord as an inscription master, Lin Xian wasn't worried at all. After passing the ancient inscription to Wine Lord, Lin Xian began to cultivate. He took out the ice platform, sat on it, and then operated the secret of longevity. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the third layer of the spiritual sea realm, and with the battle tonight, he had a feeling that he was about to break through. Zhao Shui felt a chill. She looked at Lin Xian in surprise again, and then held the stone eyeball and began to comprehend. Both of them were trying their best to increase their strength, leaving only the little white monkey rolling on the ground. But fortunately, the little monkey didn't leave this time, and didn't attract a group of people. 2 hours later, Lin Xian's aura became stronger and stronger. Around him, there were 3 layers of wave-like ripples, emitting strong energy. Above them, the 4th layer of waves was faintly discernible, emitting an even stronger power. Zhao Shui was awakened by this aura. Her mouth opened slightly, and she looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. With her cultivation at the 5th layer of the spiritual sea realm, she actually felt powerless in front of Lin Xian. This wasn't pressure from the aura, but the quality of the spiritual power. She found that Lin Xian's spiritual power quality was very high, almost no less than a martial artist at the 5th layer of the spiritual sea realm. This was all thanks to the secret of longevity. Lin Xian's spiritual power quality and quantity were equivalent to a martial artist at the 5th layer of the spiritual sea realm, and his strength was equivalent to a martial artist at the 6th layer of the spiritual sea realm. Boom! A majestic aura spread out like a wave, blowing away all the snow around. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, which shone brightly. He felt that his whole body was full of power. Now, he could already compete with a martial artist at the 6th layer of the spiritual sea realm. Congratulations on breaking through, young Master Lin, Zhao Shui said from the side. Thank you, Lin Xian said lightly. He wasn't too surprised. For him, breaking through was a matter of time. Rest, we'll head to the Fire Province tomorrow. Zhao Shui nodded and began to comprehend again. The night was silent. The next day, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui set off early. The two used lightness techniques and quickly shuttled through Lin Xian. Half a day later, they left the Snow Province. Not long after they left, several purple-clothed people came to the small courtyard where Lin Xian used to live. It was already a flat ground, with only some debris left. The 3 purple-clothed people's auras were very powerful, far from what the previous people could compare to. How dare you kill the people of the Purple Demon Palace? Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, we'll catch you and let you taste all the torture in the world. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 turned into purple shadows and disappeared on the spot. Green Province, the vast mountains. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui subdued 2 demonic tigers and used them as transportation, quickly shuttling through Lin Xian. Lin Xian held a map of the Xia Kingdom and said, after passing through this forest, we'll reach the Fire Province. This is the fastest way. Then let's speed up. Zhao Shui was a little anxious. The 2 demonic tigers turned into a demonic wind and kept moving forward. Along the way, the 2 were silent and cultivated separately. Little Xian, I took a look at the ancient inscriptions, and I've roughly divided them into 2 categories. Wine Lord said slowly, the first category is soul absorption, which can create a spiritual space to attack. The second category is soul fire, which is very powerful but also very dangerous. I think that Stone Eyeball died because it used too much soul fire. Lin Xian communicated with Wine Lord through their souls, and he realized that Wine Lord had divided the ancient inscriptions into several simplified inscriptions. He knew that Wine Lord had specially modified it for him because his cultivation level was not high enough, and it was too difficult for him to understand. Lin Xian separated a part of his mind to control the demonic tigers and began to study the inscriptions given by Wine Lord. Originally, he couldn't understand the ancient inscription at all, But now, he could completely understand it. Moreover, he also knew why the Purple Extreme Demon Palace wanted to snatch this inscription. If he guessed correctly, the Purple Demon Palace's eye technique should be similar to the one displayed by the Stone Eyeball. Chapter 201. It had to be said that Wine Lord was too powerful. He could actually evolve so many eye techniques from an ancient inscription. Lin Xian was very interested in the Soul Fire. He realized that Wine Lord had split the Soul Fire attack into two inscriptions. One was for the physical body, and the other was for the soul. Obviously, the soul attack was more dangerous. According to Wine Lord, the Soul Fire would turn into a ball of flame and burn the opponent to ashes. However, this flame was very overbearing and would also cause damage to the user's eyes. Soul Fire? Lin Xian kept repeating. Can it be transformed into a soul sword? After all, I have the Great Dragon Sword intent. It would be a pity if I don't use it. Lin Xian asked. In theory, yes, but it seems more dangerous. Wine Lord said slowly, practice the first inscription first. Let me think about this soul sword. In the following days, Lin Xian began to comprehend the first inscription. The purple light in his eyes flickered and gradually formed an inscription. However, it quickly dissipated. Lin Xian wasn't angry. He knew that this eye technique couldn't be learned in a day. It needed to be practiced diligently. 3 days later, a strange inscription appeared in Lin Xian's right eye. It emitted a mysterious aura. In the distance, a goshawk flew by. Lin Xian's right eye aimed at the goshawk, and his soul power vibrated. Wong. He seemed to see the goshawk's soul being pulled into an independent spiritual space, and he was the master of this space. In an instant, the goshawk in the sky froze and fell straight down. Go. Lin Xian canceled the spiritual space and released the goshawk soul. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The 10-meter-long goshawk spread its wings and quickly escaped. Lin Xian slowly exhaled. He had just mastered the spiritual space and could only maintain it for 3 breaths of time. However, as his soul power increased, the duration would become longer and his spiritual space would become more complete. In about 2 days, we will reach the Fire Province. Zhao Shui said quickly when she saw Lin Xian wake up. When she saw that Lin Xian's eye technique had improved again, she was greatly shocked. One had to know that she had been comprehending it for such a long time, but she had only scratched the surface. Lin Xian, on the other hand, seemed to know more than she did. Roar. Suddenly, a roar came from afar, shaking the surroundings into silence. The demonic tiger that Lin Xian was sitting on shuddered, as if it was also frightened. Lin Xian was astonished. These 2 demonic tigers were rank 4 demonic beasts, and as tigers, they were the kings of all beasts. But now, a single roar had actually caused their bodies to tremble. One could only imagine how powerful the demonic beast in the distance was. Zhao Shui also seemed to know the danger. She said in a tender voice, let's go around it. Lin Xian nodded and was about to agree. Suddenly, the snow-white little monkey rushed out and gestured at Lin Xian. Are you saying there are treasures? Lin Xian's face lit up. The last time the snow-white little monkey had such an expression was when he obtained the frost platform and the mysterious ice aura. Wooji wooji. The snow-white little monkey bared its teeth, and its gem-like eyes squinted into a crescent shape. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian called out to Zhao Shui. Young Master Lin, let's not go. It's better to reach Dragon Cliff City earlier. Zhao Shui had a worried face. I came out this time to gain experience, and there are still 2.5 months before the Battle of the Inscription Tower. There is enough time. Lin Xian did not stop. Instead, he controlled the demonic tiger and rushed in the direction of the roar. Zhao Shui gritted her teeth and could only follow quickly. Although there were many demonic beasts in the forest, some of the weaker ones were shocked when they saw the 2 demonic tigers. As for the stronger ones, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui could rely on their outstanding soul power to dodge. Therefore, the 2 of them traveled very smoothly. Roar. Another earth-shattering roar sounded, as if countless thunderbolts were descending. Lin Xian seemed to feel the restlessness of the golden electric arcs in his body, and there was a trace of doubt in his heart. Could it be related to thunder and lightning? Lin Xian guessed. Then all the more we can't miss it. The closer they got to the roar, the slower the two demonic tigers moved. In the end, the two demonic tigers stopped moving, and their bodies lay on the ground, trembling nonstop. To cause such an effect, it was at least a fifth-tier demonic beast, which was equivalent to a martial artist in the seventh layer of the spiritual C tier. Zhao Shui had a worried face. Young Master Lin, are we still going? Yes, I feel that there is a treasure there, and that thing seems to be fated with me, Lin Xian said. Zhao Shui looked at Lin Xian with surprise in her beautiful eyes. It said it. I'm just translating. Lin Xian pointed at the snow-white little monkey with a smile. The snow-white little monkey sat on Lin Xian's shoulder, crossed its legs, and held its chin with its paws, nodding seriously. Zhao Shui's mouth twitched, and her expression was very unnatural. She realized that Lin Xian and that monkey were both freaks. Two people and one monkey abandoned the demonic tigers and quickly ran forward. In the distance, a faint pressure came, making Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's souls tremble. What a terrifying demonic qi! This aura far surpasses that of a fifth-tier demonic beast. Zhao Shui still had lingering fear. Now, she also had a trace of curiosity in her heart. Did you notice that the air is filled with the aura of thunder and lightning? Lin Xian had golden thunder and lightning in his body, and his senses were even sharper. Zhao Shui's soul turned and sensed for a while, then had a look of approval. There is indeed the aura of thunder and lightning, and its grade is very high. Could it be a thunder beast in front? The two used their soul power to cover their bodies, not letting out a trace of aura. They were both first-grade inscriptionists, so it was easy for them to do this. The snow-white little monkey also calmed down, lying on Lin Xian's shoulder. Let's go, Lin Xian said in a low voice. Whoosh, whoosh. The two turned into afterimages and ran like leopards. Crackle. After advancing for a while, Lin Xian found that the surrounding branches had a trace of thunder and lightning aura. It must be a thunder beast, but I don't know what kind it is. The two confirmed again. Finally, the two were getting closer and closer to the thunder beast. Moreover, they also found other people. Lin Xian's soul power spread out, and his eyes flashed as he looked into the distance. It's them. Suddenly, he exclaimed, as if he had found something interesting. The group of people in front was none other than the Tsang family of Qingzhou. There were about 50 people scattered in front of them. Lin Xian thought for a while and understood. The Tsang family's martial arts were related to thunder and lightning, so it was not surprising that they would appear here. There is a group of about 50 people in the east, Zhao Shui said. The west side is about the same, and those people are my old enemies. Lin Xian said slowly. What should we do? Zhao Shui asked. Since we are here, we can't go back empty-handed, Lin Xian said with a smile. Chapter 202. Zhao Shui's worries were reasonable. A harmonious spirit expert could already control the spirit qi of an area. It was not something a Sea of Soul Realm warrior could compete with. Of course, we won't be its opponent in a head-on confrontation. But hunting this kind of lightning beast will be very chaotic. Lin Xian said with a smile, if we are careful, we will have a chance. Moreover, we don't have to fight. If there is really danger, we can just leave. Then that's the only way. Zhao Shui sighed. Without Lin Xian, she wouldn't dare to take such a risk. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui carefully retreated. There was no need for them to show their faces now. Only when the two sides started fighting would they have the chance to take action. To the west of Lin Xian's group, a group of warriors gathered together. These warriors were from the Tsang family. Their qi was as strong as the ocean, unfathomable. One of them was the great elder of the Tsang family. His qi was restrained and his eyes were slightly closed as if he was asleep. Report. From afar, a Tsang family disciple quickly arrived. Swoosh. The great elder opened his eyes. His gaze was like a divine sword that could pierce through people. Report to the great elder, the lightning beast is still dormant in the cave and hasn't come out yet. The warrior quickly said, moreover, a lot of people from the Yang family came as well. The leader seems to be the Yang family's patriarch. Yang family? The great elder's eyes flashed. Send someone to watch them. If there is any movement, report it immediately. Also, we must get the lightning source this time.
Yes.
Everyone's heart trembled. Their Tsang family had suffered too many blows recently. Not only were the younger generation heavily injured, even the great elder was injured. The one who caused all of this was a guy called Lin Xian. Originally, they wanted to catch Lin Xian after the snow-seeking sect's great assembly, but who would have thought that he had already slipped away? Fortunately, the heavens were kind to the Tsang family. They found a lightning python that was shedding its skin. Originally, a 7th-grade demonic beast strength was equivalent to a spirit-detecting expert, but the thunder python couldn't display its full strength during the molting process. It was only at the level of a harmonious spirit realm warrior. As long as they were well prepared, the opportunity would be theirs. They didn't need to kill the thunder python, they just needed to get the python skin. Although it was old, it contained endless power of thunder and lightning. It was absolutely a top-quality thunder source. While the Tsang family was preparing, the Yang family was also rubbing their fists in anticipation. Monitor the surroundings, don't let the news leak out. The Yang family patriarch issued an order. The Tsang family suffered heavy losses this time. Not only did they lose an elder at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, their head elder was even injured. At this time, they still want to compete with us? What a joke. The Yang family head sneered. As long as we can obtain the thunder source, our Yang family will be able to surpass the Tsang family. We might even become the overlord of the Qing province. A day later, the disciples of the Tsang and Yang families began to seal off the mountain, not allowing anyone to enter this area. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui didn't know about the sealing of the mountain. They found a peculiar grass in a valley. It was about the size of a palm and shaped like lightning. It was silver-gray in color and contained a thick power of thunder and lightning. This is thunder grass, Zhao Shui exclaimed. It only grew in places with abundant thunder and lightning. She didn't expect to see it here. There were dozens of thunder grasses growing in the valley. The violent power of thunder connected together, forming an electric net. Just as Lin Xian and Zhao Shui wanted to collect it, the martial artists of the Tsang family and Yang family also found this place. The martial artists of the two families were on guard against each other and looked at the thunder grass in the valley at the same time. Brat, it's you. Immediately, a Tsang family martial artist recognized Lin Xian. The heavens are indeed kind to our Tsang family. Several Tsang family martial artists walked over with hideous grins. Brat, accept your death obediently. Can you deal with those few? Lin Xian looked at Zhao Shui. No problem. Zhao Shui nodded in agreement. Her strength had been increasing rapidly these days. Attack together. Be careful of his sword intent. The Tsang family martial artists didn't let their guard down and chose to attack together. Rushing Thunder Fist. Wild Thunder Blade. In an instant, all kinds of attacks were launched at Lin Xian, forming a sea of thunder. Swish. Lin Xian used the Wind Thunder Step and quickly dodged the attacks. Then, his eyes flickered with a purple light. In particular, an inscription appeared in his right eye. Buzz. The two Tsang family martial artists at the front stiffened as if they had lost their souls. Puff. Sword light flashed and two heads flew, spraying blood in the air. What? The three Tsang family martial artists behind him were shocked. They didn't know what had happened. However, in the next moment, an invisible soul fluctuation attacked them. The three of them only felt their bodies tremble as if their souls were being sucked away. The light dimmed and the three of them found themselves in a space the size of a house. Their hands and feet were tightly cuffed and they couldn't move. Countless sharp sword rays surged out from all directions and pierced through them. Ah! The three of them screamed in pain and kept twitching. However, they found that they weren't dead. With a flash of white light, their bodies recovered. Then, countless blades looked at them. They didn't know how many times they had experienced this, but in reality, it was just a blink of an eye. Puff, puff. Lin Xian put away his sword and turned to look at the other side. There, Zhao Shui stood with a smile on her face. The 6 martial artists in front of her had flushed faces and were hacking at each other crazily. Soon, All of them fell. What a powerful illusion! Lin Xian praised. Zhao Shui smiled sweetly. Her eyes seemed to be able to steal a man's soul. Compared to young Master Lin, this servant is far inferior. Lin Xian wasn't affected at all. He smiled faintly and turned around. These thunder grasses are useful to me. I want 70%. Zhao Shui nodded in agreement. Firstly, she wasn't a lightning attribute martial artist. Secondly, she still needed Lin Xian's protection. Getting 30% was already good enough. Lin Xian's hand flashed with golden electric arcs, forming a small shovel. With a wave of his arm, he dug out a stalk of thunder grass. In a moment, he had already dug out 14 stalks. The remaining 6 stalks were taken by Zhao Shui. Did you get any useful information? Lin Xian asked. He just got some information from the Tsang family's martial artists. Among them were information about the Tsang family and the Thunder Beast, but there was nothing about the Yang family. Zhao Shui nodded and said softly that Thunder Beast is a 7th-rank thunder python. Because it needs to shed its skin, it's in a weakened state. Its strength is around the harmonious spirit realm. As for the Yang family, a total of 73 people came. 1 harmonious spirit realm, 5 7th-level spirit sea realm martial artists, 12 6th-level spirit sea realm martial artists, and the rest are below the 6th level. After saying this, she looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled faintly. Regarding the Thunder Beast, I got the same information as you. And the Tsang family's strength is about the same as the Yang family. 1 harmonious spirit realm, 6 7th-level spirit sea realm martial artists, and 10 6th-level spirit sea realm martial artists. However, according to what I know, the Tsang family's harmonious spirit realm martial artist was injured not long ago. He shouldn't have peak strength. Chapter 203. Perhaps only Lin Xian had the guts to snatch food between 2 harmonious spirit experts and a 7th-rank demonic beast. According to the information I received, the thunder python has not started to shed its skin yet. It will probably take a few days. It's best if we can increase our strength to the next level. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui simply cultivated in the valley while waiting for the Tsang and Yang families to make their move. Holding the thunder grass in his hand, Lin Xian felt a surge of thunder energy. Just a few spiritual grasses have such power. I wonder how powerful the thunder source will be. Lin Xian was excited. As long as he could obtain the thunder source, his strength would increase again. Only then could he reduce the gap between him and Lin Feng. Thunder surged on his body as he began to absorb the power of the thunder grass. The blue thunder collided with the golden electric arcs in Lin Xian's body, creating a rumbling sound. The electric arcs scattered around like snakes, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Fine cracks appeared on the stone he was sitting on. Lin Xian's mind moved, and the ice platform appeared under his feet. Sitting cross-legged on the ice platform, he closed his eyes and began to absorb the power of the thunder. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the thunder grass in Lin Xian's hand began to wither. The thunder energy on it was completely absorbed. He did not stop there. He immediately took out the second grass and continued to refine it. 2 hours later, the 5 thunder grasses were completely consumed. Lin Xian opened his eyes. Crackle. Following his awakening, a powerful aura gradually filled the air. Lightning snakes danced in the air, flying in all directions. With Lin Xian as the center, the area within 20 meters was like a sea of thunder. In the distance, Zhao Shui's face was filled with shock. How long had it been? Lin Xian's strength increased again. This guy, his speed of improvement is too fast. Zhao Shui muttered softly. She even suspected that Lin Xian was not a teenager at all, but had been possessed by an old man. Zhao Shui puts away the stone eyeball and prepares to get up. However, in the distance, Lin Xian sat down again. Air. Zhao Shui was speechless. Don't tell me he wants to continue cultivating? What a freak. According to her estimation, Lin Xian must be a special existence in China. Even in the Shadow Country, there were not many people like Lin Xian. There was a reason why Lin Xian sat down again. It was because Wine Lord wanted to teach him a body-tempering martial art. Thunder Tattoo Body, Lin Xian murmured, a trace of movement in his eyes. This Thunder Mark body is an Earth-tier martial skill. After mastering it, one will be invulnerable to swords and spears, water and fire. It can be said to be a body-refining precious skill. Winelord slowly said, there are a total of 3 realms. They are Copper Thunder Mark, Silver Thunder Mark, and Gold Thunder Mark. With your current strength, it would be good if you could master the Copper Thunder Mark. Lin Xian suppressed the joy in his heart and began to cultivate according to Winelord's teachings. According to Winelord, even this Copper Thunder Mark was equivalent to a high spirit tier body refining martial skill. Streaks of copper lightning appeared on the surface of his body, forming a strange thunder mark. The thunder mark flickered and quickly disappeared. Lin Xian simply abandoned his body and began to gather all the lightning on his right hand. The sea of lightning rolled and constantly attacked the meridians in his arm. At the same time, countless thunder marks formed on the surface of his body. Half a day later, the lightning disappeared. A layer of copper patterns appeared on Lin Xian's right hand, emitting a powerful force. Putting away the ice platform, Lin Xian jumped to the ground and blasted the ground. Pong! With a loud sound, lightning spewed out and Lin Xian's entire arm faintly glowed. With a boom, his fist smashed into the ground, instantly creating a large hole. Terrifying cracks spread out in all directions like a spider web. The valley trembled as if an earthquake had occurred. Zhao Shui was awakened again and stared blankly ahead. With Lin Xian as the center, the ground within a 50-meter radius cracked into countless pieces of earth and caved in. The power of a single strike was so terrifying. Lin Xian revealed a satisfied smile. The copper thunder mark on his arm disappeared, and he became no different from a normal person. Now, even a martial artist at the 4th sky of the spiritual sea realm wouldn't be able to block one of his punches. Lin Xian felt the energy in his body and was in a good mood. With a tap of his feet, he arrived in front of Zhao Shui. Let's go and check out the situation. Zhao Shui nodded blankly and followed behind Lin Xian. The two used their soul power to check out the surrounding terrain and planned out many escape routes. Moreover, they discovered that the Tsang and Yang families had set up arrays, presumably to control the Thunder Python. In the following days, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were either cultivating in the valley or checking out the situation. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. On Lin Xian's right arm, the thunder mark was even more concentrated. Now, with a single punch, he could shatter the ground within 70 meters. A martial artist at the 4th sky of the spiritual sea realm was nothing in front of him. Even a martial artist at the 5th sky of the spiritual sea realm might not be able to block one of his punches. Rumble! The sky darkened and countless black clouds floated by, gathering in the sky. In an instant, day turned into night. The black clouds pressed down on the mountains, making people feel stifled. Within the clouds, lightning flashed from time to time. As if a thunder dragon was rolling in the clouds, a terrifying aura spread out. Within 100 miles, all the demonic beasts were lying on the ground, trembling. Is it starting? Lin Xian looked at the sky and took a deep breath. Let's go. The two figures flashed and quickly left the valley. At the same time, the Tsang and Yang families started moving. Many martial artists stood in the array, waiting nervously. The Tsang family's head elder and Yang family's head both had solemn expressions, staring at the lightning in the sky and the figures in the cave. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down like a heavenly blade, flattening the entire mountain. A terrifying sound spread out, and countless rocks scattered in the air. Everyone's pupils constricted. It was too terrifying. In front of the vast power of heaven and earth, everything seemed so insignificant. The 1,000-meter-tall mountain was mostly shaved off, revealing the situation in the cave. A 100-meter-long thunder python appeared in everyone's eyes. It was wrapped in blue electric arcs, its body constantly twisting as if in pain. Roar! In the sea of thunder, a roar came. It was like a dragon's roar, but also like thunder. Everyone felt their eardrums tremble, and their blood roiled. The thunder beast's roar almost injured them. In the distance, 3 purple-robed men were running at high speed in Lin Xian. Suddenly, they stopped and raised their heads to look at the distant sky. There, dark clouds covered the sky, and lightning flashed. The three of them were from the Purple Extreme Demon Palace. At this moment, they looked at each other. According to the display, the target is under the dark clouds. Let's go and take a look. The three of them turned into 3 streaks of purple light and rushed in the direction of the dark clouds. Under the dark clouds, the 100-meter-long thunder python roared again. Then, a thin crack appeared on its head. Chapter 204. That aura was frightening. It had even surpassed the harmonious spirit realm. Fortunately, the thunder python was in a weakened state throughout the entire molting process and for a long period of time after. Otherwise, no one in the entire Xia kingdom would dare to have any ideas about it. The crack on the thunder python's head was getting bigger as if it was torn apart by an invisible force. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. With his excellent eye power, he could see that the new skin of the thunder python was very strange. Lightning flashed on it, making it look like a lightning lake. It is indeed a strange beast. Every time it metamorphoses, it will become stronger. Lin Xian praised in his heart. Humph, do you think metamorphosis is so easy? Wine Lord snorted. If you can't withstand the lightning tribulation, you will die. Demonic beasts were much more dangerous than humans. Lin Xian was speechless. He raised his head and looked at the thunderclouds in the sky. Rumble. As if responding to Wine Lord's words, a thunder as thick as a bucket struck down, splitting the sky in half. The huge lightning struck the thunder python's body as if it was going to destroy the world. The whole mountain was blasted apart, turning into a flat land. The 100-meter-long thunder python roared towards the sky. A layer of protective lightning appeared on its body. The warriors of the Tsang and Yang families quickly retreated, afraid that they would be affected. The 2 harmonious spirit realm warriors also had a cold expression. They were extremely nervous. Don't be distracted. Focus on comprehending the power of heaven and earth. Wine Lord shouted. Lin Xian's body trembled as he stared at the scene in front of him. Compared to the lightning tribulation, his lightning technique was like child's play. Lin Xian exerted his soul power to the extreme. He tried his best to capture every movement of the lightning tribulation and the thunder python. Zhao Shui saw this scene, and her heart trembled violently. Everyone else was worried about their lives, but this guy was actually comprehending martial arts. She was not Lin Xian, so she did not dare to stay too close. She could only find a safe place to hide temporarily. Thunder fell faster and faster. In the end, several of them fell together, forming a curtain of lightning. The thunder python's entire head had finished its metamorphosis. Its house-sized head emitted a terrifying aura. Roar. It opened its mouth and spat out a bolt of lightning, which formed an electric net that covered the sky. The sky full of lightning struck the electric net, forming a terrifying shockwave. Lin Xian stared at the bolts of lightning one after another, feeling the violent aura within them and verifying it with his own martial arts. The speed at which the thunder python shed its skin was extremely slow. Everyone could only wait anxiously. When it had retreated halfway, 3 powerful auras suddenly came from behind the forest. Not good. Zhao Shui's expression changed drastically, and she quickly rushed to Lin Xian's side. There from the Purple Extreme Devil Palace. Zhao Shui had no choice but to interrupt Lin Xian. Spreading out his soul power, Lin Xian sensed it, and then his face sank. Now is not the time to expose ourselves. Come with me. Lin Xian's body swayed as he ran towards the thunder python. You're crazy. Zhao Shui was so scared that her face turned pale. Seeing that Lin Xian's figure was about to disappear, she could only grit her teeth and follow him. When they were 2,000 meters away from the thunder python, Lin Xian stopped and found a cave. Here, the pressure from the thunder above them was even greater. Zhao Shui followed behind Lin Xian in fear, not even daring to breathe. Wine Lord, can you temporarily weaken the mark on my body? Lin Xian asked. Perhaps you can try using the mysterious ice chi, Wine Lord said in a deep voice. Lin Xian turned his head and said to Zhao Shui, Stay away from me. What? Zhao Shui didn't understand Lin Xian's meaning. However, she quickly retreated in fear. Lin Xian's body turned ashen in an instant, and a wave of cold air emitted from his body. Layers of blue ice formed on his body, and the cold air quickly spread, turning the entire cave into a world of ice and snow. So cold, Zhao Shui had no choice but to circulate all her spiritual energy. There was only one explanation for Lin Xian's change, and that was to suppress the mark in his body so that the purple extreme demon palace couldn't find it. Outside, in the forest, 3 purple-robed martial artists suddenly frowned. The target's aura suddenly weakened, and the mark in his body was also weakened. One of the purple-robed martial artists said, "Could it be that he removed the mark?" Another martial artist was puzzled. "Impossible. Other than our purple extreme demon palace, no one can remove the mark. Stop guessing. Let's go and take a look," the leading youth said in a deep voice. The 3 of them increased their speed and rushed over. Swish. A moment later, the 3 purple-robed martial artists arrived at a mountain peak. Seeing the distant thunder blade falling like a heavenly blade and the 100-meter-long lightning beast, the 3 of them trembled. What a terrifying thunder tribulation. It's actually a thunder python, and its outer skin is a top-grade thunder source. The 3 of them were burning with passion, and for a moment, they forgot to search for Lin Xian's location. In fact, the 3 of them couldn't be blamed. Even a harmonious spirit expert would covet it, let alone them. "Let's confirm the target's location first." The leading youth calmed down and said in a deep voice. The eyes of the 2 behind him flashed as they began to sense. After a few breaths, the 2 of them shook their heads. "We can only sense that he's nearby, but we can't confirm his exact location. It seems that he used some method to temporarily hide the mark." Another martial artist said. "What should we do now?" The 2 of them asked. "Since the target is here, we'll wait here." The leading youth smiled evilly, "Not to mention there's such a top-grade thunder source. If we're lucky, we might be able to get one. At that time, we'll be rich." The other 2 were also excited, and the 3 of them stared at the thunder python in the distance. The Tsang family and the Yang family naturally discovered the purple-robed martial artists. The Tsang family's head elder and the Yang family's head both sent out a group of people to clear the area. The 2 groups of people, each led by a martial artist at the 6th sky of Spirit Sea Realm, quickly approached the purple-robed martial artists and surrounded the 3 of them. "Where did this trash come from? Get lost." The Tsang family's disciple shouted coldly. "You 3, since you've discovered the secret, then die." The Yang family's people also had a murderous look. The 2 groups of people quickly attacked. At such a crucial moment, they didn't want any accidents to happen. Thunder and lightning surged, and sword chi crisscrossed. Plop, plop. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the Tsang family and Yang family's disciples fell. Those people's faces were filled with fear, and their eyes were wide open as if they had seen something terrifying. "What?" The 2 martial artists at the 6th sky of Spirit Sea Realm were shocked, and stared at the 3 purple-robed martial artists cautiously. "Who are you people?" They didn't even see how the purple-robed martial artists attacked. "It's an eye technique." The Yang family's martial artist cried out, his expression very grave. The Tsang family's martial artist's body shook. He discovered that the 3 purple-robed martial artists' eyes were suffused with a purple light, which was abnormally demonic. Die for me." The Tsang family's martial artist at the 6th sky of Spirit Sea Realm punched out. Rich spirit power surged, condensing into a thunder tiger that pounced at the 3 people with bared fangs and brandished claws. "You 2 deal with the other one," the leading youth said coldly. The 3 people's bodies swayed, narrowly avoiding the attack. Chapter 205. Purple light flashed, and a vortex appeared in the purple-clothed youth's eyes, looking extremely demonic. The Tsang family's martial artist at the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean realm stiffened, and confusion appeared in his eyes. His expression was one of struggle, as if he was drowning. "Pooh!" A purple light lit up, and the purple-clothed youth waved his long saber, splitting the Tsang family's martial artist in half. On the other side, the Yang family's martial artist's eyes also bulged, and he fell down unwillingly. Himph, a bunch of trash. A purple-clothed man sneered. Song family's head elder and Yang family's head both saw this scene. Their expressions changed drastically as they stared at the three purple-robed men, seemingly thinking about something. Could it be Shadow Country's purple extreme demon palace? Song family's head elder said in a low voice, "Call everyone back and don't provoke those three." For a moment, both families issued the same order. This action was tacitly acknowledging the existence of the three purple-clothed men. It seemed that in their eyes, Purple Extreme Demon Palace was not to be provoked. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui, who were hiding in the cave, also sensed this scene. Lin Xian's entire body was covered in ice, and no changes could be seen. But Zhao Shui's expression was very ugly. A martial artist at the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean realm was easily dealt with. So how powerful were those three people? In the sky, lightning kept falling, and it was getting more and more intense. Half of the Thunder Python's skin had already peeled off, and new leather armor circulated with lightning, shining brightly. He spat out a thunder curtain, blocking the lightning in the sky. Even so, it was still heavily injured. Roar! The lower half of its body was charred black, and there were bloody holes in some places. Lightning jumped on it, crazily tearing open the wounds. Hong long long. The lightning in the sky kept striking down, and the surroundings became a sea of lightning. The Thunder Python's body rolled, and its long tail twitched, creating deep pits in the ground. On its head, a protrusion gradually grew, like a horn. It evolved. Everyone was shocked, staring blankly at this scene. That protrusion kept growing, and finally became a silver horn about half a meter long. Although it looked weak, the presence on it seemed to be able to crush everything. Like a thunder sword, it was going to pierce the sky. Rumble. The dark clouds in the sky churned and spun continuously, forming a huge black vortex. From the center of the vortex, a silver arc of electricity appeared. As soon as the silver lightning arc appeared, the sky seemed to be unable to withstand it and was about to split open. Boom! Silver lightning descended, illuminating half of the sky. The surrounding mountain peaks were all shattered, and violent winds blew within 1,000 meters. The momentum was extremely terrifying. The Thunder Python was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. It let out a miserable cry as it was struck by the silver flash. The whole process lasted for the time it took for an incense stick to burn before it slowly disappeared. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They were worried. This level of lightning was very likely to cause everything below to cease to exist. He couldn't have been struck to death, right? Everyone from the Tsang family was puzzled. It's even better if he's dead. As long as the thunder source is still here, we won't have come here in vain. The Tsang family's great elder clenched his fists. The huge whirlpool in the sky slowly dissipated. The black clouds drifted away, and the sky returned to normal. Everyone impatiently looked forward and saw the 100-meter-long Thunder Python weakly raising its head in the ruins. Its silver horn was shining brightly. Everyone's heart tightened. They then looked at the old skin that was peeling off. In the ruins, there was a large piece of shining scales that looked like blue crystals. Great, it's fine. Everyone was obviously relieved when they saw that the thunder source was fine. However, in the next moment, the weak Thunder Python opened its mouth and bit the outer skin that was peeling off. Attack! The Tsang family and Yang family ordered at the same time. Everyone rushed forward. The three purple-clothed warriors also turned into three purple lights and rushed toward the Thunder Python. Zhao Shui was a little worried. She didn't move but looked at Lin Xian instead. Crack! Crack! The cold energy on Lin Xian's body weakened a little. The ice and snow on his head had already melted. Let them fight first. It's not that easy to get the thunder source, Lin Xian said in a low voice. Zhao Shui nodded. Then, she carefully probed the area. The two harmonious spirit experts from the Tsang family and the Yang family were at the forefront. They flew in the sky, their powerful aura sweeping across the area. Set up the formation. The Tsang family's great elder and the Yang family's patriarch shouted at the same time. Boom! Bang! On the ground, hundreds of warriors quickly set up the formation. A terrifying aura spread out. On the Tsang family's side, the six-star lightning formation flashed. A 50-meter-long thunderbird flew out from the formation and screeched toward the sky. On the other side, the Yang family's people waved their flags. Countless heat waves surged and the ground shook. A stone man covered in fire stood up from the ground. Roar! The thunder python roared. Lightning overflowed from its body, shattering everything around it. The three behemoths looked at each other with hostility. Then, they started to attack. The thunder python's mountain-like tail whipped at the stone man covered in fire. Its big mouth bit at the thunderbird in the sky. The three of them collided like a meteor hitting the ground, creating an earth-shattering sound. The whole forest was trembling. Lightning and fire intertwined, forming three light pillars that shot up to the sky. The warriors who were controlling the formation trembled and vomited blood. At this moment, the two harmonious spirit experts started to attack. A big hand with lightning dancing on it grabbed at the thunder crystal beside the thunder python. On the other side, a long spear turned into a fire dragon and stabbed out. Roar! The thunder python felt the danger and stood up. It had just gone through a lightning tribulation and was very weak. However, these despicable humans were not only strong, they could also set up a formation. The silver horn on its head suddenly rotated with silver light, forming circles of lightning runes. A silver-white energy ball appeared on the horn. It gradually grew bigger until it was the size of a millstone. A trace of aura like a lightning tribulation spread out, causing everyone's heart to beat faster. Bang! The thunder python's huge head turned. A beam of light burst out from the huge energy ball. It was like a lightning blade, sweeping across everything. Boom! The thunderbird in the sky had one of its wings cut off. The stone man covered in fire was cut in half at the waist. The two harmonious spirit realm warriors ran away as fast as they could. However, the warriors on the ground were not so lucky. They were all submerged in the lightning. Bastard! You are courting death. The great elder of the Tsang family and the head of the Yang family were furious. The warriors on the ground were the elites of their families. Some of them were very young, and some of them had great potential. They were all talented people who could be the pillars of their families. But now, they were all dead. The spirit energy in their bodies surged as they attacked the thunder python fiercely. Old Yang, let's kill this bastard together. The great elder of the Tsang family gritted his teeth. He had decided to join forces with the Yang family. All right. The head of the Yang family was surrounded by flames. His long spear was like a long blade. The battle broke out. The two men and the beast fought together, overturning the whole forest. The ice on Lin Xian's body disappeared. His aura surged and his eyes flashed. Chapter 206. Tsang family's great elder and Yang family's patriarch were really angry this time. They attacked the thunder python crazily. The fire-red long spear and the huge thunder palm covered the sky, hitting the thunder python's body with a buzzing sound. The thunder python felt the pain and counterattacked. At the same time, it swung its thick tail like a mountain. Large amounts of thunder crystals were scattered on the ground. Tsang family's great elder and Yang family's patriarch attacked at the same time. Boom! The thunder python's skin was broken and scattered in all directions. Looking at the torn thunder crystal, Lin Xian's eyes were burning with passion. Hide yourselves well, Lin Xian instructed before dashing out at top speed. Behind him, Zhao Shui gritted her teeth and chose to stay in the cave. Although the thunder crystal was a good thing, it was too dangerous outside. Not only were there harmonious spirit realm experts, there were also people from the Purple Extreme Demon Palace. Moreover, Zhao Shui was not a lightning-attributed martial artist. Although the thunder crystal was precious, it was not as precious as her life. Lin Xian sensed that Zhao Shui did not follow him, but he was not surprised. He transmitted his voice, "If there is danger, leave first." After saying that, he spread out his soul force and carefully checked the surroundings. He quickly rushed out. At the same time, there were 3 other martial artists in purple robes. They did not stay together, but ran towards a thunder crystal separately. Humph! I'll deal with you first. Lin Xian used the wind thunder step and followed the weakest martial artist. Among the ruins, there was a thunder python skin the size of a table. It was crystal clear like a sapphire. A martial artist in purple robes carefully avoided the harmonious spirit realm experts in the sky and quietly approached. In the sky, Song family's great elder and Yang family's patriarch were entangled by the thunder python and could not be distracted. Go get the thunder crystal, they said to the disciples who were still alive. Originally, there were more than 100 people in the team, but now there were only 20 people left. They all ran towards the thunder crystal. Die! The martial artist in purple robes sneered. Purple light flashed in his eyes and controlled the 3 martial artists who were close to him. He then slashed his palm and 3 heads flew out. Swoosh! As soon as he finished, he felt a cold killing intent behind him. Whoosh! Twisting his body, the purple-clothed martial artist forcibly moved 3 meters to the left. He suddenly turned his head with a disdainful smile on his face. You want to play with me? His expression changed because there was no one behind him. Puff! A sharp blade pierced through his heart. Golden lightning surged and destroyed all the vitality in his body. He tried his best to turn his head around to see who it was. Unfortunately, he only saw a slender hand take away his storage ring. Then, he blacked out and lost consciousness. Lin Xian pulled out the autumn scar sword. Blood flowed down the edge of the sword, but there was not a single trace of blood left on the blade. He took off the purple-robed man's purple robe and put it on himself. Then, he quickly put away the table-sized thunder python skin. This piece of thunder python skin was relatively small and in a remote location, so not many people paid attention to it. Therefore, Lin Xian's first attack went very smoothly. His entire body was hidden in the purple robe. His body floated like a ghost as he rushed toward another purple-robed man. Boom! A huge handprint appeared in front of him, creating a bottomless pit in the ground. Lin Xian's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He looked forward with a pale face. The other purple-robed man killed a few Song family disciples and put away a door-sized piece of thunder python skin into his storage ring. This whole process was seen by the head elder of the Song family in the sky. He immediately struck out a palm and killed the purple-robed man. The head elder of the Song family waved his hand, and the storage ring of the dead purple-robed man quickly flew toward him. Chi! A fiery red spear light flashed past, cutting off the connection between the storage ring and the head elder. Immediately, the storage ring fell to the ground. Yang Tian, the head elder of the Tsang family, roared in anger. Hee, we are only temporarily working together. You don't really think that we are on the same side, do you? The leader of the Yang family grabbed the storage ring in his hand with a smile on his face. Get lost. 100-meter-long palm slapped out, covering the leader of the Yang family. Suddenly, countless lightning bolts fell. Break! The leader of the Yang family's spear was like a rainbow. Countless spear lights pierced through the palm in the sky. Roar! The thunder python demonic beast was not to be outdone. Silver lightning flashed on its tail, forming a long electric saw that slashed at the two of them. The battle became more intense. The surviving leader of the purple-robed men kept dodging and quickly came to the front of a 10-meter-long thunder python skin. A sinister smile appeared on his face, and he quickly struck. Boom! 100-meter-long spear light flew from the sky at extreme speed. The leader of the purple-robed men's eyes flashed with purple light, and he quickly retreated. Chi! 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 A 1,000-meter-long crack appeared at the place where he was originally standing. The purple-robed young man's face was gloomy. He did not dare to strike again, but looked gloomily at the sky. Obviously, this spear was a warning. However, he would not give up. Whoosh! Lin Xian came near with his purple robe draped over him. At this time, no one would be suspicious and no one would pay attention to him. Help me attract their attention. I will go and get the thunder crystal. The purple-robed young man said coldly. Lin Xian nodded and quickly rushed forward. In an instant, he arrived near the crack. In the blink of an eye, he went straight for the thunder python skin. Humph! A cold snort sounded in the sky, like a sudden clap of thunder. Don't think that I won't dare to kill someone from the purple demon palace. The spear light flew out like a dragon emerging from the sea, piercing towards Lin Xian. When the young family head took the initiative, Lin Xian began to dodge. After all, he did not really want to take the thunder python skin. Boom, boom, boom. The spear light roared and pierced into the ground, forming a 10-meter-wide crater. As for Lin Xian, he was only 3 meters away from the crater. Cold sweat flowed down his face. If he had been a little slower, he would have died here. When Lin Xian made his move, the purple-robed young man also moved quickly. When the young family had attacked Lin Xian, the purple-robed young man quickly ran for the thunder python skin. Whoosh! Finally, he succeeded this time. Go! He called out to Lin Xian and ran into the distance. Courting death. In the sky, the Yang family head and Song family head both launched terrifying attacks. However, the two of them were restrained by the thunder python and were wary of each other. Their attacks were not strong, and their accuracy was not high. On the contrary, Lin Xian and the purple-robed young man were soul force experts, and they had been paying attention to the movements in the sky. Thus, they managed to avoid the attack by a hair's breadth. Seeing the two of them leave, the Song family head and Yang family head did not chase after them. After all, that was only a small piece. The real head was still beside the thunder python. The thunder python seemed to understand their thoughts. Its silver eyes turned, and it suddenly turned its head, biting down on the remaining thunder python skin. Crack! The 80-meter-long thunder python skin was reduced by half. Evil beast, you are courting death. Chapter 207. The purple-robed youth snatched a thunder crystal and immediately fled. Lin Xian followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were far away from the battlefield. We didn't come in vain this time. Wait for us. Before he could finish, Lin Xian suddenly attacked. The great dragon sword intent surged and a shocking, killing intent surged. A sword ray flashed past like a shooting star, extremely dazzling. Ding! Puff! The purple-robed youth's expression changed, and he immediately dodged. The sword ray flashed and slashed across his chest, stabbing his arm. He was wearing an inner armor, which barely blocked Lin Xian's sword. However, the sword pierced his arm. With a puff, his right arm broke and blood gushed out uncontrollably. Lin Xian's palm sucked and removed the broken arm, quickly removing the storage ring on it. The purple-robed youth was heavily injured. He quickly sealed his broken arm and stared at Lin Xian. You? Purple light flashed in his eyes, as if he had suddenly discovered something. So you're the target we've been looking for. His voice carried a trace of gloom. Good. Very good. The purple-robed youth panted. It's been a long time since anyone dared to offend our purple demon palace. Purple demon purgatory. He suddenly shouted, and the purple light in his eyes intensified, enveloping Lin Xian. In the next moment, the surrounding scene changed drastically. Mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. There was killing everywhere, just like hell. 5 crimson chains flew towards Lin Xian, wanting to bind him. Enter my spiritual space. I'll torture you to death. The purple-robed youth's face was hideous, like a demon, devouring bugs. Countless bugs swarmed towards Lin Xian's body, gnawing at his soul. Slowly enjoy the pain of your soul. I'll kill you bit by bit. The purple-robed youth's soul appeared in the spiritual space. Swish! Sword rays surged and the bugs on Lin Xian's body were cut into pieces. Clang! The chains binding Lin Xian broke. What? The purple-robed youth was shocked, his face filled with disbelief. Impossible! This is impossible. This is my spiritual space. How can you escape? He didn't believe that he was the master of this spiritual space. Unless the other party's soul power far exceeded his, they would not be able to break through his spiritual space. However, he had sensed that Lin Xian's soul power was not as strong as his. Nothing is impossible. It's just that you're too inexperienced. Lin Xian sneered. A translucent sword chi surged out from his body, and slashed at the purple-robed young man's soul. Sword of Souls. How do you know the Sword of Souls? The purple-robed youth was completely terrified. This kind of method was too terrifying. Even in the purple extreme devil palace, there were few who knew how to use it. Puff, puff. The soul sword slashed down and soon destroyed the purple-robed young man's soul. Whoosh. With a thought, Lin Xian returned to his body. All of this happened in an instant. The purple-robed youth's body was still there, but his soul had already been destroyed. With a flick of his finger, a bolt of lightning shot out and circled around the purple-robed youth's body before exploding. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He had obtained more than 10 meters of lightning python skin, but he still felt that it was not enough. Cultivating the lightning rune body required a large amount of lightning source. This was a rare opportunity. You still want to go? Wine Lord transmitted his voice. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian nodded. His body turned into a ray of light and returned the way he came. The Tsang family Grand Elder and the Yang family head attacked crazily, causing the lightning python's injuries to worsen. It attacked with its horn again, and a silver lightning beam swept past the two. The Tsang family Grand Elder and the Yang family head coughed up blood and were in a sorry state. One more time. The Tsang family Grand Elder circulated his spiritual energy to the extreme and flew out like lightning. On the other side, the Yang family head merged with his spear, leaving a 1,000-meter-long tail of light in the air. Boom! Bang! The two arrived in front of the lightning python, grabbed the remaining lightning python skin, and tore it apart. Rip! The Tsang family Grand Elder obtained about 20 meters of lightning python skin, and the Yang family head also obtained a piece. With the items in their hands, the two did not stop and ran into the distance. Roar! The demonic beast lightning python was obviously angry. That was its old skin and its food. Now, it was taken away by the despicable humans, and it was even seriously injured. Lightning surged on its body, and silver lightning arcs intertwined and gathered at the silver horn on its head. Whoosh! A lightning beam shot out from the horn, shooting straight into the sky. Clouds and mist surged, rolling and churning. The sky darkened for a moment, and two huge vortexes formed high up in the sky. Rumble. Silver light flashed, and two thick lightning bolts shot out from the whirlpools, striking the Tsang family Grand Elder and the Yang family head respectively. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning flashed between heaven and earth, and terrifying energy spread in all directions. Two screams sounded, and the air trembled. When the lightning dissipated, the clothes of the two men in the sky were torn. Their hair was disheveled, and blood was spurting out from their chests. The Tsang family Grand Elder quickly flew into the distance. Lin Xian's eyes flashed, and he quietly followed him. He could clearly see the situation in the sky through his purple spirit eyes. The Tsang family Grand Elder's body was flying up and down, obviously unable to control his speed. Looks like this old man is seriously injured. Lin Xian was delighted. Little Xian, a harmonious spirit expert is not something you can deal with right now. Even if he is seriously injured, you can't kill him. Don't worry, Wine Lord. I don't want to kill him yet. I just want to get the lightning crystal. Lin Xian transmitted. His whereabouts. Lin Xian's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but speed up. The Tsang family's great elder's injuries were indeed not light. Originally, he was already injured, but after being struck by lightning, his injuries became even more serious. The loss this time is too great. The Tsang family Grand Elder's face was gloomy. All the elites he brought were dead, and he only managed to get 20 meters of lightning crystal. I hope these lightning python skins can help me reach the mid-harmonious spirit realm. A trace of expectation appeared in his heart. Chi. A sword chi suddenly rushed forward, slashing towards his chest. Humph. The Tsang family Grand Elder coldly snorted, and with a light grab of his palm, he extinguished the sharp sword chi. Get out here now. He shouted loudly, his voice shaking the surroundings. Lin Xian sighed. A harmonious spirit expert was indeed powerful. Even if he was injured, he was still not someone a Sea of Soul Realm warrior could handle. Swoosh. Lin Xian's body swayed, and he stood out. purple extreme devil palace. The Tsang family Grand Elder's pupils shrank when he saw the purple-robed man in front of him. I'll give you one chance. Get out of here now. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for starting a massacre. The Tsang family Grand Elder's voice was cold. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't provoke the purple extreme devil palace. Old bastard! Lin Xian snorted in his heart. He flipped his palm, and a yellowed talisman treasure appeared in his hand. A yellow sword light slashed out like a rainbow. Wherever it passed, the void trembled as if it was about to split open. This sword caused the surroundings to change color. Chapter 208. The power of this sword was close to the peak of Sea of Soul Realm, far beyond Lin Xian's strength. However, it was still not enough to face the Tsang family's great elder. Try to use your soul power to deal with him. Wine Lord transmitted his voice. Lin Xian nodded. Purple light flashed in his eyes, and a strange inscription appeared in his right eye. His left eye turned into a sword-shaped inscription. Soul Cage. Soul Sword. Lin Xian used all the soul techniques he knew. At the same time, he took out his bronze gauntlet and attacked again. This series of actions happened in an instant. It could be said that all these attacks hit the Tsang family's great elder at the same time. Normally, the Tsang family's great elder wouldn't care about these attacks, but now that he was injured, his strength was affected. Moreover, there was a strange soul attack, so he had to be careful. He snorted coldly, and a dazzling light quickly appeared on his body, covering his whole body. Different from the spirit armor formed by Sea of Soul Realm warriors, the light screen formed by a harmonious spirit expert far surpassed the former in both range and degree of defense. Bang! 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 The sword light and the bronze light hit the dazzling light screen, creating ripples. However, the soul attack went straight through. Humph! The Tsang family's great elder let out a muffled groan. He was in a trance, but as a harmonious spirit expert, his soul power was not ordinary. Lin Xian's attack only caused him to be in a trance, but it didn't cause any substantial damage. Powerful indeed. Lin Xian sighed in his heart. He had used almost all of his techniques, but he still couldn't hurt the Great Elder. Whoosh! The Great Elder waved his hand, and a big hand made of lightning fell down. Swoosh! Lin Xian used his extreme speed to dodge the attack. However, the purple robe on his body was torn apart. Little bastard, it's you. The Tsang family's Grand Elder's face twisted when he saw Lin Xian. Old man, it's me. Lin Xian laughed coldly. Was he surprised? Little thief, you can't hurt me. The Tsang family's Great Elder gritted his teeth and said, Today, I'll use you as a sacrifice to my Tsang family's disciples. Lightning surged from his hand, forming a lightning chain that rattled in the air. Whoosh! 3 lightning chains formed a triangle and flew out quickly, binding Lin Xian. Ha 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 ha! The Tsang family's Great Elder laughed. Little thing, let me see what secrets you have. With a flick of his wrist, the lightning chain brought Lin Xian back. The Tsang family's Grand Elder was delighted. Lin Xian had many secrets on him, such as that golden lightning. Even his heart was moved. With the golden lightning, I will definitely be able to enter the mid-harmonious spirit realm. He grabbed Lin Xian with one hand. Humph! A mocking smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. Little thing, you dare to laugh at me? I'll let you have a taste of the harmonious spirit realm. Before he could finish his words, the Tsang family's Great Elder's body suddenly trembled. He felt an inexplicable coldness. Ka. A trace of blue gas was emitted from Lin Xian's body, emitting a strange cold energy. In a flash, the Tsang family's Great Elder's arm was covered with a thick layer of ice, and this cold energy quickly spread to every part of his body. Whoosh! Lin Xian's sword intent surged, forming an invisible sword energy that cut off the lightning chain. His body quickly retreated. The Tsang family's Great Elder didn't pay attention to Lin Xian. He was in big trouble. This cold chi not only froze his body, but also froze the spirit energy and soul in his body. This little thief, how can he have this kind of thing? He was irritated, and kept urging his spirit energy to resist the cold energy. Seeing that the mysterious ice chi couldn't freeze the Tsang family's great elder, Lin Xian frowned. He still underestimated the power of a harmonious spirit realm warrior. He waved his autumn scar sword, and the power of wind and thunder formed a sharp wind thunder spike, hitting the Tsang family's great elder. Ding ding! The autumn scar sword emitted a burst of sparks, as if it had hit an iron wall. So hard. Lin Xian clenched his teeth. The Tsang family's great elder was trying his best to resist the coldness in his body and didn't have the extra energy to care about Lin Xian. Lin Xian's previous attack could only leave a shallow mark on his body. Although it didn't affect his body, it still made him extremely angry. An ant in the 4th level of the spiritual ocean realm dared to be disrespectful to him. What are you looking at? Lin Xian couldn't do anything to him and was extremely frustrated. Fuck, still looking. Lin Xian raised his leg and kicked the Tsang family's great elder's face. Instantly, a shoe print appeared on that old face. Fuck, so thick-skinned? Lin Xian already hated the Tsang family to the bone, and this time, he could finally take revenge. Clang, clang, clang. He kept raising his feet, leaving shoe prints on the Tsang family's great elder's face. Although it couldn't hurt him, this feeling was too good. This scene was seen by Zhao Shui, who had just arrived. Her small mouth opened into an O shape, and her pair of beautiful eyes were wide open. Heavens, what is Lin Xian doing? He dared to kick a harmonious spirit realm warrior, and it's a crazy kick. You're here! Lin Xian once again stepped on the Tsang family's great elder's face, and he even used some strength. The Tsang family's great elder felt like his lungs were about to explode, and his old face turned purple. How many years had it been? Ever since he became a harmonious spirit realm warrior, no one dared to be disrespectful to him. But now, a trash that he regarded as an ant dared to treat him like this. Little bastard, when I catch you, I will break all the bones in your body and torture you to death bit by bit. Clang. Lin Xian kicked again. How dare you threaten this young master? Not good. Retreat quickly. Wine Lord suddenly transmitted his voice. Lin Xian's body swayed, and he immediately pulled Zhao Shui to retreat. Boom. Within 10 meters, countless lightning bolts surged and danced crazily, shattering everything. When the lightning disappeared, a terrifying crater appeared on the ground. Everything in the surroundings was scorched, emitting a burnt smell. The Tsang family's great elder's attack was immediately invaded by the profound ice chi, and half of his body was frozen. Old man, you still dare to fight back at this moment? Lin Xian was very angry. He was almost injured just now. Thinking about how the Tsang family tried to assassinate him several times and wanted his life, he felt a burst of anger. You brought this upon yourself. I have no enmity with you, but your Tsang family tried to kill me several times. Humph. In this world, the strong are respected. You don't deserve to have those treasures. The Tsang family's great elder's lips moved slightly. The strong are respected? Lin Xian laughed. Slap. He raised his hand and slapped him fiercely. Fuck the strong. Lin Xian growled. Among my peers, no one in your Tsang family can defeat me. You're an old man who has lived for hundreds of years, but you still fell into my hands. In an instant, he slapped the Tsang family's great elder's face hundreds of times. One day, I will personally go to your Tsang family and uproot you. Lin Xian did not attack again. He looked at the storage ring. Unfortunately, the Tsang family's great elder clenched his fist and could not take it out. If I can't have it, I can't let you have it either. Lin Xian's heart was filled with hatred. He placed the bronze gauntlet on the storage ring and quickly retreated. Boom! Chapter 209. As the green light dissipated, 100-meter deep pit appeared on the ground. In the center of the pit, the Tsang family's great elder sat with a gloomy expression. Half of his body was covered in azure mystic ice chi, while the other half was lightning spirit power. The two were resisting each other. On his right hand, the storage ring on his index finger cracked. This was an intermediate storage ring with a space of 100 square meters. Its value was even more expensive than a spirit rank martial art. But now, it was broken. The Tsang family's great elder's eyes burned with anger. He wished he could tear Lin Xian into countless pieces. 2 hours later, the mystic ice chi on his body disappeared. "Ah, little bastard, get out here." His voice was like a sea of thunder that rolled out. It could be heard clearly within 100 miles. However, he couldn't sense Lin Xian's existence at all. Whoosh! The Tsang family's great elder turned into a stream of light and flew through the mountains. Any mountain that he found suspicious was smashed with a palm. In an instant, more than a dozen mountains were flattened. However, Lin Xian never appeared. The Tsang family's great elder madly vented in the sky. The terrifying energy didn't dissipate for a long time. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui had already escaped the forest and rushed towards the fire province. A day later, the two arrived at the border of the fire province. After entering the fire province, the two heaved a sigh of relief. They could feel the Tsang family's great elders' roar and terrifying venting. If they were caught, one could imagine what would happen. In the fire province, the air was hot and dry. It was as if there was a huge furnace barbecuing. In fact, it was almost the same. The fire province had many volcanoes and fire veins underground, causing the climate here to be very hot. Lin Xian was wearing a blue robe. He had mystic ice chi in his body, so it wasn't very hot. As for Zhao Shui, she changed into a cool short-sleeved shirt. Her jade-like arms were exposed, causing people to daydream. Lin Xian came to an uninhabited volcano and prepared to go into seclusion. He wanted to refine the thunder crystal to stimulate the cultivation of the copper thunder mark. After digging a human-shaped cave, Lin Xian went in. He released the little white monkey and had it in Zhao Shui's stand guard outside. After setting up the defenses in the cave, Lin Xian flipped his palm and a table-sized thunder python skin appeared in his hand. It was about a foot thick, like pieces of sapphires pieced together. Lin Xian touched it lightly with his finger and felt a strong power of thunder and lightning. Grabbing the thunder python skin with both hands, Lin Xian began to cultivate the copper thunder pattern. This time, he wanted to cultivate his left hand. Strands of pure thunder power surged out from the thunder python skin. Its aura was extremely terrifying. This power was much stronger than the thunder grass. Ka. Terrifying cracks appeared on the surrounding mountain walls from the overflowing lightning, as if they had been hacked by swords and sabers. The blue lightning covered Lin Xian's left hand, and a violent energy instantly rushed into his body. It was like a mad dragon that was rampaging through his body. Suppress. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Golden electric arcs came out of his body and formed a lightning chain, trapping the violent power of thunder and lightning. At the same time, he used the thunder pattern body secret technique and used the power of thunder and lightning to continuously temper his body. As time passed, the power of thunder and lightning weakened. The thunder python skin gradually dimmed, and cracks appeared in some places. However, Lin Xian's left arm was getting stronger and stronger. It was as if a shocking power was awakening. Feeling the power in his left arm, Lin Xian nodded slightly. He separated some thunder and lightning and tempered his right arm again. Ka. A 1-meter-long crack appeared on the table-sized thunder python skin, causing it to break in half. Lin Xian knew that this was because the power of thunder and lightning inside had been exhausted. He exerted a little force with both hands, and the thunder python skin in his hand turned into powder. With a thought, the power of thunder and lightning flowed quickly on his arm. It faintly emitted a blue light, as if thousands of thunder were roaring. Continue to cultivate. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He took out the thunder python skin that was more than 10 meters long. Next is my legs. Lin Xian followed the instructions. After 2 hours, his legs also emitted the light of thunder and lightning. At this moment, more than half of the thunder python skin was left. He continued to absorb the power of thunder and lightning. When the last piece of skin on his body was covered by the thunder pattern, a rumbling sound came from his body. An unusually comfortable feeling flowed through Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian's face was full of enjoyment, and he almost snorted out loud. At this moment, The thunder python skin in his hand had completely shattered. Lin Xian's body swayed, and he appeared outside the cave. Wooji wooji. When the little white monkey saw Lin Xian, it jumped directly onto his shoulder. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. This little monkey actually ignored his power of thunder and lightning. However, Zhao Shui was not so lucky. She was oppressed by Lin Xian's aura, and her face turned pale. Lin Xian roared at the sky and punched out. The mountain rocks shattered, and the 100-meter-tall mountain peak was smashed. Zhao Shui covered her mouth in shock. This kind of strength was probably very close to the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. And Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Not bad. It wasn't in vain that I risked my life to snatch it, Lin Xian said with a smile. Let's go. I need a fire attribute spirit fruit. I don't know if Fire Province has it. The two hurried and arrived at a nearby city. Flame City. The entire city wall was built with fiery red stones, emitting a shocking heat. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui found an inn and stayed. They had been on the move these few days, and their bodies and minds were somewhat tired. Lin Xian relaxed his mind and had a good sleep. The next day, he woke up naturally. Feeling his entire body brimming with energy, his body already recovered to its peak state. Pushing open the door, Lin Xian walked downstairs, preparing to eat breakfast. His gaze swept and found Zhao Shui, but his brows furrowed slightly. In a place near the inside of the hall on the 1st floor, Zhao Shui sat quietly. But beside her were several youths, surrounding her with shining eyes. The few people's expressions rippled, not knowing what they were talking about. Lin Xian sighed and walked over. He had long sensed that Zhao Shui was different. Her ocular arts leaned toward charm arts, making her carry a strange attraction. Lin Xian's soul was powerful and was not affected at all, but it might not be the same for others, especially those martial artists with weak willpower, unable to resist at all. Rubbing the snow-white little monkey's head, Lin Xian slowly came to Zhao Shui's side, then slowly sat down. "You're awake," Zhao Shui said with a smile. This smile made the charm on her body even more intense, and the few young men nearby started to drool. "So beautiful, so beautiful," the youths muttered. "Kid, who let you sit here? Hurry up and scram." One of the youths shouted coldly. "That's right, what does this have to do with you? Hurry up and scram." The others echoed. "Wooji wooji." The snow-white little monkey made funny faces at them and stuck out its tongue. "Damn it, where did this stinky monkey come from, daring to be disrespectful to us?" Chapter 210. The young man's face was pale, and his eyes were unfocused. It was obvious that he was addicted to wine and women. Even so, he was still at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean realm, which meant that his identity was not ordinary. His 5 fingers formed into claws with flames dancing on them, and he grabbed at the little white monkey. "Wooji wooji." The little white monkey looked at him with disdain, and with a swoosh, it disappeared. When it reappeared, it had already jumped onto the young man's face, waving its claws and scratching wildly. Chi-chi. In an instant, countless bloody scars appeared on the young man's face. It was a horrible sight. "Ah!" He suddenly retracted his hand and screamed in pain. The little white monkey jumped back onto Lin Xian's shoulder in a flash. "Wooji wooji." The little monkey pointed at them, as if warning them not to provoke it. So fast. The surrounding martial artists were alarmed, and they looked at Lin Xian and the others in shock. How dare he provoke the people of Xing Manor? This young man is going to be unlucky. Someone shook his head and sighed. "Ah, my face, my face." The young man covered his face and screamed, "Give me a mirror." The attendant beside him immediately took out a silver mirror and said with a trembling voice, Young master, cut the fucking crap. Hurry up and give it to me." The young man screamed and snatched the mirror. In the mirror, his face was like a field that had been plowed. It was a horrible sight. "Ah, how dare you ruin my face? I'll kill you." The young man screamed crazily, but he did not dare to attack. Behind him, the attendant was also glaring at him angrily. The others looked at Lin Xian coldly. Kid, how dare you hurt Xing Manor's young master Xing Tong? I think you're tired of living. At this moment, Zhao Shui spoke slowly. Young masters, I'm really sorry. Her voice was like a spring breeze, causing ripples in everyone's hearts. Hee, don't worry, beautiful lady. This has nothing to do with you. We can all testify. The other young men patted their chests and said. The young man who was captured looked at Zhao Shui and said, as long as you're willing to spend a night with me, I'll let this kid go. Otherwise, just wait for your deaths. Lin Xian smiled but didn't say anything. Although Zhao Shui looked weak, she was also a decisive person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to survive the Purple Extreme Devil Palace's pursuit for so long. Sure enough, after hearing this, Zhao Shui's smile deepened. Her eyes were like water as she took a deep look at the young man who was caught. Xing Tong's scratched face suddenly glowed red like a ripe apple. Hot, so hot. He tore off his clothes and pounced on the body of the young man beside him. His hands roamed around and his mouth was full of kisses. Fuck, you pervert. That disciple sent Xing Tong flying with a slap and tidied up his clothes. The other youths also felt a chill run down their spines. They didn't expect Xing Tong to actually like this. Damn it, I was wondering why the way he looked at me the other day was weird. As if possessed, Xing Tong pounced on the servant behind him and kissed him repeatedly. The surrounding warriors were all stunned. Looking at the erotic scene on the ground, their expressions were very interesting. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, the owner of the inn hurried to recruit more people. Not long after, a group of people rushed over angrily. The surrounding crowd dispersed and looked at them with some fear. The person in the lead was a burly man. He was almost 2 meters tall and seemed to be burning with fire as he walked. When he saw the situation on the ground, his eyes widened and he slapped Xing Tong unconscious. What happened? The burly man asked in a deep voice. He knew that although Xing Tong was addicted to wine and women, he was still able to distinguish between men and women. Someone must have done something secretly. The surrounding warriors all lowered their heads, not daring to say anything. The young men who were with Xing Tong recounted what had happened. A woman who knows charm techniques and a young man with a monkey? The burly man frowned. He had never heard of these two people in the Jianghu. Where are they? The burly man asked in a deep voice. There. They turned around and found that Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were long gone. A bunch of trash. The burly man's eyes were cold. Search the entire city and capture them. They actually dared to touch the people of Xing Manor. Looks like they don't know how to write the word death. Yes. The warriors behind the burly man said respectfully. On the wide street, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui walked quickly. Fire Province, Shadow Country, and Rain Country are neighbors. The forces here are very complicated. We can go to the Inscription Union to take the Inscription Master test. As long as we pass, normal forces won't dare to provoke us. Zhao Shui said slowly. Inscription Union? Lin Xian touched his chin. He had heard of this organization before. Everyone in the Union was an Inscription Master. Moreover, this organization didn't belong to Xia country. They were in other nearby countries. It could be said that they had a strong background and no one dared to provoke them. Okay, Lin Xian nodded. But I want to wait for a few days. I feel that my soul power is about to break through. Zhao Shui's mouth twitched. Another breakthrough? Are you kidding me? Are you trying to hurt me? Lin Xian was about to break through. He had been using the mysterious ice chi to temper his soul these few days. His progress was very fast. He only needed an opportunity to break through to become a second seal inscription master. In the center of Flame City, there was a volcano that was 1,000 meters tall. This volcano had been modified by an inscription master. Not only would it not erupt anymore, but it had also become a holy land for cultivation. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui came here and decided to cultivate for a few days. At the foot of the volcano, there were many cultivation rooms. Lin Xian looked around. There were a total of 5 floors. The lower they went, the more expensive it was. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui chose 2 cultivation rooms on the 3rd floor. They paid the spirit stones and received the keys. The cultivation room on the 3rd floor cost 1,000 low-grade spirit stones a day. It could be said that the price was very expensive. However, Lin Xian had nearly 2 million low-grade spirit stones on him. This amount of money was nothing to him. After paying the fee for 5 days, the two walked towards the cultivation room. The lower they went, the higher the temperature. The temperature on the 3rd floor was as high as a few hundred degrees. It was like a huge furnace. Lin Xian had the copper thunder rune and could still withstand it. Zhao Shui had already propped up her spirit energy armor. It's just right for me to cultivate. Lin Xian opened the door and walked in. The facilities inside were very simple. Lin Xian did not care about this. After all, the warriors who came here were all here to cultivate and not to enjoy. There was a brown stone in the center. There were 8 bowl-sized holes around it. Lava was boiling inside. This cultivation room made use of the underground flame vein. Wine Lord transmitted. Flame vein? Lin Xian did not understand. Yes, the reason why there are so many volcanoes in the Fire Province is because there is a flame vein underground. Wine Lord slowly said. This is a type of mutated spirit vein. It contains 5 times more spirit energy than ordinary places, especially the fire attribute spirit energy. It is almost materialized. Indeed, Lin Xian could see traces of fiery red mist floating in the room with his naked eye. It was like a thin red line. Whoosh! He came to the brown stone platform and sat cross-legged. Chapter 211. Just as Lin Xian entered the cultivation room, the people of the Xing Manor also found this place and learned of Lin Xian's whereabouts. You two stay here and keep watch. If there's any movement, report it immediately. Yes. The 2 martial artists replied respectfully. In the cultivation room, the air let out a low rumbling sound. The originally hot room actually became somewhat cool. Lin Xian sat cross-legged on the brown stone platform, and a layer of blue ice crystals appeared around him. The 8 holes that were spewing lava were also covered by a layer of ice. This process continued for 3 days. On the 4th day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. As if countless stars were extinguished, the purple light in Lin Xian's eyes disappeared and became even deeper. His eyes flashed, and inscriptions formed in the air, flickering. What was different from the past was that this time, 2 inscriptions were formed at once, and the lines on them were incomparably complex. As expected of a second seal inscription master, my soul power is more than twice as strong. Lin Xian showed a hint of joy. These days, he used the mysterious ice chi to temper his soul and finally reached the level of a second seal inscription master. I can go to the inscription union to take the test. Lin Xian walked out of the door. After sending a message to Zhao Shui, Lin Xian waited at the side. Not long after, the stone door at the side slowly opened. Zhao Shui walked out with a smile on her face. Not only did her soul power strengthen a lot, but she also broke through to the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. However, when she saw Lin Xian, she was obviously stunned. You really broke through to become a second seal inscription master? Zhao Shui's voice trembled a little. I was lucky and broke through, Lin Xian said with a smile. Zhao Shui rolled her eyes. This was not a matter of luck. Many inscription masters cultivated their whole lives, and still might not be able to become a second-grade inscription master. Lin Xian's talent was too abnormal. Let's go. The test is too easy for you. Zhao Shui took a deep breath and said sourly. The two walked out of the 3rd floor together and headed outside. Seeing Lin Xian come out, the people of the Xing clan were delighted and were about to send a message. Lin Xian had already noticed their movements. With a flash, he appeared in front of the two. Attention! No fighting is allowed in the volcano cultivation area. Lin Xian's actions attracted the attention of the cultivation area's martial artists, and an old man warned him. It's a martial artist in the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Lin Xian's voice was surprised. Lin Xian glanced at the cultivators of the Xing mansion before he turned around and left. Zhao Shui hurriedly, and the two quickly, they disappeared. Isn't that the person the Xing mansion is looking for? A well-informed cultivator asked in a low voice. The old man in the cultivation area stroked his beard and said coldly, no matter who it is, no fighting is allowed here. He looked at the two martial artists of the Xing clan and suddenly frowned. Something's wrong. The old man's expression changed. He took a step forward and quickly arrived in front of the two. The eyes of the two martial artists of the Xing clan were unfocused, and there was a pained expression on their faces. This is a mental illusion. The old man was very knowledgeable and could tell at a glance that the two were under an illusion and had lost their minds. "Wake up!" The old man shouted in a low voice, and a wave of pressure enveloped the two. "Ah!" The two shuddered, and then looked at the old man in front of them with a blank expression. "What's going on? Why are we here?" "Oh no, that brat ran away. Hurry and report." The two hurriedly ran away. "AI." The old man shook his head and then walked in. The Inscription Alliance was an organization of inscription masters. It was very famous in the entire Tiannan region and could be said to be a very large organization. The 9-story tower towered into the clouds and was completely red. It was built with high-quality fire stones. The gate was very wide, 10 meters high and 20 meters long. There were lifelike dragons and phoenixes painted on it. There were not many people coming and going, but those who came and went were either disciples of aristocratic families or martial artists of large sections. The Inscription Alliance was actually a place of business. Elixirs, weapons, arrays, everything was available inside. As long as you could afford it, there was nothing you could not buy. Moreover, there were inscription masters inside. Some martial artists could ask for items that were suitable for them. The effects were much better than those found elsewhere. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui slowly walked up the stairs, but they were blocked at the entrance. "Why have you two come?" the guard at the entrance asked. He saw that Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were dressed in ordinary clothes and did not look like rich people, so he stopped them to ask. During this time, a few disciples of aristocratic families passed by and looked at Lin Xian with disdain. "Humph, country bumpkin, you've come to the wrong place." Someone sneered. Lin Xian smiled indifferently. "I heard that there is an inscription master examination here. We want to try." Inscription master examination. The guard at the entrance changed his face. Even the disciples of aristocratic families were surprised. They looked at Lin Xian with a different look, as if they were more respectful. "So that's how it is. Sorry, please come with me." The guard cupped his fist and said, "Thank you." Lin Xian's attitude was gentle and his expression was calm. After the two followed the guard in, some of the nearby martial artists praised. "That boy is so young. He should not be an adult yet, right? Tiske, the girl next to him is not bad. My heart is itching to see her." "You're courting death. If he becomes an inscription master, I'll see if you dare to talk nonsense." "Hee hee, I'm just kidding, but it's rare to see someone so young taking the inscription master examination." The hall was even more spacious. The first floor was more than 30 meters high. There were many stars painted on the roof, as if it were the sky. "Old Su, these two are here to take the inscription master examination," the guard respectfully said. "Oh." The old man who was dozing off opened his eyes, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He looked at Lin Xian and Zhao Shui and felt the soul force on their bodies. He nodded. "Today there is an examination. Go fill in your information." Old Su finished speaking and left. Someone brought in a pen and paper. Lin Xian looked and saw some basic information. Most of it was name, age, and so on. The two quickly filled in the information and handed it to Old Su. "Oh, 17 years old?" Old Su looked at Lin Xian's information, and his eyebrows suddenly rose. A 17-year-old taking the inscription master examination was indeed very young. But when he saw the following information, he sat up straight. "You want to take the second-grade inscription master examination?" Old Su's voice was full of doubt. "Yes." Lin Xian nodded. He could not think of why this old man would have such a big reaction. "Little boy, are you playing with me?" Old Su asked with uncertainty. "Senior, who do you think would dare to play with people here?" Lin Xian did not know whether to laugh or cry. "That's right." Old Su nodded. "But you have not taken the inscription master examination. You will need to start from the beginning." "No problem." Lin Xian readily agreed. If he could not pass the first-grade inscription master examination, then how could he become a second-grade inscription master? Chapter 212. After bypassing the second floor, Elder Su led Lin Xian and Zhao Shui to the third floor. After walking for more than 10 meters, a dark red door appeared in front of them. There were two bronze lion handles on top of the door. Elder Su placed his hand on one of the lion heads and exerted a little force. A circle of inscription that looked like water ripples quickly spread out, forming a triangular pattern. Asterisk buzz, asterisk the dark red door trembled slightly, and then it opened a crack. Elder Su smiled and pushed the door open. Lin Xian praised in his heart. He didn't expect the mechanism to be so ingenious. If he rushed in without knowing the situation, he would be seriously injured. On top of the dark red door, there was a powerful inscription formation. Its aura was not weaker than that of a harmonious spirit realm expert. Lin Xian also noticed the soul force that Elder Su released just now. A second seal inscription master, and a peak one at that. He was very strong. At least, Lin Xian was no match for him at the moment. Behind the dark red door was a classical hall. It was less extravagant, but it had a sense of history. There were many people standing in the hall. Most of them were young people. In front of those young people, there were 3 people in silver robes. On their chests, there were a few golden ripples that looked like crescent moons. Among them, there was an elegant middle-aged man and a young woman on both sides. Both of them had 2 golden ripples on their chests. The one standing in the middle was an old man with 3 golden ripples on his chest. What a strong soul force! Lin Xian's pupil shrank when he saw the old man in the middle. His soul force had already surpassed Elder Su's, reaching an unbelievable level. It's a third-grade inscription master. Wine Lord transmitted his voice. Third grade. Lin Xian was surprised. The Inscription Alliance was indeed worthy of its name. They had seen so many inscription masters in such a short time. There were even third-grade inscription masters. Third-grade inscription masters were equivalent to harmonious spirit realm experts. The people in the hall looked at Lin Xian's group with curiosity. Elder Su, why are you here? Who are these 2 behind you? The middle-aged woman asked doubtfully. Hee, these 2 are also here to participate in the Inscription Master examination. I saw that it was not time for the examination yet, so I brought them here. After all, there are still a few days before the Battle of the Inscription Tower. We can't miss these young geniuses. Young geniuses? Hearing Elder Su's words, everyone looked at Lin Xian with a trace of dissatisfaction in their eyes. Even the 3 silver-robed men looked over. Among them, the scholarly middle-aged man was slightly stunned when he saw Lin Xian. Then, he smiled. Lin Xian, I didn't expect it's you. Greetings, Senior Wang. Lin Xian smiled. This middle-aged man was the elder of the 10,000 Treasure Tower. Moreover, he was the one who escorted Lin Xian and the others to the snow-seeking sect. Lin Xian, you are Lin Xian? The middle-aged woman was surprised. Even the powerful elders stared at him. The young disciples behind them were discussing. Many of them looked at Lin Xian with unfriendly expressions. He is that Lin Xian from the 1,000 Treasure Tower. I heard that he took a spot to participate in the Inscription Tower without taking the examination. What? There's such a thing? I want to see what kind of ability this kid has. What kind of ability can he have at such a young age? Lin Xian listened to these discussions and smiled bitterly. It turned out that his reputation had already spread among these people. The middle-aged man said to Lin Xian, "This is Deacon Ming of the Inscription Alliance, and this is Elder Song of the Inscription Alliance. He is also the manager of this division." Greetings, elders, Lin Xian said respectfully. The 2 smiled and nodded. Elder Song said slowly, "Since everyone is here, let's begin." Yes. Deacon Wang received the order and then said in a clear voice, "There are a total of 16 people in this inscription examination. Those who draw the inscription according to the requirements will become a first-grade inscription master. Now, everyone find a place to stand. The examination is about to begin." In front of them, 16 green jade platforms appeared. They were more than a meter high and some materials were placed on them. Lin Xian and the others found a place to stand. He roughly looked at them and felt that there should be no difficulty. The others were seriously preparing. Lin Xian looked up slightly and found that there were 4 young people who did not come to participate in the examination. Instead, they stood to the side and looked coldly. Among them, there was a woman in a silver robe. Her expression was cold, and her appearance was unparalleled. Her graceful figure was hidden in the silver robe. On her chest, there was a golden line. First-grade inscription master. Lin Xian was surprised. He found that the others were also first-grade inscriptionists. It seems that these people should be participating in the second-grade inscription master examination. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, the beautiful woman did not change her expression. However, the young people beside her showed a disdainful expression. The inscription master examination begins now. You only need to draw the inscription according to the requirements, Deacon Wang said in a clear voice. On the green jade platform, there was a layer of light. Lin Xian found that there was a line of words on top of it. It turns out that I have to draw 9 basic inscriptions and 9 derivative inscriptions. But I only have 20 breaths of time. Lin Xian quickly read the requirements. With a thought, he began to draw the inscriptions. For him, this was a very simple matter. These inscriptions were the most commonly used ones. Lin Xian practiced every day, and the time limit was even less of a problem for him. He was now a second-grade inscription master. His speed was many times faster than before. However, he did not show too much shock. Outside, Deacon Wang and the others saw that Lin Xian used 15 breaths of time to draw 18 inscriptions. They could not help but secretly nod. However, the young people showed a look of disdain. Humph! That year, I only used 12 breaths of time. These people are really useless. Of course they can't be compared with Brother Zhou. Another person laughed. But that girl's strength is not bad. The young man surnamed Zhou looked at the figure and his eyes lit up. They were naturally looking at Zhao Shui. In terms of appearance, Zhao Shui did not belong to the silver-robed woman. Moreover, she had an indescribable aura. Moreover, Zhao Shui's strength had reached the peak of a first-grade inscription master. Her strength was comparable to those people's. The silver-robed woman looked at Zhao Shui. Her eyes gradually brightened, and then she carefully looked at her. On the green jade platform, after Lin Xian drew 18 inscriptions, the words on the platform changed again. This time, there were 3 choices. Lin Xian quickly chose the inscription master. Refining a first-grade elixir of qualified quality. The time is 30 minutes. Lin Xian looked at the materials on the green jade platform and immediately had an idea. Only 1/3 of the materials on the platform were for inscription masters. And from this 1/3, he had to choose the spiritual medicine he needed. If the previous test was about basic skills, then this test was about actual combat. Only by refining a first-grade elixir of qualified quality within the specified time could one become a first-grade inscription master. Outside, Elder Song and the 2 deacons looked at the field. Chapter 213. It should be about half, Deacon Wang whispered as he looked at Lin Xian. When he saw Lin Xian's skillful technique, a smile appeared on Deacon Wang's face. Lin Xian was quite relaxed. Refining a first-grade elixir was not difficult for him at all. He could even separate his soul force to observe the others. Among these people, about half of them had the strength of a first-grade inscriptionist, but they were far inferior to Zhao Shui, let alone him. After half an hour, the green jade platform shone and everyone stopped. Among them, 5 people did not finish refining and were directly eliminated. Among the remaining 11 people, 4 of their medicinal pills did not meet the mark. In the end, only 7 people passed the assessment. This number was similar to what the deacons had guessed, so no one was too surprised. The disciples who passed the assessment were excited, while those who failed stood aside dejectedly. Elder Song said slowly, "Inscription is broad and profound. Whether you pass the assessment or not, you can't relax. Remember." Next is the second-grade inscriptionist assessment. Shanshan, you should get ready.
Yes.
The young men in silver robes replied. The four of them walked toward the green jade platform, and Lin Xian also walked out. "Boy, what are you doing? Go back," one of the young men shouted coldly. Everyone looked at Lin Xian, not knowing what he was going to do. The silver-robed woman looked at him and frowned. She said softly, "Please don't disturb our assessment." Lin Xian touched his chin. "Sorry, I'm also a member of the assessment." "You?" The young men were stunned and then sneered. "This is the second-grade inscriptionist assessment. Can you do it?" The disciples who just passed the assessment also sneered. "He wants to take the second-grade inscriptionist assessment? Even I can't do it, let alone him." Zhao Shui smiled but did not say anything. She knew Lin Xian had the strength. Elder Song and the others looked at Elder Su with questioning gazes. "Haha, that's right. This little guy signed up for the second-grade inscriptionist assessment." Elder Su smiled. "Because he has never taken the assessment. He started from the first-grade inscriptionist assessment." "What?" Those young disciples looked as if they had eaten duck eggs and were choked speechless. The silver-robed woman looked at Lin Xian with a trace of curiosity in her eyes. The three young men behind her looked gloomy and stared at Lin Xian with unkind eyes. "Not everyone can take the second-grade inscriptionist assessment. First, you have to reach the second-grade soul force." The young man named Zhou said. "Prove it. How old is this guy? Can't do it." "That's right. It's ridiculous." Lin Xian's expression remained unchanged. Since they wanted to prove it, he would prove it to them. Two inscriptions appeared in the air at the same time. Ripples appeared in the air as strands of strange energy fluctuated. Those complicated lines dazzled many people. After a moment, the inscription in the air dissipated. The crowd woke up from their daze and looked at Lin Xian's figure as if they had seen a ghost. How is this possible? He is only 17 years old. The group of disciples felt it was hard to breathe. They could not believe this fact. The silver-robed woman's eyes became fierce and contained a fighting spirit. Her name is Huang Shanshan, and she is Elder Song's disciple. Since she was young, she had been recognized as an abnormal talent. The disciples around her could not compare with her. Even some of the older disciples could not compare with her. But now, a youth had appeared. He was younger than her, but his strength was not weak. This made her feel a sense of resistance. Elder Song nodded with a smile and said, "Let's begin." Lin Xian and the others walked to the green jade stage and calmly prepared. "Humph. So what if you have a second-grade soul force?" Zhou Yong's face was cold. To become a second-grade inscriptionist, it is not enough to have a powerful soul force. "Both of you, show me your true abilities." Zhou Yong shouted in a low voice. He did not want to be outdone by a youth. Looking at the 5 people preparing, Deacon Ming chuckled and said, "Shanshan, this little girl has been waiting for this for a long time." "Yes, she has been preparing for more than 2 months. There should be no problem this time." Elder Song laughed. "But it is not certain for the others. After all, the second-grade inscriptionist test is not child's play." "Deacon Wang, do you think that little guy Lin Xian can pass?" "I don't know." Deacon Wang shook his head. "The last time I saw him, he only had a first-grade soul force. I didn't expect that after 2 months, he would have a breakthrough." "Oh." Elder Song and the others were interested. "It seems that this child's talent is amazing. I hope he can shine in the battle of the inscription tower." As they talked, Lin Xian and the others began to move. The disciples held their breaths and carefully watched the 5 people on the stage. They did not want to miss a single detail. Lin Xian calmed himself and carefully drew the inscription. He did not dare to be careless. Compared to the previous test, the difficulty of this test was nearly 10 times higher. This was also the reason why there were so few second-grade inscriptionists. It was too difficult. Lin Xian pushed his soul force to the limit and controlled the inscription. Huang Shanshan also had a dignified expression. Her delicate face was covered in sweat. Zhou Yong and the other 2 were sweating profusely, their faces pale. The mysterious inscriptions in the air were like a bottomless pit, absorbing their soul force. Time slowly passed. 5 inscriptions appeared in the sky. One could vaguely make out that they were a pattern, but it was not complete. Among them, Huang Shanshan had completed about 70%. Lin Xian had completed half. Zhou Yong had completed about 60%, and the remaining two had completed about 40%. Ka. It was like a piece of jade shattering. A crisp sound echoed in the air. A crack appeared in one of the inscriptions. With a bang, it shattered. The youth closest to him was affected, and his inscription was instantly scattered. Lin Xian and the others were also affected. The inscriptions in the sky seemed like they would scatter at any time. This change was unexpected. The inscription process needed to be absolutely safe and not be disturbed by the outside world. Otherwise, the possibility of failure was high. Lin Xian's soul force intertwined, constantly stabilizing the inscription while continuing to draw. Huang Shanshan and Zhou Yong were protecting the inscription with all their might, not daring to be distracted. Elder Song and the others looked at the field with a trace of worry. Lin Xian's technique is very special. It doesn't seem to be a common technique in the Xia Kingdom. Elder Song was surprised to see Lin Xian continue to draw while protecting the inscription. I heard that he has a master who does not appear in the world, but I don't know the details. Deacon Wang quickly said, but he is a disciple of the Sword Pool Mansion's Lin family. His identity is very clear, and he can participate in the Inscription Tower battle. Yes, I also heard about this, Deacon Ming said from the side. Just as the three of them were talking, the air in the field finally calmed down. Huang Shanshan and Zhou Yong heaved a sigh of relief, but their expressions changed again. Chapter 2:14. Lin Xian's speed was so fast that Huang Shanshan and Zhou Yong's expressions changed. Damn it, how can this kid be so fast? Zhou Yong's face was gloomy as he started to inscribe. Huang Shanshan also took a deep breath. She no longer paid attention to anything else and focused on drawing. The difference in performance was obvious. At least in terms of mental strength, Huang Shanshan was much stronger than Zhou Yong. In the end, Lin Xian was the first to finish inscribing. He continued to refine the second-grade elixir with a calm face. Huang Shanshan was the second to finish inscribing. She had already regained her composure. Zhou Yong was the last to finish inscribing. His face was ferocious as he looked at Lin Xian coldly. After 2 hours, the three of them finished inscribing. Elder Song and the rest walked over with anticipation and started to examine the 3 elixirs. They were most concerned about Huang Shanshan, so they were also the first to examine her. Not bad. The color is still a little rough, but it's a genuine second-grade elixir. Shanshan, you passed. Hearing this, the silver-robed woman's face finally showed a trace of joy. Then, Elder Song and the rest looked at Zhou Yong. The purity is not enough, and the fire is still a little lacking. I was a little impatient, Elder Song said in a deep voice. Deacon Wang and Deacon Ming also sighed and shook their heads slightly. What? Zhou Yong didn't pass. The surrounding disciples were also stunned. They had a new understanding of the second-grade inscriptionist assessment. Zhou Yong's face was gloomy. He unwillingly bowed to the 3 elders and then clenched his fist without saying a word. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian. He definitely won't pass. Didn't you see that even a genius like Zhou Yong failed? Most people were not optimistic about Lin Xian. Even Zhao Shui was a little worried. After all, reaching the second seal did not mean that one could become a second-grade inscriptionist. There were also many factors such as technique, proficiency, experience, and many others. It's a spiritual liquid. Elder Song was surprised. Previously, Shanshan and Zhou Yong were both refining elixirs. He did not expect Lin Xian to be refining spiritual liquid. In essence, there was no difference between the two. When the cork was opened, a mellow fragrance spread out. Everyone was a little confused and subconsciously sniffed a few times. Isn't this wine? Did this kid refine a pot of wine? I told you that this kid is unreliable. Smelling the fragrance of wine, Zhou Yong's heart calmed a little. Finally, he was not the only one who failed. Elder Song and the others didn't pay much attention to this. The 3 of them checked carefully. The expressions of the 3 of them gradually turned solemn, and their eyes were filled with shock. In the end, Elder Song took a deep breath and said, a second-grade spirit liquid, and a top-grade one at that. What? Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect this result. A second grade, was, of it. At this moment, the others also came to their senses and looked at Lin Xian in shock. Elder Song's eyes flashed. You are the first 17-year-old second-grade inscription master in Xia country. I was just lucky. Lin Xian smiled and bowed to the three seniors. As a second-grade inscription master of the Inscription Alliance, you will be protected by the Inscription Alliance. Correspondingly, you will also need to complete some tasks. Every year, you will refine 3 elixirs or weapons for the Inscription Alliance for free, Elder Song said loudly. Lin Xian and the others knew about this, so they did not have much of a reaction. After registering his information, Lin Xian received the Inscription Master's silver robe. Lin Xian, you are very talented. I hope we can exchange our experiences. Huang Shanshan had a smile on her face. Senior Sister Huang, you are too polite. Lin Xian said lightly, when there is a chance, I will definitely have a good exchange with you. After that, he and Zhao Shui left. Everyone was stunned. Their goddess, Huang Shanshan, had actually invited Lin Xian. Many disciples' hearts were broken. Zhou Yong's face turned black and his body trembled. However, what surprised them even more was that Lin Xian had actually rejected her. Huang Shanshan's face was a little stiff. In the past, she had always rejected others. This time, she finally tasted the feeling of being rejected. She stopped smiling and walked toward Elder Song and the others. Outside the Inscription Alliance, the warriors of the Xing family were waiting anxiously. Are you sure that the kid went in? The bald man asked. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes, the warrior under him said. Good, this time we must not let them escape, the bald man said darkly. Big brother, that kid is coming out. Xing Tong was wearing a cloak as he stared fiercely at the gate. Be careful, don't fight at the gate of the Inscription Alliance. When he comes out, we will fight. A group of people hid behind the building and waited patiently. Lin Xian noticed the presence of these people. The corners of his mouth curled up as he slowly walked over. Zhao Shui followed behind him with a smile on her face. She was not worried about Lin Xian at all. She was afraid that no one in the entire Xing family would dare to make a move against a second-grade inscription master. The two of them walked unhurriedly. Suddenly, dozens of warriors rushed out from both sides and surrounded them. Everyone's aura was very strong, forming an invisible pressure that pressed down on the two of them. However, their pressure was like a stone sinking into the sea. It did not have any effect. You guys are so bold to make a move against an inscription master, Lin Xian said slowly. The bald man was stunned. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. He saw that there was a golden pattern on Zhao Shui's chest. A first-grade inscription master. The warriors were shocked. The aura on their bodies quickly disappeared. Big brother. Xing Tong shouted anxiously while wearing a cloak. Big brother Zhou Yong is also participating in the inscription master assessment today. Maybe he is already a second-grade inscription master. When the time comes, are we afraid of a first-grade inscription master? Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. They could not afford to offend a first-grade inscription master. However, it would be different if there was a second-grade inscription master supporting them. One had to know that the difference in status between the two was like heaven and earth. Surround them and wait for Zhou Yong to come, the bald man said in a deep voice. Are you sure? Lin Xian asked. If you anger us, your Xing family will be in big trouble. Kid, you don't have to scare me. The bald man sneered. Our Xing family still has a few first-grade inscriptionists. Big brother Zhou Yong is here. Xing Tong shouted happily. The two of you are dead. I will make you my slaves, and you will never be able to rise again. Brother Zhou, you are here. The bald man greeted him with a smile. Zhou Yong did not pass the assessment and was obviously in a bad mood. He said a few words indifferently and prepared to leave. Big brother Zhou, these two guys hurt me. You have to help me. Xing Tong screamed. Zhou Yong frowned and looked ahead. Chapter 215. Zhou Yong's face twisted when he saw Lin Xian. However, when he thought of Lin Xian's status as a second-grade inscription master, he sighed. He could not afford to offend Lin Xian unless his master intervened. Big brother Zhou, you must have become a second-grade inscription master. Help me teach them a lesson. Xing Tong was still shouting. However, when they saw the golden pattern on Zhou Yong's chest, they were stunned. Brother Zhou, could it be that you? The bald man said doubtfully. I'm sorry, everyone. I can't do anything about this. Zhou Yong sighed. Lord Lin Xian, this has nothing to do with me. He cupped his fists and said to Lin Xian, Lord Lin? The surrounding martial artists were stunned and looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Someone who could be addressed as Lord by Zhou Yong was definitely not a simple person. Could it be that Lin Xian had an extraordinary background? The bald man suddenly had a bad premonition. He was about to ask when he realized that Zhou Yong had already run away. Lin Xian flipped his palm and put on his silver robe. The two golden patterns on his chest were like dazzling swords. Second-grade inscription master. The faces of the Xing family martial artists changed, and the bald man almost jumped up. They never thought that Lin Xian was a second-grade inscription master. No wonder Lin Xian was not afraid of them. No wonder Zhou Yong called him Lord Lin Xian. Everything was clear now. It's a misunderstanding, Lord Lin. It's a misunderstanding. The bald man immediately smiled. They could not afford to offend a second-grade inscription master. Hurry up and disperse. If you block Lord Lin's path, I'll kill you. Lord Lin, take care. We'll leave now. The bald man nodded and bowed, preparing to leave. Wait, Lin Xian said in a low voice. You want to leave? Everyone stiffened and reluctantly stopped in their tracks. The bald man gritted his teeth and threw Xing Tong in front of Lin Xian. Then, he punched and kicked him. You piece of trash, how dare you offend Lord Lin? You're courting death. Xing Tong twitched and screamed in pain. He even wanted to die. A second-grade inscription master could kill him in the blink of an eye. Lord Lin, I was wrong. I was blind. I deserve to die. Xing Tong started to slap himself. Lord Lin Xian, let me go. It's done, Lin Xian said calmly. I can let you go, but it depends on your sincerity. Lord Lin, feel free to instruct us. The Xing family will definitely get it done for you. The bald man hurriedly said. Xing Tong also looked at Lin Xian with a hopeful expression. Lin Xian took out a piece of paper and wrote down a long list of spirit herbs. I'll give you 3 days to gather everything on the list and send it to the volcano cultivation room. The bald man took the paper and glanced at it. Seeing that it was full of precious spirit herbs, he felt a burst of heartache, but he couldn't show it on his face. If I don't see anything in 3 days, I'll have to make a trip to the Xing Manor. At that time, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Lin Xian said. Lord Lin Xian, don't worry. We'll definitely deliver it. The bald man said quickly and left with his men. Lin Xian smiled as he watched them leave. He walked with Zhao Shui to the volcano cultivation room. Lin Xian entered the room again. This time, he wanted to remove the Purple Devil Palace's mark. His soul force constantly scanned his body to check the situation in his body. With Lord Alcohol's guidance, he finally found the mark. It was a purple dot of light the size of a needle. It was hidden in the depths of his body. In the past, Lin Xian couldn't find it. But now that his soul force had improved, it was easy for him to find it. Lin Xian's soul force turned into an invisible sword qi. It pierced the purple dot of light and shattered it. Golden lightning surged, forming a sphere that wrapped around it and sent it out of Lin Xian's body. After removing the purple dot of light, Lin Xian felt much more comfortable. Even the circulation of his spiritual energy was much smoother. He closed his eyes and rested for a while. After adjusting his condition to its peak, he took out a huge block of ice. Cold air surged, and the entire room seemed to be frozen. The blue-haired man was motionless inside the blue block of ice. However, Lin Xian could clearly feel that the blue-haired man's aura was still fluctuating. It's been so long. He hasn't frozen to death? Lin Xian was surprised. With your current strength, you should be able to use the slave seal. Wine Lord said slowly, do as I say. Lin Xian nodded. His soul force poured out and entered the ice block. When it came into contact with the blue-haired man, the latter's closed eyes suddenly opened. Green flames danced in his eye sockets. Seal. Lin Xian's soul force poured into the blue-haired man's mind, forming a strange seal. Ka. The green flames in the blue-haired man's eyes danced. A terrifying aura spread out, causing cracks to appear on the ice block. Soul sword. A translucent sword aura poured out from Lin Xian's left eye. It passed through the ice block and stood directly in the blue-haired man's soul. Chi. Instantly, the green flames in the blue-haired man's eyes weakened. At the same time, Lin Xian's slave imprint was successfully imprinted in his mind. It's done. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Cloud state, underwater world. In the huge crack, there was a palace. In the palace, the bronze coffin suddenly trembled. A terrifying aura spread out. The waves at the bottom of the sea rolled, forming a huge whirlpool that seemed to tear everything apart. Slave seal. A deep voice came from the coffin. In the cultivation room, Lin Xian let the blue-haired man out and stared at him cautiously. Master. Inscriptions appeared in the blue-haired man's eyes. Lin Xian nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that the slave seal was effective. Suddenly, the blue-haired man's body stiffened. The green flames in his eyes burned again. This is his original body summoning you. Quickly use your sword intent to sever this connection. Wine Lord reminded. Lin Xian's eyes focused. The sword intent in his body surged. A sharp sword aura slashed through the air. The invisible connection was severed. The blue-haired man regained his calm. All right, there won't be any more accidents this time. Cloud state, underwater world. The deep voice sounded again. Great dragon sword. In the cultivation room, Lin Xian exhaled and asked in a deep voice, Who are you? I'm your servant. The blue-haired man said. I'm asking who you were before. Or rather, who is your original body? Left green dragon envoy. The blue-haired man said. What's your relationship with the Nether Hall? Lin Xian continued to ask. The Nether Hall is one of the 8 great halls of our sect. The blue-haired man said slowly. One of the 8 great halls. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. As far as he knew, the Nether Hall had once controlled several countries. It was extremely powerful, but now it was just a hall. What sect? Tell me everything you know. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. The Nether Hall belongs to the Black Dragon sect. It's one of the weaker halls. The hall master is the Nether Old Man, who has reached the earthly venerable realm. Chapter 216. The blue-haired man told him some basic information. He didn't know anything else. However, this was normal. He was just a doppelganger. It was already good enough that he knew so much. After Lin Xian heard this, his heart trembled. He realized that the Black Dragon cult was too powerful. Any random hall master could sweep through several countries. Moreover, he knew that there was a hall called the Purple Demon Hall, which was very similar to the Purple Demon Palace. Recently, the Nether Hall had been very active. Moreover, there was a suspicious sect like the Purple Demon Palace. Could it be that the Black Dragon cult was going to revive? Lin Xian was shocked. If such a force revived, it would definitely cause trouble for the entire continent. The Black Dragon cult wasn't kind. Once they revived, there would definitely be a great war. It was useless to think about this now. It was better to increase his strength first. Lin Xian sighed. Then, he put away the blue-haired man and started to cultivate. 5 days passed quickly. On this day, the bald man brought a few followers to the volcano cultivation room. They asked Lin Xian about the cultivation time and waited patiently outside. The martial artists who came and went were puzzled. Many of them secretly guessed that the Xing clan was waiting for some big shot. However, when they saw the bald man welcome Lin Xian, they almost bit off their tongues. For a moment, many martial artists were very curious about Lin Xian's identity. Fourth sky of the spiritual sea realm. Is that normal? Why would the Xing clan be so humble? Many people were puzzled. Lord Lin, everything is here. Please take a look. The bald man handed over a storage ring. Lin Xian scanned it with his soul power and found that it was all the spirit herbs he was looking for. He nodded with satisfaction. Oh right, where can I find high-grade fire attribute spirit herbs in the fire province? Lin Xian asked. High-grade fire attribute spirit herbs? The bald man was slightly stunned. Then, he said, there is a piece of news. Is it true? Speak, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. It's like this. Recently, a piece of news has been spreading in the city. It is said that there is a volcano 500 miles north of Flame City. There is a bright glow and a strange fragrance. Many people think that it is a peerless spirit herb. Multicolored light, strange fragrance. Lin Xian rubbed his chin, somewhat convinced. Big head Xing, your Xing family has really declined, actually speaking so humbly to a piece of trash in the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. A mocking voice rang out. It was extremely ear-piercing. The bald, burly man raised his head abruptly and said coldly, Lai Wu, how dare you speak rudely to Lord Lin? You're courting death. Lord Lin, what bullshit, Lord? That voice was filled with disdain. Lin Xian raised his head and stared coldly ahead. There was a red-robed young man standing there. He held a folding fan in his hand and looked at the bald man and Lin Xian with disdain. The 6th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Is this what gives you the right to be so arrogant? The corner of Lin Xian's mouth raised slightly. Humph, it's enough to deal with you. I can crush you to death as easily as crushing an ant. The red-robed youth waved his fan and said arrogantly, Lai Wu, you're courting death. Big head Xing sneered. Our Lord Lin is a 2nd-grade inscription master. Quickly kowtow and admit your mistake. 2nd-grade inscription master. The surrounding martial artists were stunned. That was an existence comparable to a harmonious spirit realm martial artist. Really? Isn't he too young? The crowd was in disbelief. Lai Wu froze, then laughed loudly. I say, Big head Xing, will you die if you don't brag? If he's a 2nd-grade inscription master, then I'm a harmonious spirit realm martial artist. Lai Wu was extremely arrogant, laughing until tears came out. But soon, he couldn't laugh anymore, and his somewhat handsome face became extremely ugly, because he saw Lin Xian slowly put on his silver-white robe. The 2 golden lines on his chest were like sharp blades, stabbing into his heart. You. Lai Wu opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. The surrounding martial artists were also shocked, looking at Lin Xian with disbelief. This was probably the youngest 2nd-grade inscription master they had ever seen. Lai Wu, quickly admit your mistake to Lord Lin. The bald man coldly shouted. The red-robed youth's expression was conflicted, and he was stunned for a moment. Humph, 2nd-grade inscription master, is he that great? A slightly frivolous voice sounded. Everyone was stunned. There was actually someone who dared to challenge a 2nd-grade inscription master. He was too bold. Big head Xing frowned, and just as he was about to shout, he was stopped by Lin Xian. Under everyone's attention, a devilish man appeared. He was wearing a purple robe, with a handsome face and fair skin, but his lips were as red as blood. Many people wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads, feeling their hearts palpitate. It's someone from the Purple Extreme Devil Palace. Zhao Shui transmitted. The 3rd in the younger generation of the Purple Extreme Devil Palace, Ru Shui. Lin Xian was secretly on guard. His intuition told him that the man in front of him was very dangerous. Lord Ru Shui, you came at the right time. Lai Wu seemed to have seen his savior, so why did he walk to Ru Shui's side? Since I'm here, I can guarantee that you'll be fine. Ru Shui's red lips did not move, but a feminine voice came out. Humph. So what if you're a 2nd-grade inscription master? In front of Lord Ru Shui, you're nothing. Lai Wu became arrogant again. Is that so? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and stared at Lai Wu. Buzz. Lai Wu's body trembled, and he felt dizzy. The scene around him changed, and countless swords pierced through his heart. That kind of pain made him groan. Pa. A hand was placed on his body, pulling him back from the illusion. Lai Wu's whole body was covered in sweat, and his face was abnormally pale. He looked at Lin Xian in horror. Your opponent is me. Ru Shui's mouth curved into a sinister smile, and his lips became even more red, as if blood was about to drip out. Ding, bang, crack. Both of their gazes met, and sparks flew in the air, causing the void to tremble. The two of you are not allowed to fight in the cultivation area, so I hope that the two of you can control yourselves. A vast and mighty spirit energy fluctuation came, as if 10,000 mountains were pressing down on everyone's hearts. It's a harmonious spirit realm expert, someone shouted in a low voice. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He felt that the energy did not really descend, and it was only a warning. After fighting with the Tsang family's great elder, Lin Xian knew how terrifying a harmonious spirit realm expert was. He did not want to fight with such a person right now, and there was no need for him to offend the volcano cultivation area. Sorry for the disturbance. I will take my leave now, Lin Xian said in a clear voice, and then left with Zhao Shui. On the other side, Ru Shui looked at Lin Xian, and his eyes revealed a trace of coldness. Let's go. Don't delay our business. Ru Shui smiled evilly. Hearing this, Lai Wu nodded. My father is ready. Why don't you follow me back? Ru Shui's sleeve shook, and he turned into a cloud of blood mist and left. After they left, the surrounding people let out a sigh of relief. That demonic man is so scary. Someone patted his chest and said, that young man called Master Lin is not simple either. Such a young second-grade inscription master. He is definitely a monstrous existence. I heard that a divine medicine has appeared in the north. Do you think that these people will appear? That's for sure. Someone was excited. I have to go back and prepare. I can't miss such a good thing. Chapter 217. After traveling a few hundred miles, Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. In front of him was a group of volcanoes that towered into the clouds. A few of them were still emitting smoke. Feeling the rising temperature in the air, Lin Xian's eyes narrowed and he became cautious. With his purple spiritual eyes, he could clearly see that there were many warriors at the foot of the volcano. Among them, there were a few powerful auras that made his heart palpitate. It seems that the news is most likely true, Zhao Shui said softly. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian's footsteps swayed as he quickly ran forward. At the foot of the volcano, the ground was cracked and the heat was unbearable. It was like a huge furnace that was roasting everything. There were many warriors nearby. Among them, the most powerful were the Xing and Lai families. The two families each occupied an area and were eyeing covetously. There were also many idle warriors who were wandering around, waiting for the right opportunity. With the Xing and Lai families here, we have no chance, someone complained softly. What do you know? Another warrior shouted. Such a treasure has already alerted the other forces in the Fire Province. When the time comes, not only the Xing and Lai families, even the entire Blazing City won't be able to compete. How is that possible? Someone asked. If the Earth Fire sect comes, will you be afraid? Many warriors shut their mouths. That was a third-grade sect, a giant in the Great Xia country. Who wouldn't be afraid? Someone is coming. Many warriors woke up from their meditation and looked toward the entrance. Two silhouettes could be seen rushing over. Their speed was so fast that it was frightening. Swish. The two of them stopped in their tracks and looked around cautiously. The crowd looked at their silver robes and was slightly shocked. They are from the Inscription Union. Some warriors took a deep breath, following which, many people exclaimed. Some even stood up. This was because they saw two golden tattoos on the chest of one of the young men. A second-grade inscription master. Many warriors were shocked. They couldn't imagine that a young man would have such a terrifying identity. Immediately, people from the Xing and Lai families walked out and clasped their fists at Lin Xian. This young man was naturally Lin Xian. He returned the greeting and brought Zhao Shui to a clean rock to rest. Wuji Wuji. The snow-white monkey jumped out and looked around curiously with its big, black, gem-like eyes. Suddenly, its nose twitched, and an intoxicated expression appeared on its face. After making a bunch of gestures to Lin Xian, the little white monkey disappeared with a whoosh. Lin Xian didn't mind at all. The little white monkey was far more shrewd than he thought, so he wasn't worried. His eyes flickered as he looked at the volcano ahead. As time passed, the bald man from the Xing family arrived. Not long after, Lai Wu and Ru Shui also arrived. The latter stared at Lin Xian, and the coldness in his eyes grew even stronger. Lin Xian ignored the provocative gaze. If the other party really dared to make a move, he wouldn't mind giving them a taste of their own medicine. The people from the Inscription Union are here. Suddenly, someone called out in a low voice. Silhouettes flashed, and more than 10 white-robed warriors appeared in front of everyone. Immediately, a tyrannical pressure emerged in the air. Elder Song didn't come, and the leaders were Attendant Wang and Attendant Ming. Behind them were Huang Shanshan and some other young disciples. When Attendant Wang saw Lin Xian on the giant rock, his face lit up with joy, and he led everyone over. Seniors. Lin Xian smiled and greeted Huang Shanshan. You are already a second-grade inscription master. From now on, we can address each other as equals. Attendant Wang shook his head and smiled. Lin Xian smiled. This was a world where strength was respected, and the age issue could be ignored. In other words, if Lin Xian was a harmonious spirit realm warrior, then these people would respectfully call him senior. Without dwelling on this issue, Lin Xian quickly asked, "What's the situation here?" It should be the birth of a spirit herb, but we can't rule out other possibilities. Attendant Wang said in a deep voice, I don't think there will be any harmonious spirit realm old monsters. Oh? Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. That kind of expert's destructive power is too great. I think the whole mountain will be destroyed with just one attack. Moreover, almost every force has a harmonious spirit realm expert behind them. If they want to fight, everyone will do it. Instead of that, it's better to not fight and leave it to the younger generation. This way, the younger generation can also be trained. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. The destructive power of a harmonious spirit realm warrior was too great, and he had experienced it firsthand. In the following time, more and more forces arrived, and a strange fragrance floated in the air. Half of the volcano was shrouded in multicolored light. Wuji wuji. Suddenly, a snow-white figure flashed across the sky and ran directly into Lin Xian's arms. Swoosh swoosh. Behind it, there were a few figures with sharp auras. Swoosh. With a flash, a cute girl appeared. Her beautiful big eyes stared at the snow-white little monkey in Lin Xian's arms, and she frowned slightly. Hey, is that monkey yours? Are you selling it? The girl asked in a sweet voice. Wuji wuji. The snow-white little monkey jumped out. Its expression was full of disdain, and it kept gesturing something. What is it saying? The crowd was puzzled. I am the one and only in the world. I cannot be measured by money. Lin Xian shrugged and translated for the little monkey. Many people looked at the palm-sized monkey with a strange expression, and they couldn't help but laugh. Little monkey, I have a spirit fruit for you. The cute girl took out a fist-sized fruit and shook it at the little monkey. The fruit was crystal clear. It was obviously not an ordinary fruit. Immediately, many people's eyes flashed, and they stared at the cute girl with an unfriendly expression. The cute girl didn't seem to feel those gazes. She saw the little monkey take 2 steps forward, and then took out an agate-like fruit. Whoosh! Many people's breathing became rapid, and most of them stared at the spirit fruit in the cute girl's hand. Humph! A cold snort was heard, and it exploded in everyone's ears, waking many of them up. Unknowingly, a short old man appeared behind the cute girl. His body emitted a dangerous aura. Everyone's body trembled, and the evil thoughts in their hearts instantly disappeared. The cute girl didn't seem to know anything, and she continued to call out to the little monkey. Swish! The little monkey couldn't resist the temptation, and it jumped onto the cute girl's body. It smiled and hugged the spirit fruit to eat. Everyone had different expressions, and their eyes were filled with envy. Many people wished they could become monkeys and pounce on it. The cute girl glanced at Lin Xian provocatively, and a light snort came from her delicate little nose. If it wants to go with you, I won't stop it. Lin Xian shrugged. The short old man behind the cute girl looked at Lin Xian in surprise, as if he didn't expect this young man to be so straightforward. The cute girl hugged the little monkey and sat to the side, her face full of joy. Chapter 218. It's the people from the Earth Fire sect. The crowd panicked and retreated. From this point, one could see how terrifying a 3-star sect was. Just the arrival of a disciple could cause such a huge commotion. There were a total of 6 people from the Earth Fire sect. One of them was tall and had flames dancing on his body like a fire god. Meng Yin. Many warriors swallowed their saliva secretly and looked at the fire-like man with fear. That was the genius warrior ranked first on the hidden dragon roll. Lin Xian stared at the fire-red figure and was slightly surprised. He realized that Meng Yan's aura had become stronger. As expected of the first on the hidden dragon roll, this cultivation speed is indeed terrifying. I wonder how strong Lin Feng is now? Lin Xian's heart sank as he felt the pressure again. I must get the spiritual medicine this time. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. Growing in this volcano, it must be a fire attribute spiritual medicine. It was just what he needed. With this fire attribute spiritual medicine, he could let the wine lord refine spiritual wine and improve his cultivation. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's eyes gradually became fiery. The warriors from the Earth Fire sect found a comfortable place and sat down. Among them, Meng Yin saw Lin Xian in a silver robe and narrowed his eyes. Rank 2 Inscription Master, he whispered, and there seemed to be flames dancing in his eyes. Nodding slightly, Meng Yin greeted Lin Xian. Lin Xian also responded with a smile. Is he Lin Xian? Isn't he a sword cultivator? How did he become an inscription master? A fair-faced youth beside Meng Yin wondered. It's getting more and more interesting. I'm looking forward to the moment when he and Lin Feng duel. Meng Yan's flames danced as if he had thought of something interesting. No matter how powerful Sword Pool Manor is, they are still suppressed by us. The youth said disdainfully. One day, I will defeat them all. Meng Yin looked at the youth beside him and warned, You promised the sect leader to listen to me. That's why I let you out. Don't cause trouble for me. Don't worry, eldest senior brother. That youth smiled and said, Dad is really too much. I'm not a child. This youth was actually the child of the Earth Fire sect's sect master. This was something that no one could have imagined. Hey, what a smart little monkey. The young man's eyes lit up when he saw the little white monkey in the distance. Beauty, my name is Zhu Hao. How should I address you? Everyone was stunned. They never thought that an Earth Fire sect martial artist would strike up a conversation like this. The short old man behind the cute girl stared at Zhu Hao with an unfriendly expression. His eyes were filled with warning. However, it was obvious that Zhu Hao had overlooked it. Annoyed by the stare, the cute girl frowned and said, Jiang Ruyue. Good name. Zhu Hao shouted, then laughed strangely. Your monkey is not bad. How about you sell it to me? Black lines appeared on everyone's forehead. Wasn't this target changing too quickly? Jiang Ruyue pouted and snorted. Not selling. After saying that, she hugged the little white monkey even tighter. I have something good. Zhu Hao ignored the cute girl and took out 2 bright red fruits, shaking them continuously. Everyone felt dizzy. There was an extremely familiar feeling. Swoosh. The little white monkey's body flashed and jumped onto Zhu Hao's body, making woo-ji-ji noises. Everyone was stunned and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled faintly and did not say anything. Damn monkey, you're ungrateful, Jiang Ruyue said angrily. Woo-ji-ji. The little white monkey ate the spiritual fruits while showing an aggrieved expression. It kept gesturing something. Speaking of spiritual fruits, I have some too, Jiang Ruyue said angrily. She flipped her hand and took out a few high-grade spiritual fruits. The snow-white little monkey ate happily, and its pair of big eyes narrowed into the shape of a crescent moon. Everyone's eyes were burning. They wished that they could be a monkey too. Meng Yin looked at Jiang Ruyue and revealed a surprised expression. He knew that Zhu Hao had a special identity and had many spiritual fruits on him. However, the girl in front of him did not lose to Zhu Hao at all. After thinking for a long time, he could not guess her identity. At this time, the little white monkey's belly was bulging and it kept burping. It waved its little paws at Jiang Ruyue and Zhu Hao. The little white monkey turned into a white light and returned to Lin Xian's side. Woo-ji-ji. The little white monkey sat on Lin Xian's shoulder and took out a few spiritual fruits and handed them to Lin Xian. "You're full. Is this mine?" Lin Xian said with a smile. "You bastard." Zhu Hao and Jiang Ruyue jumped up and stared at Lin Xian unkindly. "Give me the little monkey. You're a bad guy." Everyone was stunned. When they thought of Lin Xian's indifference, they seemed to have thought of something. Even the people of the Inscription Union looked at Lin Xian in surprise. They did not expect things to turn out this way. "I said that if it's willing to follow you, I won't stop it," Lin Xian said in a low voice. "Now it seems that it's not willing to go with you." "Nonsense. I'm so handsome. How can it not like me?" Zhu Hao's face was cold. "That's right. I have a lot of spiritual fruits," Jiang Ruyue said angrily. Swoosh. With a flash, the little white monkey directly entered the storage ring and went to sleep. "Humph. Give me the little monkey." Zhu Hao was arrogant and had never suffered such a loss. He stomped his feet and the ground bulged slightly. A hot current rushed out quickly. "Retreat." Deacon Wang and Deacon Ming's faces changed. They quickly led the disciples around them to dodge. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed, and he floated to a place where there was no one. Boom. The ground cracked and a red light beam rushed out. The place where Lin Xian and the others were standing turned into a sea of fire. The surrounding cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at Zhu Hao with fear. Who would have thought that this young man had such terrifying attack power? This attack has the power of the sixth sky of the spiritual ocean tier? Everyone retreated, afraid of being affected. Swish. After his attack failed, Zhu Hao's body flashed and rushed toward Lin Xian. Great flame steel fist. He threw out a punch and his arm turned into a glazed color. Flames soared into the sky and heat waves swept in all directions. A terrifying aura rushed toward Lin Xian. Sixth sky of the spiritual ocean tier. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect this young man's cultivation to be so high. He glanced at Meng Yan and saw that the latter was not worried at all. With such strength, he would probably be in the top 20 of the hidden dragon roll. No wonder Meng Yan was not worried. Lin Xian smiled. Just in time to test the power of the copper thunder pattern. Without any intention of dodging, Lin Xian stretched out his right hand. His 5 fingers formed a claw as he grabbed at the fiery red fist. Everyone was stunned. Lin Xian's aura was only at the 4th sky of the spiritual ocean tier. It was very unwise to fight a martial artist at the 6th sky of the spiritual ocean tier. What is Lin Xian thinking? Deacon Ming and the other martial artists of the Inscription Union changed their expressions. On the other side, the martial artists of the Earth Fire sect sneered when they saw this scene. Chapter 219. The Earth Fire Sect warriors looked at Lin Xian with disdain. When Zhu Hao saw Lin Xian's actions, he was also taken aback. However, his fist still shot out quickly. "Get lost," he shouted. "This is not something you can handle." Lin Xian's expression did not change as he quickly reached out with his palm. Boom, boom, boom. A shockwave exploded, shattering the surrounding mountain rocks. Everyone looked over anxiously, and many of them exclaimed. Among them, the Earth Fire sect had the biggest reaction. A few warriors stood up with looks of disbelief. How can you handle it?" Zhu Hao's face was pale. His fist was tightly gripped, and he could not move. In the arena, Lin Xian stood with a smile. One of his palms blocked the fiery red fist, neutralizing the violent punch. Open. Zhu Hao suddenly exerted his strength. The spiritual energy in his body surged like flames. Stimulated by the flames, Lin Xian's body surface was covered in copper lightning patterns. It was extremely mysterious and emitted a terrifying energy. What move is this? The crowd did not understand as they looked curiously at Lin Xian. When Meng Yan saw the lightning, his eyes narrowed, revealing a grave expression. Zhu Hao did not give up. His left fist quickly struck towards Lin Xian's lower ribs. At such a close distance, there was no time to defend. The fiery red fist was like a small sun, bursting with dazzling light. Boom! A loud sound was heard. Flames danced and lightning overflowed. The ground cracked and the earth trembled. Magma spewed out from the surroundings. Hemph. After receiving such a heavy attack, he's definitely dead, Lai Wu said hatefully. Beside him, Ru Shui had a sinister smile on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. Ouch! It hurts. An exasperated voice was heard, with a hint of indignation. Hearing this voice, the Earth Fire Sect disciples' expressions changed. Even Meng Yin stood up. Whoosh! A figure flew out and landed near the Earth Fire Sect. He continued to retreat, and every step he took left a terrifying footprint on the ground. Meng Yin reached out and caught the figure. Pain, pain. Zhu Hao's face fell as he kept rubbing his fists. Everyone was stunned and looked at Lin Xian in horror. The scene just now was blocked by the magma, so they didn't know what had happened. Lai Wu looked at Lin Xian with fear in his eyes. His blood-red eyes flashed and a rare solemn expression appeared on his face. The people of the Inscription Alliance were the most horrified. They had sensed the scene with their souls, and a horrified expression appeared on their faces. Just now, Zhu Hao's fist had landed squarely on Lin Xian's body. However, it didn't cause any damage. Not only that, it even injured Zhu Hao. This kind of method was too terrifying. Even a martial artist at the sixth sky of the spiritual ocean tier couldn't injure Lin Xian, which was hard to believe. What a powerful copper thunder pattern! Lin Xian was excited. He had risked his life to snatch the thunder python skin from a harmonious spirit expert and successfully refined the copper thunder mark. Now, it was finally showing its effect. He estimated that ordinary martial artists below the seventh sky of the spiritual ocean tier wouldn't be able to injure him. Lin Xian had a rough guess in his heart. However, this was only limited to ordinary martial arts. For some genius martial artists who had comprehended sword intent or concept, it was very likely to injure them. However, this didn't affect the power of the copper thunder pattern. After all, there were only a small number of such martial artists. How powerful would the silver thunder pattern and gold thunder pattern be? Lin Xian didn't dare to imagine. I'll teach you a lesson. Seeing Lin Xian smile, Zhang Ruyue was instantly enraged. Her delicate face was covered with coldness. Her graceful body flashed and disappeared from the spot. So fast. Everyone was shocked again. They couldn't see Zhang Ruyue's movement at all. Swoosh. Lin Xian used the wind thunder step and disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, he reappeared in another place. Damn it, don't run. Zhang Ruyue shouted angrily as she missed. Lin Xian rubbed his chin helplessly and nodded. All right, I won't run. I'll beat you to death, you big liar. Zhang Ruyue formed a strange seal with her palms and raised it above her head. A simple and unadorned water bottle appeared in her hand. Thousands of rays of light fell from the bottle. A vicissitude aura rushed over, causing everyone's eyelids to twitch. What kind of move is this? It's so terrifying. The martial artists in the surroundings ran far away. Aquarius seal. Zhang Ruyue shouted. She held the Aquarius in her hand and struck out a powerful attack. A silver waterfall flew towards Lin Xian like an upside-down waterfall. Wherever it passed, the mountain was sliced in half. Clang, clang. The silver waterfall slashed on Lin Xian's body, creating a string of sparks. The lightning on the surface of Lin Xian's body shone brightly as streaks of mysterious lightning patterns appeared, forming a strong defense that forcefully blocked the silver waterfall. Break! Lin Xian bellowed and punched out with his fist. With a flash of lightning, it collided with the silver ribbon. Crack! 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 Like a mirror, the silver waterfall shattered into countless pieces. What a perverted defense! Zhang Ruyue cursed softly. What a tortoise shell! If you're done, go back. I don't have time to play with you, Lin Xian said indifferently. You. Zhang Ruyue was furious. Who's done? We'll attack together, Zhu Hao said with a cold face. The two of them turned into two rays of light and rushed towards Lin Xian. At the same time, they struck out a powerful attack. Lin Xian stomped his feet on the ground. Lightning turned into dragons and surged under his feet. The terrifying force caused the ground to crack. Rumble. Within a radius of 50 meters, the ground cracked into countless pieces. Magma gushed out from the ground and emitted a terrifying heat wave. At the same time, the dragons formed by lightning roared at the sky. Their momentum shook the heavens and sent Zhu Hao and Jiang Ryue flying. Swoosh, swoosh. Meng Yin caught Zhu Hao. The short old man also retreated with Jiang Ryue. The magma under the ground kept rolling and flowing in all directions. While everyone was avoiding the magma, they looked at Lin Xian in horror and kept swallowing their saliva. Wasn't he an inscription master? How could he have such a strong physique? Everyone was puzzled. After a while, everything calmed down. The magma under the ground flowed out and revealed a hole. It was dark and exuded a terrifying heat. No one knew where it led to. Hey, there's a fragrance. Is the spiritual medicine inside? The martial artists of the Inscription Union were puzzled. They were the most sensitive to the smell of spiritual medicine. Deacon Wang and Deacon Ming looked at each other and did not dare to make a decision. Lin Xian, what do you think? Deacon Wang asked. As long as there's a chance, I'll go down and investigate. Lin Xian's voice was firm. The fire attribute spiritual medicine was very important to him, so he would not give it up. The martial artists of the other forces were also discussing with each other. Wuji Wuji. The little white monkey jumped out and grabbed Lin Xian's clothes, shaking it constantly. Got it. Lin Xian rubbed its head and said to Deacon Wang and the others, Seniors, I'll go in first. Chapter 220. After entering the underground tunnel, Lin Xian felt a heat wave rush towards him. The temperature was over 1,000 degrees. The lightning patterns on his body glowed, forming a lightning defense that enveloped Lin Xian. He was like a shooting star, falling down quickly. Outside, a group of martial artists had uncertain gazes. We can't let that kid reap the benefits. Let's go in quickly. Earth Fire Sect, Lai Family, and other forces quickly jumped in. On the Inscription Alliance's side, Attendant Wang and Attendant Meng looked at each other and made a decision. The underground is dangerous. Disciples below the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier shouldn't go. A few disciples walked out and stood to the side. Although they were unwilling, they knew it was for their own good. Because the heat wave alone wasn't something they could withstand. The others followed the two attendants and jumped down. Pong. Lin Xian landed on a rock stratum, and countless cracks appeared. He used purple spirit eyes to observe the surroundings. Wuji Wuji. The snow-white monkey jumped onto his shoulder, pointing ahead and calling out nonstop. Okay, I'll listen to you. Lin Xian smiled and rushed forward quickly. The ground was covered with fiery red magma. Stepping on it made a sizzling sound. Lin Xian raised his speed to the maximum and quickly passed through the scorching hot zone. Gradually, red plants appeared on both sides of the road, with agate-like fruits growing on them. It's fire Bodhi, Wine Lord said in surprise. Little Xian, pick more. Wine Lord, I want to brew wine. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks and quickly picked them up. These fruits had a very high temperature. If Lin Xian didn't have the copper thunder pattern, it would be difficult to pick them. On the other side, the snow-white monkey was also busy. A white light flashed, and a red fruit on a vine was gone. After a while, over 20 fire Bodhi fruits were all picked. Lin Xian set off again. Not long after he left, the large group behind him arrived. There are plants. Lai Family's martial artist exclaimed. This is an obvious sign that it has been plucked. Could it have been plucked by that brat? The faces of the martial artists were gloomy, and the Earth Fire Sect martial artists were even more furious. They were fire attribute martial artists, so these fruits were like holy fruits to them. But now, they could only watch helplessly. Speed up, Meng Yin said in a low voice. He led the Earth Fire Sect members and transformed into a beam of light as they quickly left. Let's go quickly. We can't let Lin Xian get hurt. The people of the Inscription Alliance also rushed forward quickly. On the side of the Lai family, Ru Shui left the group and turned into a bloody mist, disappearing quickly. The last ones to arrive were Jiang Ryue and the Short Elder. It's actually a fire Bodhi. The Short Elder was astonished. Then, He transplanted a few fire vines and put them into his storage ring. Zhang Ruyue blinked her big eyes and waited quietly for the old man. A moment later, the two of them set off again. There were 3 forks in the road ahead. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he used his soul force to probe ahead. In the end, the 3 paths were exactly the same for at least 100 meters. Wu Ji. The little white monkey pointed at the path ahead with a confident look. Lin Xian did not hesitate. His body flashed and disappeared into the path. Not long after, the people behind also arrived at the intersection. Damn it, there are 3 paths. The Lai family members cursed. Let's split up. They split into 3 groups and entered the 3 paths. The Earth Fire sect disciples looked at Ming Yin and waited for his decision. Zhu Hao and I will take one path. The rest of you, don't split up and take the other path. Then, he led Zhu Hao into the path on the right. Let's take the left path, the remaining Earth Fire sect disciples said. The few of them also quickly disappeared. Whoosh! A ball of bloody mist suddenly appeared and transformed into a human figure. Ru Shui licked her red lips and sensed the aura left in the air. Then, she sneered and entered the path ahead. The people of the Inscription Alliance also split into 2 groups and walked into the left and right paths. Finally, the short elder and Zhang Ruyue entered the path ahead. Lin Xian's path was unimpeded as he sped forward. On the ground, he discovered many red crystals that contained a surge of energy. This is a fire crystal. This is even more precious than a medium spiritual stone, Wine Lord said. Since it was a good item, Lin Xian would not be polite. He waved his sleeves and took away all the fire crystal on the ground. Suddenly, his eyebrows twitched as he sensed a faint aura coming from behind him. Purple Extreme Demon Palace. Lin Xian sneered when he sensed the dark yin qi. Qi. Countless red threads flew out like fine sword marks and pierced toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian turned around and punched out. Thunder roared, and the fierce power of thunder formed a thunder dragon that swept in all directions. The dark red threads were all broken and drowned by the sea of thunder. Whoosh! The moment Lin Xian punched out, a cloud of red mist appeared behind him. A pale hand held a demonic dagger and stabbed toward his back. Ding! Lin Xian's copper thunder rune shone brightly and dense thunder runes appeared on his body. At the same time, he twisted his body and swept his right leg behind him like a heavenly blade. The dagger was blocked by the copper thunder rune and turned into a blood mist again. Lin Xian's right leg passed through the blood mist without causing any damage. Whoosh! Whoosh! The blood mist rolled and Blood Red's body appeared. Blood seemed to be dripping from his red lips. It was extremely seductive. Fire! He opened his mouth for the first time. As if there was an invisible magic, flames suddenly burst out from both sides of the path. In an instant, the path turned into a sea of fire. Illusion! Lin Xian was alert. He had only seen eye techniques before. He did not expect to see another soul technique this time. The sea of fire surged as if it was going to devour Lin Xian. Whoosh! A sword light rushed up and cut the sea of fire in half. Soul Sword. Blood Red was shocked for the first time. Fire Beast Blood Devourer. A drop of blood seemed to float out from his red lips and fell into the sea of fire. Roar. Suddenly, a low roar sounded. Dozens of ferocious and terrifying demonic beasts appeared in the surroundings. Flames danced on their bodies and huge beast claws pounced toward Lin Xian. The soul sword waved again and killed all the demonic beasts near him. However, more and more flaming demonic beasts pounced over. Sword Spirit Space. Lin Xian's right eye shone and formed an independent spiritual world that sucked in all the demonic beasts in the sea of fire. The soul sword stabbed out again and quickly slashed toward Blood Red. Poof! Blood Red did not expect Lin Xian's soul attack to be so exquisite. It could actually destroy his flaming demonic beasts in an instant. Due to his carelessness, he was injured. His body shook and the fire world retreated. Blood Red stood in front of him with a pale face. Let me show you my blood demon technique. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.